He had a 99.9% success rate. Kings, tyrants, warlords, if his name was on the contract, you were already dead. Then a defeated goddess showed up and said, "Kill a god for me." No prep time, no backup, just alchemy, assassination skills, and divine targets. And when another god from a different universe offered him a new contract, he didn't hesitate. What happens when the world's best killer decides the gods are just another job? Let's go. The story begins in a world where people terrorize each other, and killing is now the best way to destroy your enemies. At the secret headquarters of the famous guild, the Knights of Glory, many people gathered in the hall and did not understand why there were so many guards there. The master of the Knights of Glory, Divya, said that she received a report from the spy they sent. It seems they have activated the assassin right. One of them asked, with a nonchalant look, what was wrong with sending an assassin before the start of the siege. She said with a serious expression that he could say whatever he wanted. But right now, they were dealing with a professional killer. He was on a completely different level. They must be much more vigilant. The people from the headquarters noticed a flock of strange birds flying towards them, and she loudly said that they needed to shoot them down immediately. The guild members began to attack them and asked if they weren't wasting their mana shooting down the birds. Birds flew into the building, and there was a powerful explosion. Divya hid in the ruins of the building, but immediately after that, another flock of birds arrived, and the guild members loudly called for the master. Immediately after that, she woke up in a different place and thought that death would have already overtaken her if not for this magical item. It saves the owner from death when fatal damage is dealt, since it can help avoid death. It is rare and very expensive. She waved her hand and loudly asked, "Do they now understand how terrible this killer is?" Life-giving magical items have some limitations before reuse. They must not let their guard down. They agreed with her, but she noticed something strange happening to the floor and asked, "What is it?" She guessed what was happening, and at that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred. Divya lay under the rubble and with a shocked look said that this cannot be. Where did the explosives come from here? Could all of this really have been planned from the very beginning of this place's construction? However, they had checked everything back then. She was about to ask something when a mechanical beetle flew past her and said that wasn't quite true. The protagonist was sitting in a tree and said that what he had installed wasn't explosives. It was rather a magical energy injection device. A bird was perched on his head and said that he had a new letter. The bird landed on his hand, and a system window appeared in front of him, stating that the mission had been completed with a gold rank. In fact, he was playing virtual life online, sitting in his room, and said that the mission was completed. He thought that in this world, explosives buried underground can kill if they are 5 meters underground. Therefore, one can only protect oneself by carefully inspecting up to 5 meters. However, if the explosives are installed more than 5 meters underground, their impact will be absorbed by the ground. Such explosive force is not enough to kill high-level players, if of course, he just sets up explosives. In any case, what he installed this time is a device for injecting magical power. When a substance is injected with a large amount of magical power, it explodes, crushing and scattering it into dust around the earth. No matter how good their killing method is, the time will come and countermeasures will always appear against it. It doesn't matter to him at all. It doesn't matter to him how many defensive methods they use. He will always come up with a new way using the production skill, and he will complete the mission no matter what. It will be as it was before. Great. He wonders how long this method will last. The production ability. This ability, as they say, can create many types of things. Using this ability, he became an assassin killer in an MMO game with virtual reality. Compared to other games, death is perceived much more offensively here. Upon death, the player loses 1 level from the current one, and, as a punishment, cannot log into the game for 3 days. For high-level players, losing a level would be like wasting hundreds of hours of gameplay. Even though the punishment is already severe, there's a more severe penalty, which is being unable to log in. For example, suppose there's a war going on between guilds for territory. If the guild's core forces were to fall during the war, the only thing awaiting the guild would be a bitter defeat. Even the most powerful guilds depend on their top players. If the strongest players die at the most inopportune moment, the guild could be finished. Typically, players in VLO don't die so easily. At best, they'll be knocked out and respawned in town. The only people who can kill a player are a handful of strong bosses or other players. Of course, a player won't interact with other players to die. There are many items that allow you to avoid being killed by other players. For the strongest players in a guild, having items to prevent death is a given. And when fighting face-to-face with such an opponent, the chances of killing them are extremely low. This is where assassins come into play. When wars break out between the best guilds, they hire them by the dozens. It follows that battles between assassins would be nothing special or out of the ordinary. However, as an assassin, he can say that he is a bit of a special case. Typically, an assassin should have combat-oriented skills and abilities. For example, an archer who excels in long-range combat, or a blade master who excels in high damage per second at close range. Regardless, he has production and crafting skills using potions and explosives to kill his target. Of course, he is head and shoulders behind in combat compared to assassins. However, despite his dislike for combat skills, his assassination methods lacked defensive capabilities. For example, a contract to assassinate a top-ranked guild would be considered an excellent assassin if they had a success rate of 15% or more. However, his kill rate is over 99%. He had completed over 1,000 quests in total, but had only failed one. He thought his success rate should be the highest among all the assassins in the entire game. MC was walking on the roof of a building and received a new message. He opened the system window and said that receiving a letter of this type is rare. He opened the letter and it said that the sender was the goddess Mysis, asking for help. He looked at it with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who is this? Maybe this is a joke?" He thought that this game has some characters that cannot be used as a name, and among them is the word God. The reasons why they cannot be used still remain a mystery in this game. In any case, a player with such a name cannot exist. He used the player search and thought that if a player with that name really existed, it would help him contact them. Of course, if such a person really existed. He received a call from the goddess, and she said that's how he read her letter. He said that a player with the word God in his name meant he really existed. Maybe they lifted these kinds of naming restrictions? She said that the word God in her name was because she really was a god. She was the creator of this game, so there was no restriction on her own name. He thought with a distrustful expression that they seemed to be rather strange individuals. They talked as if they were the creators of this game. He sighed and said that he understood. She should tell him more about the task. She said that it was an order to assassinate Zul, one of the gods who came to them from another world. He thought with a thoughtful expression that he had never heard that name before. He seemed to have memorized the names of all the strong players, so if he hasn't heard of this name, this time the target will be easy. Easy as long as he knows the enemy's location. He asked what the reward would be. She asked if he had what he wanted. He said he offered payment in gold. It would be easier. She understood him and said, "Then what about 1,000 tons of pure gold?" He thought with a displeased look. Is she one of those? It seems the client can't talk normally this time. He said that he was asking to be taken more seriously. Does she have any idea how much 1,000 tons of pure gold is worth? She said that she was completely serious. 1,000 tons of pure gold would be valued at around 5 trillion yen. Of course, she would pay him in full, albeit on the other side of the world. This irritated him even more, and he wondered how far human delirium could go. He still said that he understood everything and agreed to carry out this task. Mysis was very happy about this and said that she was very grateful to him. If it weren't for him, all she would have had left to do would be awaiting her own death. He asked if she had forgotten that it was just a game. Wasn't she exaggerating too much? She said that this wasn't just a game. After that, a teleportation stone appeared in front of him and started to work, which surprised him, and he thought that the teleportation stone wouldn't activate on its own. She said that she didn't have time to explain it to him, so she would just send him on a mission. He asked her to wait, and said that she should at least let him prepare. He didn't have the combat ability to fight with his own body. She knew that, right? She should give him information about the targets, and he would prepare something against them right now. She said that in that case, he would have to do it on the other side. She's sorry, but he couldn't take things from here. He asked loudly, can't he take things with him? He had never heard of anything like that. She said that this was teleportation to another world. That's why. She didn't have time to finish because he asked loudly what she said. She asked him not to worry and said that his skills and knowledge would definitely be useful in another world. She made preparations so that he could start working immediately after teleportation, so he could relax and focus on the mission. His target was the evil god Zul, the only god left in this world besides her. After that, Wright teleported to an unknown place and began to look around. He thought, does she tell him that this looks like a place where he can relax and focus on the task? In any case, he should find out where he is using GPS. He summoned a chest with things, noticed that there was nothing there, put it away, and thought that it seemed like it was true that he couldn't bring a single item with him. He turned to the figurine of the goddess and asked loudly, what kind of forest is this? He received no answer and wondered if the connection was lost. Anyway, at first glance, you can tell that this place looks like in the game, but compared to this, the picture quality is too high. He has the feeling that he is looking at a real landscape. The computer he used couldn't handle that. It's more like a computer capable of that doesn't exist at all. So, she wants to say that he actually teleported to another world? Mysis was able to contact him and started asking for forgiveness. He asked loudly what happened. She said that she was able to teleport him to this world, but it seems that she didn't have enough strength to choose a suitable exit point. He asked what she meant by that. She said that, frankly speaking, due to the dwindling number of her believers, she can't use all her power. He asked if that's where she gets her power from. She agreed and said that the main resource of divine power is the faith of their followers. If a god completely loses human faith, then he will certainly lose his power and will be wiped off the face of the earth. After the disappearance of a god, all memory of him will also be erased. He thought that apparently, gods also have a hard time. He asked, so she wants to tell him that she is in exactly this situation? She said that she was glad that he was quick-witted. By the way, the gods she knew were destroyed by this evil god. She laughed and then became worried. The protagonist went further and thought. Apparently, he was summoned to save a goddess on the brink of death and destroy her main enemy, he asked. That seems to mean that every god except for the two of them was destroyed, right? She agreed and said that Mazurazul also has several other aliases, but only two of them are his real names. He asked, what about her? Doesn't she have any aliases? She denied it and said that she doesn't have any other names. This is because a god won't gain power from faith if people worship a false name. He asked, then why does an evil god have so many names? She said that it's all to reduce the number of followers of other gods. Their goal is to create a doctrine in order to take away believers. They are also willing to do anything for this. They will kill or torture until the victims change the object of their faith. He thought that in order to destroy a god, he must kill all his followers, or he can simply make them stop believing in him. He must take this into account. He noticed interference and asked loudly, what is happening this time? She asked for forgiveness and said that, however, it seems she can no longer maintain contact. She does not have enough strength. He asked, does she mean that she is leaving him alone in this forest? The interference intensified, and she said intermittently that she asks for forgiveness. She promises to repay him in full. The connection was finally lost, and MC thought that apparently he really was left alone in this forest. It seems that he received a very problematic task. However, he does not regret it at all, because he has never received such an interesting task. Be that as it may, first, he must take care of his own safety. There are no traces of people left around. What about his abilities? Of course, he can't bring things from another world with him. He used the enemy search skill and thought that apparently he can use abilities from the game. Many monsters were detected nearby. The danger they pose is at a medium level. Apparently, the forest is not a safe place for him. In that case, it's time to begin his survival quest. He summoned clean water to drink and thought that it seemed that if he can use magic, he can also use his main ability. Surviving will be easy, no difficulties. However, he needs to hurry with the preparations. If he encounters monsters like this, without a weapon, he will definitely die. He noticed ore nearby, approached closer, and thought that he was lucky that it was bauxite. He needs ferrous sand, but it seems there is little of it in the soil of this area. He touched the ore and used the extraction skill, targeting aluminum. He pulled the metal out of the soil and thought that there was about 500 grams. He used the transformation skill and thought about the available amount of aluminum, prioritizing the necessary items, taking into account the magical power spent on extraction and processing, a weapon that he could create in such a situation. He created a stinger and thought that this weapon had a weak physical attack, but a way to increase its damage. He took a plant from the ground and said that it was surprising that killer grass grew here. He thought that he cut the root of a deadly poisonous plant and smeared the tip of the stinger with this poison, an improvised weapon ready. If his opponent was a high-level monster, then, of course, it would be useless. He put it in the item chest and thought that if he was opposed by monsters like the ones he identified through search, it would be useful. He wondered how long he could fight. He raised his hand and said, open stats. Nothing happened, and he thought that the stats menu was not displayed. Maybe it was because this was not a game? He has no items, so he can't even accurately calculate his strength in this world. Apparently, he has no choice but to use abilities. He used the devastating strike technique and broke a tree with a strong kick. He looked at it and thought that the techniques also work. Besides, the power hasn't changed. He probably has almost the same stats here as in the game. Besides, it will be very easy to survive here. He looked at the sky and said that it has been so long, perhaps he should start by building a house. He took out a metal cube, used the transformation skill, and created a saw. After that, he began sawing trees and collecting logs in one place. Having collected enough logs, he dug a large hole for the foundation and said that now he can begin. Using the skill, he built a house, breathing heavily from fatigue, and said that he was finally finished. He went inside, smelled the new house, and thought that for only a few hours of work, one could say that it turned out quite decent. Although it is rather big for one person. More importantly, it is food. Artifacts are items capable of activating various magics using the energy of a magic stone. Their power varies greatly depending on the user. However, the most powerful magic stone can only be obtained by extracting it from a monster's body. There was no way out. It was time to hunt. He cut down a tree, used the skill, and thought that he needed to prepare a little more for the battle with the monster. It would be difficult to create a melee weapon with so much aluminum. With that poisonous sting he made recently, he will only spoil the food. He used the transform skill on the board and created a bow from it. He moved on, tore off a vine, and said it was time to begin the most difficult part. He began extracting the fiber and thought that he was extracting many fibers from plants and tying the threads together. No matter how many he got, he would combine them into one, which would immediately increase their power. He pulled the bowstring on his bow and said that everything was ready. He put it behind his back and thought that he had also made arrows, Now he could start hunting. He went into the forest and activated the search for opponents. The nearest enemy was in the 2 o'clock direction. Just in case, he would observe first. He jumped onto a tree branch, saw a frog monster, and said that he was lucky that he had caught something edible. He fired his bow, hit it, and thought that apparently there really wasn't enough power. The frog began to run very quickly through the forest and croaked loudly. This monster jumped to the branch where he was sitting, but only his quiver with arrows remained there. Wright fell down, took aim with his bow, and said that, as he thought, he jumped well. From this position he could shoot with all his strength. He quickly caught the arrows and shot at the frog. The monster survived all these shots and attacked with its tongue with spikes on the end. He fired a bow and said that if the power was not enough, he would make up for it with the number of shots. He killed this monster, landed deftly, and said that the mission was accomplished. Later, he returned home, started cutting up the frog, and thought that frog meat tasted like chicken, so it would be quite tasty. It seems that he was very lucky with his prey from the very first day. Food, drinking water, and safety are guaranteed. It will be very easy to survive here. To cut it up, you need to pull off a little trick, so it really does have a poison sac. One frog monster has about 10 poison sacs. If even one of these sacs bursts, the poison will spread throughout the body, so you need to be careful. He put the sacs away in his inventory and wondered what kind of magic stone was here. Judging by the power of this monster, a magic stone shouldn't be so bad. He took out a stone and said that it seemed like everything would work out. He thought that he had gotten a magic stone and food, and he had killed a really good monster. His last goal was to kill the evil god. He still didn't know if it was really an evil god or not, nor did he know if he could trust the goddess. However, that had nothing to do with him. He had received a task, so all that mattered was killing the object. He raised his hand over the table with materials, began to cast a spell, and said that they needed to start creating an artifact. He created a hammer and thought that he needed to use an injection of magical power. This object had the perfect weight. He struck the metal plate. He continued hitting the plate and thought that the artifacts he was making were sensitive to magical power, which was used directly in magic. Both monsters and animals had magical power. However, basically, only people can use magic. Therefore, by the reaction of the tool, you can immediately tell that there is a person nearby. He uses this needle as an antenna, thereby increasing the artifact's sensitivity. It's safe to say that the quality of exploration artifacts is determined by their needles and magic stones. Therefore, the needle is used for more than just transformation. By adding its magical power, it enchants the object and gives it shape. Such objects are lightweight, but inferior in quality to forged items. He increased the concentration of magical power inside the needle. This is the best he can do with materials of this quality. He used the skill, connection, and empowerment and created a magic detector. He thought that the range felt like it was about 1 kilometer. He decided to test it out, created pure water, the device began to glow, and he thought it seemed to be working properly. He drank the water, his stomach growled, and he said it was time for lunch. After that, he made a spit out of a hammer, impaled it with frog meat, and used the firewood left over from building the house. He was about to use the forge fire skill, but he thought he had spent too much energy on production magic and had very little mana left. He used the weak forge fire skill and lit a fire. He looked at the cooking meat and said that he should let it cook thoroughly. He didn't want his stomach to hurt later. He had an idea. He used a spell and thought that this should be enough. He used the extract table salt spell and sprinkled it on the kebab. He ate it, was surprised by the taste, and thought that frog meat was very light, but it was more filling than he thought. However, the salt alone did not add any flavor. He continued eating and thought that they say that hunger is the best seasoning. After that, he looked at the remaining meat lying on the table and wondered what he should do with it. Of course, he would like to save some food for later, but he doesn't have enough magic stones to make a refrigerator or a freezer. Besides, he doesn't want to get into battles with animals. He summoned a box of items and wondered if the meat would spoil if he put it in his inventory. It would be unpleasant if it spoiled. He lay down on the floor and thought that, if possible, he would like to find people and get out of here. However, he doesn't know anything about the locals, and leaving here without preparation is too dangerous. First of all, he needs to work on potions. He already entered a battle yesterday without potions, and he doesn't want to repeat it again. The next morning, the protagonist left the house with a dissatisfied look and thought that after a night of sleeping on the floor without a mattress, he was in pain everywhere. The next task is to make a mattress. He came to the forest, noticed a plant on the floor, and asked if these were healing herbs for potions. Maybe there were more nearby? Maya, a common medicinal plant, is among the least effective among medicinal herbs, but with enchantment, it can be used to create a second-level potion. After some time, he collected a huge amount of herbs and took it home. He decided to work on potions, began crushing the herbs in a mortar, and decided to first grind them with magical power. The resulting liquid should be mixed with water and put on the fire. Let it simmer. The second-level potion is ready. It's good that low-level potions don't require much effort. Top players use 11th-level potions, which are 500 times more effective than second-level potions. However, it's better this way than being left without potions at all. Ideally, of course, he should prepare at least 4th level potions, but that will have to wait until later. He put the plate with the potion on the table and said that however, there was nowhere to pour the potion. Using the transformation skill, he created several wooden bottles, which he filled with the potion. When he finished with this, he said that now he could join the battle. He left the house, started stretching and asked if maybe he should try hunting monsters in the area. At the same time, he would look for materials for artifacts. He used the skill Find Enemy, looked around and said that he wondered how many magic stones he would get. After that, he started hunting monsters, had a snack, and went fishing. Then he started hunting again and collected different plants. After some time, he returned home and thought that even from such simple materials, he could already make a lot. First of all, he needed flashbang grenades. He touched the magic stone and used the skill Crushing. He looked at it and thought that it was a pity to waste materials, but there was no other way to make a flashbang grenade. He used the skill Crushing several more times to crush the magic stone into dust. After that, he began to imbue it with light magic several times. He thought he was imbuing the magic stone shards with magic, but the effect only lasted a second. The shards glowed dimly for only a second, but the dim light of a million shards would create a bright flash. Of course, powder was difficult to handle. After that, he used the compound skill. He finished creating a flashbang grenade and thought that, however, one wouldn't be enough. He should try to make at least 3. He continued creating these grenades, finished when morning came, and thought that it was more difficult than he thought. Making 3 bombs by hand turns out to be a lot of work. With the creation of high-level items, everything is different. He noticed that the magic detector began to glow and thought that it was not doing anything right now. It seemed that it had detected someone else's magic. MC very quickly gathered his things, weapons, and ran out of the house. He thought that he didn't even know who it was. However, whoever it was, he had to see them with his own eyes. Even if they were hostile, he would be able to turn it to his advantage. He took out a magic detector and wrapped it around his wrist. It showed him the direction, and he quickly ran in the right direction, took a magic stone from his inventory, and used the hidden aid and empowerment spells. He continued running and heard someone loudly say that it was dangerous here and that they needed to leave. He jumped onto a tree branch and said that it was not far from here. He quickly reached the right place and saw several people in the clearing. The girl loudly called out to Gord and said that she couldn't just abandon him and her father and run away. He saw a huge monster standing in front of the man with a sword and a girl sitting next to her father. Wright watched this from the tree and thought that it looked like they were attacked by a bear. The man was seriously injured, and the girl would be unable to help in the fight. The knight who was trying to protect them had a wound near the shoulder. However, the most important thing is that this bear has deadly venom. The monster charged, watching from the side and thinking that if he didn't do anything, all 3 would die within the next 5 minutes. However, if they survived, he could get information from them. He descended into the clearing and called loudly to the bear to get its attention. The monster ignored him and swung its paw to attack. He took a flash grenade from his inventory and threw it towards them. The knight and the bear's attention was drawn to the stone that flew between them, and he activated the grenade. They both covered their eyes with their hands and were very surprised by what had happened. He noticed that the bear was about to escape, began to take something out of his inventory, and asked, "Does he seriously think he'll let it escape?" He took out 2 poisonous stingers and threw them into the bear's eyes. The monster screamed loudly in pain. He ran closer and thought that it looked like this bear was stronger than the monsters he had fought before. One blow from a poisonous sting wouldn't kill it. After that, he took items out of his inventory, used the transformation skill, created an arrow, and thought he'd need more poison. He fired his bow, hitting the monster, and it screamed loudly in pain. He took aim again and said that they shouldn't move unless they wanted to get hurt too. He hit the bear's body with the arrow, then began hitting the bow against a tree to attract the bear's attention. He quickly ran towards it, knocked down the tree with his paw, jumped aside, and began hitting the bow against a stone. The monster continued to try to attack him, but the protagonist dodged these attacks and thought he was almost there. He coated the arrows with a mixture of 3 types of magical poison. The first poison is a neurotoxin based on the assassin herb. This poison is used to inflict the most severe wounds, including fatal ones. The second poison is a hemotoxin based on mushrooms. This poison is effective even against monsters that neurotoxin can't kill, which is why he added it to the mixture. There's also a third poison. The monster once again ran towards him to attack with its paws, but stopped and started coughing up blood. The monster fell to the ground. He walked past and thought that the third poison was a paralyzer based on frog poison. This poison paralyzes the victim and gives time for the other poisons to reach the body's key systems. Due to the paralysis of the nervous system, the monster also feels virtually no pain. Thanks to this, the enemy does not realize the danger of the poison until death. He went to the people and Gord loudly asked, "What was that?" First, his eyes were flooded with light, and then the monster. He opened his eyes after the grenade's effect wore off and asked in surprise, "Could it really be all him?" MC agreed and said that he was the one who killed the bear. He and the girl started discussing something. He stood nearby and thought that judging by that, the knight could still move. The bear had slow-acting poison. You could say it wasn't that bad. He looked at the wounded man and thought, but the bear had torn his chest open with its claws. He would die from blood loss before the poison had a chance to take effect. If he didn't get the medicine now, he was finished. He came closer, but the knight asked him to wait and said that even though he had saved their lives, he was still a stranger. He looked at his wound and also noticed some kind of badge on the girl. He thought that, whatever the case, these weren't just commoners. He said he didn't mind staying away, but that would be the end for that man. The knight was about to say something about it with a displeased look, but he also became serious and asked, then they should just stand there and let him die, right? Gord was surprised by this, looked at him, calmed down and asked if he could save him. He took out a potion and said that he couldn't say for sure, but promised to try. He had to give this medicine to him. He took it in his hands and began to examine the bottle with a distrustful look. He took out another bottle and said that there were 2 vials to choose from. The one he chose, he would drink. It seemed that he still had doubts. He handed him the chosen vial. He opened it and said that he understood. He would drink it. He drank the vial with the potion and showed that he really drank it all. He turned to the girl and she said that they could let him. She began to give her father the potion, called him and said that she had brought the medicine. He drank the potion and the wounds on his body immediately began to heal. They were both surprised by what had happened and said that in just a second the wound closed on its own. Is this a high-level potion? These words attracted Wright's attention and he thought that he had only given them a second-level potion. It seems that they do not have a culture of using potions. He held out another potion and Gord asked what it was. He said that there was another vial of this potion. He should drink it too. He pointed to his shoulder. The knight looked at his wound and said that he was just a knight on duty. It was better to save this potion for those who needed it more. He did not listen to him, put the potion in his mouth, and said that he should drink it. He had enough potions. The potion worked, and he said that he would owe him. The protagonist noticed that the cork was missing and said that he should not forget that he had not helped him completely yet. Something had to be done about the bear's venom, otherwise they were both finished. He chewed the cork and asked loudly, did he have a cure for the poison? He said that perhaps so. How does he feel? Is there any effect from the poison? He began to check his body and said that his palms and feet were a little numb. Other than that, everything is fine. He thought, it looks like a paralyzer. If nothing was done, the poison would reach the heart, and that would be the end of them. He said that he realized that he couldn't make an antidote here, so he was going back home. He had to bring that man there. He was about to say something about it again, but he started to leave and said that he had to be quieter and act faster. Otherwise the nobleman would die. He can carry him if he can't. After that, they reached his house together. Gord went inside and asked if his house was in the middle of the forest. He said that there was nothing special about it. He would make the medicine, so they should wait here. He went further and asked if since he made medicine, did that mean he was a doctor? He denied it and said that he didn't have a medical education, but he knew how to make medicine. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, no education, but that means he can make an antidote. MC turned to him and said that that was exactly how it was. If he was so worried that he wanted to make them more poison instead of a cure, he could monitor the process himself. He thought about it and asked if he could give him a little time. They entered the room, laid the poisoned man on the bed and covered him with a blanket. He came into them and handed them a bucket of water. Gord took it and began to test it for poison. He approached the table and asked what was going on with the poison. Were there any new symptoms? He stood nearby and said that his whole arm had gone numb. Would he have time to make an antidote? He agreed and thought that only his arm had gone numb. It seemed that this poison was very slow acting. There was plenty of time to make an antidote. He took the necessary plant and thought that the quality was certainly not the best. If everything was mixed carefully, making a potion from poor quality materials takes some practice. He began preparing the antidote under close observation and thought that for good materials, just one type of charm would be enough. But he would have to work with what he had. The girl peeked out the door of the room, and her attention was caught by the fact that he said everything was ready. They both looked at the antidote, and Gord said that he wanted to check if there was poison in it. He would have to wait a little. He drank the antidote from the plate. It began to work. This greatly surprised him, and she asked if everything was okay. He said loudly, in a surprised tone, that the numbness disappeared in a second. How is that even possible? Wright said that the antidote protects against the effects of the poison. There is nothing supernatural about it. He turned around and asked if this was really an antidote potion. He confirmed it and said that it seemed like it was time to give it to that man too. There is more poison in his body. If they delays, all his efforts will be in vain. The girl immediately took the antidote, quickly went into the room, and immediately gave it to her father to drink. They noticed that he was feeling better and were very happy that it worked. He approached them and said that he would wake up when his wounds were completely healed and the poison was out of his body. If it seemed like something was wrong with him, they should give him this potion. She reached out to take it and thanked him. He said that now, finally, they could talk. He wanted to know right away who they were and why they were here. Gord thought about it, turned to her, and she said that they should reveal who they were. Does he mind if they tell the reason for their arrival after her father wakes up? He said he doesn't mind. They can talk about whatever they want now. He approached him and said his name was Gord. He was King Misis's personal guard. Right asked, so they're from the royal family? She agreed and said her name was Rumia Misis. Her father, the 14th king, Lias. He couldn't believe it. He tried not to negotiate with those above him in status. However, since he was dealing with the king, everything should go well. What's going on? 2 members of the royal family, one of them the king, and despite this, they only have 1 bodyguard with them. That's definitely suspicious. There must be some special circumstances here. She said she asked to keep this information secret. He agreed, introduced himself, and said he was pleased to meet them. First of all, they need to wait until the king wakes up, then they can discuss the plan. She asked. He said plan, so he's offering them his help? He asked if they needed his help. She looked at Gord with a confused look, not knowing what to answer, and he started to leave, and said that he suggested they eat and save the talking for later. He left the house, started preparing everything for the fire, took the meat out of his inventory, noticed that it was still fresh, and thought that it looked like the food in the item chest does not spoil. He began to fry the meat. Rumia approached him and asked what it was. He turned to her and said that it was fried frog meat. What kind of frog he didn't know. She asked if it was safe to eat the meat of an unfamiliar species of monster. He pointed to the bottles that were visible through the window and said that he definitely wouldn't die from the poison because he had already prepared an antidote potion. She was surprised by his boldness, sat down next to him, and said that this was probably folk wisdom. She had never encountered anything like it. It was so interesting. He thought he had expected something completely different, that she would be more arrogant. Gord waved his hand sharply between them and loudly told the lady that he would not allow him to deceive her. He himself was a commoner, but he would never eat the meat of an unfamiliar monster. He was not like them. She was surprised by this and asked, was that really so? He loudly agreed and said that, besides, he had never used an antidote as a stomach remedy. The protagonist ignored them, took out salt, sprinkled it on the meat, and began to eat. He thought that, as usual, the meat was pleasant, and there was a lot of fat. Yesterday, it seemed to him that the meat seemed tasty to him only because he was hungry, but it seemed to be something else. He noticed that Rumia was closely watching the meat in his hand and asked, they didn't take any food on the trip? He doubts that the princess should eat such a thing. Gord said that unfortunately they had no provisions with them. He asked, oh, he went on a campaign with the royal family, and they did not even have food with them. He said that the circumstances of their journey were very unusual. He looked at them and thought, unusual circumstances. Huh? Ask about this after the king wakes up. He handed him the meat and said that then they could join. He could first taste it for poison. He took a skewer with meat and said that he was starting to eat. He began to eat, tasted it, and said that it was very tasty. Being in the capital, he tried many delicacies, but he had never eaten such delicious meat. What kind of meat is this? MC with a calm expression said that it was the meat of an unknown species of frog. He said loudly that they must find out the name of this type of monster. The capital must try this meat. He looked at his reaction with a slightly confused look and asked, so that's what he's really like? Rumia said with a smile that he really loves delicious food. Sometimes at royal receptions, he runs straight to the table without greeting anyone. He imagined this and wondered, does that mean he's a gourmet? She called him and asked, by the way, can she try some? Gord, in a confused tone, loudly agreed and said that everything was fine. The meat was safe to eat. She took a skewer, was about to take a bite, but became a little confused and asked if he had a plate. Wright raised his hand, used the wood transformation skill, created a table, a glass, and a plate with a knife and fork. They were both very surprised by this, and she asked where the table and plate came from. He said that he just did it. Is something wrong? She denied it, sat down at the table and tried a small piece of meat. She ate it and was very surprised by how delicious it was. Gord looked at the meat with a slightly upset look and thought that this meat was really very tasty. Wright looked at him and asked if he wanted to eat. He said that he was just a knight on duty. He would try to minimize the waste of provisions on his part. He immediately took out several skewers of meat from the inventory and said that there was still plenty of meat, so he could eat as much as he wanted. If it ran out, he would get more. He was very happy about this, and said loudly that he owes him. When they finished eating, they entered the house and he said that it was delicious. Even at royal receptions, they don't serve such delicious meat. Rumia said that it was frog meat. She didn't imagine that there were such tasty frogs. Maybe it was a Gallic frog? He called his mistress and said that he begged her forgiveness, but Gallic frogs were very difficult to cook. It was impossible to eat such meat in the forest. She said that, however, speaking from past experience, she could say that they tasted very similar. He had never heard of this before and asked, are they saying that Gallic frogs are difficult to cook? Gord agreed and said that the king had once ordered their meat to be served. The court chefs had received about 100 frogs, but only one of them had been served. He asked what was so difficult about it. He said that their bodies contained about 10 poison sacs. If even one of them was touched while cooking the frog, the poison would spread throughout the body and the meat would become inedible. Moreover, the sacs themselves were extremely fragile. He took the head out of his inventory and asked, "Is this similar to those frogs?" They were very surprised by this and loudly declared that it was, after all, a Gallic frog. Could he really have cooked their meat safely? He begs him to share his secret. Their attention was drawn to sounds outside the door leading to the street, and they immediately stopped discussing it. He grabbed his sword and asked if he had guests. He took out a knife with needles and asked, "In the middle of the forest?" He drew his sword from its sheath and said that the princess should remain where she was. She asked if it could be Larsel. He had gone to call for help. Maybe it was he who had returned? He agreed that this was possible and asked loudly who was there. Larsel said his voice was familiar and introduced himself. This calmed him down, put his sword back in its sheath, and said that he could come in. The door was unlocked. He approached him, looked to the side, and said loudly that the princess was here too. It was good that she was okay. Gord asked if he had found help. He said that he had not been able to find anyone, and when he came across the local resident's house, he found them there. He said that he understood him and was grateful for scouting the area. He said that there was no need for thanks, since he came empty-handed. By the way, why did he bring the princess to such a place? He looked around and asked, what kind of house was this anyway? He pointed at the protagonist and said that this was his house. Larsel said with disbelief that he was hearing that name for the first time. Is he their ally? He denied it and said that he was an ordinary person. Although, one could hardly call him ordinary. He was surprised by this and asked loudly, did he also decide to bring the princess to his house? Rumia approached them and said that he saved them. He was surprised by this and asked, is that really true? She agreed and said that first he killed the monster that attacked them, then healed the wounds. Gord said that the king was currently sleeping in the next room. He was affected by the monster's poison, but he gave him an antidote. The medicine is effective, so he will recover soon. Larsel looked at him and asked, so they mean to say that he appeared completely by chance at the moment when the monster attacked them? Besides, he just happened to have the necessary antidote with him? Maybe he's just using them. It's too dangerous here. They need to leave here as soon as possible. MC looked at him with a calm expression and wondered what he was even talking about. She said the forest was full of monsters. This house was the safest place in the area. Besides, is that really the right way to talk to a nobleman to whom they owe their lives? They looked at each other silently. He stood to the side and tapped his finger on the wood to get their attention. They looked at him. He opened the window and asked if he wanted to use them. Do you think he would have let them freely stay in the house that he didn't even lock? Larsel still didn't believe him and said loudly that he didn't do anything only because of Gord. If it weren't for him, he would have taken the princess captive long ago. He closed the window, plunging the room into darkness, and said in a frightening tone that he was wrong. He could kill 4 people like them without even blinking. He opened the window and said that he didn't do it only because he wasn't interested. His movements were so predictable that he could have killed him on the spot. Of the two of them, Gord would be the stronger, and if he decided to kill him, he would have done it in 10 seconds. Larsel became even angrier and asked loudly, is he now encroaching on the honor of this knight? Wright, with a calm expression, denied it and said that he was only telling the truth. He became even angrier, grabbed his sword, and was about to say something loudly. Rumia stood between them, called him, and said that he should stop. Is this how to speak to a nobleman to whom they owe their lives? He wanted to object, but she said that he must stop. That was an order. He was not going to calm down, so she, with a serious expression on her face, turned to Gord and called him. He agreed, immediately took out his sword, pointed it at him, and she said that if he refused to obey her order again, he should cut off his head for treason. He looked at her, noticed a very serious mood, and said that he deeply asked for forgiveness and begged for mercy. He bowed, and the protagonist looked at them and thought that knowing, it was still scary. She had always acted like an ordinary girl, but now she was behaving cruelly with him. This knight may look repentant, but he sees that he still does not believe him. Should he put this off until later? He called the princess and asked if he could see her for a second. Rumia turned to him with a smile, agreed, and asked what was wrong. She listened to him, after which they all went outside together, and Larsel asked if he was offering a duel. He took out a dagger and asked how about a duel without rules? Like on a real battlefield? He took his sword out of its sheath with a serious expression and asked, did he say he could kill 4 men like him without even blinking? He would gladly shatter his illusions. He looked at him and thought that an open battle with a knight was not the best position for him. However, no matter what world he was in, he remained an assassin. It was time for a sneaky and cunning battle. Earlier, he told the princess that he wanted to fight Larsel. She was surprised and asked, do you want to challenge him to a duel? He took an item from his inventory and said that he was not going to kill him. It would be a pretend duel. He created a dagger and said that he thought he could learn a lot about him after one battle. He thought that in such a situation, killing the princess's bodyguard would be more expensive. He needed to do it without bloodshed. She understood him and, with a slightly confused look, asked, is he sure about this? He asked with a puzzled look. Sure about what? She said that the royal family is responsible for the education of knights. She wouldn't want to cause him trouble. He said that he would prefer to clear up misunderstandings. She thought about it and said that he is very strong. In his heart, he is far from a true knight, but he is undoubtedly very capable. Gord approached them and said that she was right. He is one of the 3 strongest elite bodyguards of the royal family. They shouldn't underestimate him. He said that there is no problem problem with that. At the moment, Larsel asked. He said that the fight has no rules. Is that true? MC agreed and said that there are no restrictions on weapons and techniques. The main thing is to fight to the death. He took out a vial and said that it was because he had this. He looked at it and asked what it was. Rumiya said that this potion looked like a level 1 potion. He was surprised by this and said loudly that he was an ordinary commoner. Gord said that he thought so too at first. He's afraid he's far from being an ordinary person. A commoner could live a carefree life selling the medicines he made for them. He asked, so he's a doctor? He confirmed it and said that he did make them an antidote. Judging by his potions, he could assume he served as a personal doctor somewhere abroad. Larsel said that no country would let a doctor go who might have level 1 potions. Wright put the potion in his inventory and asked, are potions really that highly valued in this world? It seems that people who make potions are called doctors here. In the game, he was called an alchemist. It seems it's almost the same thing. However, judging by their words, only a small percentage of doctors can make level 1 potions. An alchemist needs about level 10 of skill to make a level 1 potion. Gord thought about it, agreed, and said that even a personal doctor wouldn't smuggle first-level potions out of the country. However, he also lives deep in the mountains, so perhaps he escaped from somewhere? Larsel said that was a possibility. He looked at them from the side and wondered if they thought he was a doctor on the run. That was better than if they found out he was actually from another world. He asked to leave his past alone. Instead, they should begin the duel. He assumed a fighting stance and asked how one could trust someone who refused to talk about their past. He agreed with this and said that this was exactly why they needed a duel. He agreed with this, and Gord said that he would be the referee. He lowered his hand between them, then waved it and announced the start of the duel. They stood in their places for a few seconds. He awaited his action, and the protagonist took a flash grenade from his pocket. He activated it. Larsel closed his eyes because of the bright flash and asked loudly, "What is that?" He immediately ran towards him, jumped from the side, and swung his dagger to attack him. He blocked the blow with his eyes closed and said that he had such unusual tools. He can't see anything at all, but if he thought he could defeat him so easily, he was wrong. He asked with a small smile, "Is he still fighting? It seems he really is a valiant knight." Larsel suddenly began to counterattack with his sword, but he noticed it and managed to jump back. He thought that skilled warriors would be able to sense the enemy even in complete darkness. He looks about 20 years old. It seems he has already reached that level. What should he do? Honestly, defeating him won't be difficult at all. But in this duel, victory is not the main thing. His goal is to defeat him, while demonstrating the difference in strength. In that case, he only has one option left. He confidently handles the sword. It is worth destroying his confidence. Victory will be his. He used the gift of enhancement and ran up to him with incredible speed. Larsel felt it and began to parry many of his quick strikes. They crossed their weapons. He opened his eye and said that he was quite good. MC looked at him and said that he was holding up well too. He continued to press on him with his dagger using the gift. He began to tense up and said that, however, with strength alone, he didn't have time to finish because he touched his finger to his sword and used the skill of transformation. He weakened the blade of his sword at the point of impact, and with a sharp movement broke the blade of the sword, which greatly surprised him. Immediately after that, he jumped, spun in the air, and swung his dagger to attack. He saw him as a monster and himself completely unarmed, and this greatly frightened him. He was shocked because of this, and Gord loudly declared that victory was decided. They both heard this, and Wright stopped his dagger at his throat, hilt facing him. He was still confused by the defeat and looked at his sword with a puzzled expression. He walked past him and thought that using the gift required a lot of energy, so this technique was not suitable for long fights. However, it seemed that this time he would get off with only slight muscle pain. If he had tried this on a high-ranking opponent, he would already be dead, but fortunately, his status was not that high. Larsel fell to his knees and asked, "What happened here?" He turned to him and said that this was a special fencing technique, something that often happened when his opponents tried to parry blows. He turned to him and asked loudly, "Did he say a fencing technique?" He thought it was a lie. He just used a transformation to break his sword. He hadn't studied anything other than the very basics of fencing. Gord said that from his movements, he wouldn't have said that he had such a special technique. But since he broke this sword, is he really that strong? He asked. So he had some kind of special sword? He thought that when he touched the sword, he didn't feel anything. He agreed and said that this sword was the work of the famous blacksmith Lammas. As far as he knew, this sword was specially forged for Larsel, in honor of his acceptance into the Royal Guard. He was a little confused by this, and thought that it seemed like he overdid it. He took the sword blade and thought that it wasn't that hard to fix. He could return the sword to its original shape. He noticed this, snatched the blade from his hands, and loudly said that he should remove his hands. He heard his hand, looked up, saw that the protagonist had raised his hands, and clicked his tongue in displeasure. He started to run away and loudly said that he refused to accept this. He stopped because Rumiya said that he should wait. He entered into a duel with him by mutual consent, so she left him without punishment. However, behaving like this after defeat is unacceptable for a knight, don't you think? He wanted to say something, and she said that he not only insulted the noble man who saved their lives, but also refuses to accept defeat with dignity. Such behavior from a royal guard is a stain on the reputation of the entire state. She bowed before him and said that she begged his forgiveness. She accepts responsibility for the indecent behavior of her subordinate. Gord was surprised by this and loudly said that she should raise her head and think about her situation. She called him over and asked what he thought they should do with Larzal. He looked at him and said that he had repeatedly refused to follow her orders and then behaved inappropriately after the duel. Such actions call into question the prestige of the royal guard. According to the code, he is subject to the death penalty. She was a little worried about this, but turned to him and asked, "Is that so?" MC watched them discuss this and thought that she held the title of princess. But in reality, she was just a 15-year-old girl. He didn't think she really wanted to execute the knight she had spent so much time with. Rumia asked if there were any other options for punishment. Gord said that other organizations could get by with expulsion from their ranks, but according to the Royal Guard Code, the death penalty was the only option. She was upset about this, and he approached them, asked them to stop, and asked, "Is there a reason to execute him?" They immediately turned to him, and hope appeared in her eyes. He thought that sentencing a person to execution for a few insults. After all, this was a completely different world. The Order of the King's Guard is directly responsible for the safety of the royal family. One would expect that there would be strict rules. However, it doesn't seem like she wants to execute him. If the king, upon awakening, finds out that one of the knights of his guard died because of him, it is unlikely to help in further conversations. He has no reason to cover for Larzal. However, it seems that this time it will benefit him. Wright asked, "He is the only one injured, right?" However, he does not see a big problem in this. Gord said that this is certainly true, but it concerns the rules of the King's Guard. He punched his chest where the badge was and loudly said that the King's Guard is called to protect the royal family. To dishonor the order means to dishonor the king. That's why the Royal Guard Code is so harsh. He looked at it and thought that it turns out the problem is honor. He said that Rumia and he were the only witnesses. If they hide the truth, then no one will know anything, right? He agreed with this, and he said that he wasn't going to tell anyone about what happened. He called her and asked if she wouldn't do it either, right? She started shaking her head and said that she wouldn't do it. He started thinking about it, agreed, and said that if he agreed to this, then they would hold him responsible. Did he agree to this? She asked what did hold him responsible mean? He said that in the Royal Guard Code, there is an article according to which, in special cases, the execution of the guilty party's sentence can be postponed if he is needed in the service. The protagonist thought that he was getting it. He would be free from punishment for the rest of his service. He asked, does this mean that if he continues to serve, he can postpone his punishment indefinitely? He confirmed this and said that this requires the consent of the victim and the person in charge. However, they already have his consent, right? He confirmed this, and Gord said that he will be the person in charge. They have fulfilled all the conditions. He will determine his task himself. Larzal plucked up his resolve, bowed, and said loudly that he was very grateful. He looked at him and said that if he did anything else, then next time he would execute him without questions. He expects him to do everything to clear his honor. He agreed, and he turned around, called him and said that if he changed his mind, he could say so. In that case, he will carry out the sentence. It is his right. Larzal looked at him, scayed in displeasure, and walked away from them. MC looked at him and thought that it looks like his life is now in his hands. How did it come to this? He just wanted to show him his strength in a duel. After that, he brought a new tub of clean water to the room where the king slept, warned them about it. Rumia turned to him, thanked him, and said that he had helped them a lot. He said that there was no need for thanks, since there weren't enough hands here. She was wiping her father's face with a wet towel, and he came closer, touched the bed and asked, "The bed is a bit hard, doesn't she think so?" She touched it too and asked, "Does he really think so?" He thought that he had collected furniture for this house, but the bed, or rather the mattress, he made from what was at hand. She said that she thought that the furniture in this house was of the highest quality. He took the blade of Larzal's sword from his inventory and said that he was thinking of looking for better materials and making a new bed. It would do perfectly. He thought that he had taken it from him as punishment for what had happened. His face was terribly sad, but he did not dare refuse the princess's order and gave him the shard. They went into another room together, and she asked if he wanted to make something out of the shard. Wright said he would make a mattress out of it. She looked at him and asked, "He knows that torture is prohibited by law, right?" He had a blank expression on his face, and she said that although he had permission from the royal family, he walked up to the table, started using a transformation spell, and said that he would not torture anyone. He would make an ordinary bed out of it. He thought it looked like the princess was imagining a bed with blades sticking out of it. What an unusual imagination for a young girl. He created a spring from part of the blade, which surprised her greatly. Rumia caught it and asked what it was. He said it was a spring, and that it could be used to make a good mattress. He created many springs, lined them up in rows, and thought that he had manufacturing skills and was confident in his abilities. However, he was, first and foremost, an assassin, and had no experience in making beds. You'll have to rely on your memories. There aren't enough materials here, so you'll need to make up for the shortage with iron sand. Larzal saw it through the window and, with a shocked expression, said that it was his sword. Gord, in a displeased tone, said loudly that he should bring wood here. The protagonist took out several prepared materials, laid them on the springs, and very quickly sewed a mattress out of it. He sat on it and said that it was already better. Rumia looked at it with a puzzled expression and asked, "Did he really make this out of a sword?" He agreed and asked if she wanted to try it. She agreed and was about to sit down, but slipped and fell backwards onto the bed. She was very surprised by this, stood up abruptly, tried to say something, and he asked how she felt. She, with a surprised expression on her face, began to examine the mattress and said that it was incredible. She may be a princess, but she had never seen such a soft bed. He said that she seemed to like it. She said that not only does he know how to make medicine, but he also made such a beautiful bed out of a sword. He's such a great guy. He imagined a ton of money and thought that he could start mass production and make a ton of money or something like that. She was sitting on the bed. He went into another room and said that he would probably remake all the beds in the house in this spirit. She was surprised by this and asked if he was sure. He agreed and said that there was enough time. He went into another room and she looked out into the hallway, waited for him to leave, closed the door, took off her shoes, and ran to the bed. She jumped on the bed with a joyful expression on her face and was thrown up. She landed and started rolling around on this mattress in different ways. She got a little tired, calmed down, sat on the edge, and noticed that MC was standing in the doorway and looking at her. She began to get very nervous about this, and her face turned red from embarrassment. He didn't say anything about it and threw her a pillow that he brought with him. Rumia caught it, touched it, and was very surprised at how soft it was. She looked at him with a little embarrassment. He started to leave the rooms and waved his hand. As soon as he left the room, she continued to tumble on the bed with a pillow with a joyful expression on her face. Later, he returned to the room, put the ladder against the wall, and she looked at him. She wanted to say something but stopped and buried her face in the pillow. He noticed this and asked, "What was it?" She said that she had one request. He looked at her and asked, "Is this a request that you do not want to ask?" She asked loudly with a joyful look, "Can she take this bed to the palace? Of course, she will pay." He was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and thought, "So that's the thing. He can make a lot of beds like this if he has the materials." He agreed and said that when she can return to the castle, she can take it with her. She was very happy about this and thanked him for it. He looked at her and thought that the new bed turned out to be a great success. At the same time, Larzal was very depressed about the loss of his sword, and Gord called him in a displeased tone and loudly said that he should stop slacking off from work. The next day, Rumia loudly called her father, who had just woken up. Lias examined his body and asked, "Did he survive?" Wright entered the room and they both looked at him. He remembers that the bear inflicted a mortal wound on him. Did he really dream it? She denied it and said that it really happened. He survived only thanks to the potion. He was shocked by this. She pointed her hand in his direction, said his name, and said that this man cured his wound with the help of a precious first-level potion. He gave his name and said that he was a doctor. He was surprised by this, but quickly calmed down, thanked him, and said that it turned out that he owed him his life. "By the way, who is he?" He was silent for a few seconds and asked if he was offended by his manner of speech. He laughed and said that it didn't bother him at all. Few adventurers know even the basics of etiquette. It irritates some, but he prefers to ignore it. He looked at his body again, looked around the room and said that when he asked this question, he was talking about his identity. The protagonist said that he was a doctor. Lias asked if this was his house. He agreed, and he pointed at the lamp on the ceiling. He said that this was a magic lamp. Its light is even and soft. Such are expensive. You can only see it in the royal palace. Where did the doctor get such a thing? He found him very persistent, and he looked at his hand and said that, besides, his wound was too serious. A level 1 potion would not have helped. Based on this, it turns out that the level of the potion was higher, right? He took a bottle out of his inventory, agreed, and said it was level 2. They were both very surprised by this, and he loudly asked where he got a level 2 potion from. Gord, standing at the entrance to the room, was very worried about what he heard, and MC calmly said that he made it himself. The king was surprised, then began to laugh loudly and asked, "Is he serious? Then maybe he could demonstrate his skills." He agreed and asked, "How about if in exchange he tells him how the royals ended up in such a place?" Lias asked the protagonist if he thought he could make demands on the king. The protagonist replied that he did. It was an exchange of equal information. The king, settling more comfortably on his bed, agreed. Fine, he would tell him about it. However, first he would prove to him that he knew how to make second-tier potions. MC said, "Okay." Rumia cautiously asked her father, "Is he sure?" Lias answered, "Yes, they would need help and allies. A doctor who knew how to make second-tier potions would be very helpful." Wright watched as the king patted his daughter on the head and got to work. He said, "Here are the ingredients. He'll make the potion now." Lias, seeing what he was going to make the medicine from, asked him, "Medzia herb?" The protagonist replied, "Yes, it's the common Medzia herb." He threw it into a bowl and began to crush it, grinding it into powder. The rustling of leaves could be heard in the complete silence. His movements were quick and precise. The king remarked that he had the hands of a master. The protagonist replied, because he's a master. But then he added the remaining ingredients, including water, and said, all that's left is to boil it. After a while, when everything was ready, Lias looked at the concoction and remarked in surprise at its pleasant red color, a rich red, the typical color of a second-tier potion. MC poured the concoction into vials, examined them, and declared, now it's ready. The king took the vial and carefully examined the contents. He asked Wright if he could try it. The protagonist replied that he didn't mind, but they had no wounded here. Lias took a sharp blade and said, there will be some soon. He quickly cut his palm, and Rumia cried out in fear. Gord also exclaimed in alarm, what is His Majesty doing? Lias silently poured the potion onto the wound and almost immediately exclaimed in amazement, amazing, this really is it. The protagonist asked him in bewilderment, could the king risk trying it on himself? His Majesty replied, could he force someone else to do it for him? If his potion was genuine, there would be no problems, just like there were no wounds. MC looked at him carefully. Lias continued, so, he's confirmed he has the skill to make a second-tier potion. As promised, he'll tell him why they're here. However, he'll ask him to keep this information secret. Wright assured him he understood. The king sighed, bracing himself for conversation, frowned, and finally said, they're here because of an assassination attempt. The protagonist remarked in surprise. Assassination attempt? Lias continued. Starkus, a mage from the prince's guard, tried to kill him. He used teleportation magic. The protagonist asked him, so he teleported him to the monster? His Highness confirmed that this was indeed the case. He added that he, of course, knew how to wield a sword, but it had all happened too quickly. He hadn't had time to react and nearly died. Memories of that battle flashed vividly before the king's eyes. He even asked his assistant for reinforcements, but it was too late. Wright thought about it. Assassination by teleportation. Teleportation magic itself is harmless. But if you set a trap in advance and then teleport the target there, it's effective. He tried this too. He'd killed high-level players he couldn't harm otherwise. Suddenly, Gord fell to his knees before the king and fervently declared, please forgive me, I should have protected him with my life. Lias approached his faithful comrade, placed his hand on his shoulder, and asked him to rise. He told him no knight could have protected him in time. Besides, it was he who killed the monster and protected him, wasn't it? Gord lowered his eyes and replied, let him forgive him, but he wasn't the one who killed the monster. The king looked at him in surprise and guessed, then, was it Larzal? Gord said no, it was Wright. Lias exclaimed in amazement, wasn't he a doctor? Rumia quietly laughed at her father's reaction. The protagonist said, he killed him, but with poison. His Highness asked in surprise, with poison? He showed the vial of the deadly potion to the king. Lias asked him in bewilderment, did he make that himself too? MC explained, it was made from simple ingredients. He simply mixed everything in the right proportions. The king's amazement knew no bounds. Is that so? So he's an expert on poisons too? Gord noted. Wright is a doctor, but he's also strong in combat. He defeated Larzal in a duel. His Highness exclaimed in bewilderment. What? This knight is certainly still a child in many ways, but he's a master with a sword. Gord said exactly, but he still lost. Incidentally, he's currently investigating the teleportation zone on the princess's orders. Wright broke Larzal's sword with some unusual technique. That was very impressive. The king exclaimed in bewilderment. He broke Larzal's sword? He looked at the protagonist as if he were seeing him for the first time. Then, confused, he said, it's hard to believe, but they need to put this topic aside for now. Now isn't the time. After thinking for a moment, His Highness looked at the protagonist again and asked him if he would help him. MC asked him with what exactly. Lias replied, return to the palace. He added that the local forest was very dangerous, but in his opinion, with the help of a skilled doctor, they could return home. The protagonist noted that he spoke as if returning to the palace would solve all his problems. The king asked him what he meant. He thought he was in danger again. The protagonist replied, what? He thought the mage who sent him to be devoured by a monster would leave him alone? All three looked at him in confusion. It was clear no one had considered that option. Finally, Lias said, that mage named Starkus should have already been executed for his actions. He turned out to be quite suspicious, and with his royal disappearance, those suspicions would become clear. Wright gloomily remarked, was this suspicious man part of the royal guard? All three stared at him again, puzzled. Then the king asked, confused, and yet, how did he actually end up in Kosis's guard? All three remained lost in thought. The protagonist asked His Highness if Starkus seemed suspicious to him. Lias replied that he did. People were dying around him under strange circumstances. Rumors swirled that he was poisoning their food. After these words, Lias slammed his fist on the table several times and angrily exclaimed, appoint him to Kosis's guard? He'd rather hire adventurers. MC thought, Kosis must be a prince. He wondered out loud to Lias if he shouldn't have been fired for something like that. At the very least, His Highness replied, of course they should have. Then why didn't he give him a serious punishment, instead of just sending him to wash dishes? The king slammed his fist on the table again. It was clear he was angry with himself at his stupid behavior toward his opponent. The main character advised himself not to get involved in this matter. And yet, he asked the king, and no one in his entourage tried to judge him? His Highness exclaimed, no one said anything. Even his eternally grumbling advisor never spoke out against him. The king clutched his hair. his entire appearance betraying remorse at his own stupidity. At that moment, MC heard loud sounds, reminiscent of thunder. Despite this, he asked the king, and no one in his entourage tried to judge him? Laius answered him, no, no one said anything. Even his eternally grumbling advisor never spoke out against him. The protagonist, for whom the ominous sounds and the order to stay out of this matter were growing louder, gloomily noted, after all, everyone hated the mage Starkus, right? The king answered, of course. Right again saw the dark aura thickening above the heads of his interlocutors, and heard an ominous voice ordering them not to interfere in this matter. Suddenly, a black skeleton appeared above the heads of the royal representatives and Gord, strings dangling from its knuckles, controlling the king, Rumia, and Gord. The protagonist thought, so that's it. Now he understood how the mage Starkus worked. The skeleton exclaimed even more furiously, how dare he interfere in this matter? The protagonist, unafraid of the mage's wrath, thought, mind manipulation is a very dangerous magic. The power of manipulation depends on the mage's might. However, the spells can be dispelled if one continues to point out inconsistencies in the memories. The demon suddenly jerked its hand demonstratively several times, approaching right. MC, watching this, wondered in confusion. What was it doing? The skeleton, meanwhile, approaching the protagonist, changed the shape of its finger. The upper part of it changed and lifted, and sharp tips appeared in the gap. They erupted from the joint and began to approach right, trailing threads in their wake. A bright flash of light appeared, but the protagonist resisted with the creature's threads. Moreover, he shattered part of its hand with its own weapon, damaging it. After that, MC said, he didn't expect this. Is he still trying to use magic? Does he think that if he can't kill it, he'll be able to break its consciousness? The protagonist summoned the #1 magical tool, a mouse model, and exclaimed, no way! The mouse activated its combat component and fired at the enemy. The demon countered, but the protagonist shattered the opponent's attack with his tool, exclaiming, did he really think he could defeat him with this? Let him return when he's 1,000 times stronger. The shattered fragments of the demon's hand contained images of those he'd manipulated. Meanwhile, Starkus in his laboratory exclaimed in surprise. The magic had suddenly dissipated at such a moment. However, at the same time, it was still active, albeit weakly. Was it because of the magical wards, or had someone helped Laius? No matter, he wouldn't let anyone stand between Lord Luras Mers and his desire. Let Laius savor the taste of suffering and despair, if he lived long enough. He stepped out onto the balcony and looked at the residents, who were also affected by his magic. The strings of his power extended to each of them. The entire population was under his influence. The king, meanwhile, was wondering if everyone hated the mage Starkus. Of course they did, although that wasn't certain. Rumia and Gord watched His Highness intently, hanging on his every word. Lias tried to grasp the situation. He said that Starkus behaved like a true barbarian, yet everyone in the palace treated him like a friend. Had he really conspired with the others to drive him, their king, from the palace? Rumia looked at her father compassionately. The protagonist sarcastically remarked, is he that bad a king? Lias irritably answered, no. Of course, it's not proper to praise oneself, but kings who care for their subjects as much as he does are rare. Since he ascended the throne, royal family expenses had been cut in half. Some expenses are dictated by policy and governance, so cutting the budget entirely was impossible. The protagonist asked him, what do the common people think? Gord replied, His Majesty is very beloved by the people. If he asked anyone on the street, he'd hear the same thing. MC, thinking about Starkus's technique, said, I see. So it was definitely mind manipulation. Most likely everyone in the palace was already under his control. Laius exclaimed in confusion. Mind manipulation? Right, confirmed. Exactly. It was a type of magic that could take control of people. He wondered if it existed in VLO, but only special NPC villains could use it there. Players couldn't use it. Gord said, confused. So no one ever reacted to Starkus's actions precisely because of this magic? The protagonist said, most likely, yes. Laius was perplexed. But why would he have forcibly teleported him to the forest if he could have simply subjugated him? Why hadn't he done that? The protagonist replied that the royal family and high-level adventurers had a high resistance to this magic. The king exclaimed, so that's why he decided to throw him out of the palace? Gord exclaimed, it really does fit. He needs to be stopped. The king jumped up from his chair and exclaimed in alarm. If what Wright said about mind manipulation was true, he could take over his entire kingdom. However, he didn't know what to do. He collapsed back into his chair, clutching his head. The protagonist told him this magic was quite easy to dispel. His Majesty asked in bewilderment, just dispel it? The protagonist confirmed, exactly. The magic would wear off if the caster was killed. So if he killed Starkus, the problem would be solved. The king looked at him in surprise, then paused. Then he said to MC, maybe he as a doctor couldn't understand, but this mage isn't so easy to kill. Wright countered, if there's no easy way to kill, can't they find another? Lias said his palace was heavily guarded, making it practically impossible to get past the guards. The protagonist countered, the guards had let in a mage who could manipulate minds. He was sure it wasn't all that complicated. The king was furious. What could he know about this? Only a true assassin could handle this, someone capable of infiltrating the palace undetected and killing the mage. But he couldn't contact such an assassin while everyone was in his palace. Gord gripped the hilt of his weapon, clutched it tightly, and considered. Rumia and the king also looked puzzled. The protagonist wondered if he had someone in mind. His Highness looked at him in confusion and exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. He knows assassins." Wright paused, puzzled. Was it really that surprising that he had such acquaintances? He could make second-tier potions, hadn't he forgotten? The king remarked. If you look at it that way, it was true. However, an ordinary mercenary couldn't kill him so easily. His palace was an impenetrable fortress, the walls of which countless assassins and other rabble had tried unsuccessfully to penetrate. MC chuckled and said, "An impenetrable fortress, huh?" He held up 3 fingers to the king and continued, "An impenetrable barrier. A magic destruction barrier, and a space rupture barrier. That's all the defense, right?" He thought, citing several of the strongest barriers in the VLO. Combined, they constitute a powerful obstacle to anyone. His Majesty retorted in amazement. "Those are all barriers from legend. They don't have anything like that. Their palace is surrounded by defensive wall, class magic." The protagonist said doubtfully, "These are ranked at the lowest level. What other defensive structures do they have? What do the windows look like, for example?" The king replied that the windows weren't protected by magic. No need. They were too far away to be hit by a spell. The protagonist thought with a chuckle. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd had such a simple order. He told Laius that his acquaintance could handle it, although his participation depended on the reward. The king flared up again. Had he even listened to him? They needed to kill a powerful sorcerer sitting in a protected palace. MC noted that anyone who couldn't handle such a task simply couldn't be called an assassin. After some thought, Laius said that if he truly knew someone who could help him, he'd agree to anything. Could this person really kill Starkus? Wright assured him, absolutely, and he'd only receive a reward if he succeeded. His Highness was convinced. Was that true? The protagonist answered decisively. Yes, he was ready to vouch for his success with his life. They stared intently at each other. Finally, Laius said, "Okay, he's willing to offer any reward. Let him introduce him to this man." The protagonist innocently asked, "How about doing it right now?" He activated a magical symbol, which grew in size and formed a large display case displaying various weapons and gadgets. MC asked permission to introduce himself. He was Wright, a doctor and assassin. Laius, stuttering in confusion, asked him, "What did he just say?" At that moment, 2 objects appeared on the table. A teapot with tea and a sugar bowl with a cup holder, which turned out to be a support artifact in the mouse model. The models, as if nothing had happened, placed mugs on the table and poured the drink. Gord, the king, and Rumia were stunned. The protagonist declared that his assassin friend was himself. First, they needed to discuss the reward. Laius exclaimed in confusion. What was he talking about? He was a doctor. At that moment, the sugar bowl artifact tapped the king's cup with a spoon, getting his attention. Using the number of fingers, it asked him how much sugar he preferred in his tea. 1, 2, 3? Confused, Laius showed the artifact 1 finger and received a sugar cube in his tea. A stunned Rumia showed the artifact 3 fingers and received 3 sugar cubes. The protagonist remarked, "From doctor to murderer, it's just 1 step. For example, from something simple, one can brew a deadly poison." The king, taking a sip of tea and setting the mug on the table, remarked that Starkus had definitely prepared for that. MC agreed. That was most likely true. But what if something entered his body that he couldn't recognize as poison? His Highness thought hard, and then asked, "But how would he poison him?" The protagonist responded that he could do a lot of things, including making a poison that could be sprayed over the fields where the palace kitchen grows produce. He could send a flying artifact into the clouds so the poison would mix with the rainfall, and Starkus wouldn't suspect a thing. Laius remarked in surprise, "Is that even possible?" he thought, suggesting that making such an artifact would be quite difficult. Instead of answering, Wright pulled a mechanical object from his pocket, activated it with his finger, and uttered the words, "gift," followed by, "launch." The object instantly transformed into another artifact in the form of a combat mouse, and the muzzle of a firing device emerged from the creature's back. The teapot-shaped artifact tossed an empty cup into the air, and the firing device fired its device, shattering the cup. Everyone present was in a state of utter astonishment. The protagonist, calmly finishing his tea, calmly remarked, "Well, that's how it is." Finding a method of assassination wouldn't be difficult for him. He reflected, looking at the astonished king, that the key to successful negotiations was to deliver a convincing demonstration to the client and surprise him. He had taken an advantageous position. In his mind's eye, he imagined a scale with his service on the scales and the estimated payment for his work. Well, now they could discuss the reward. At that moment, the sugar bowl artifact tapped its teapot comrade and, with its tongs, pointed toward Gord, and then at the broken bowl, indicating that everyone else had mugs, but Gord did not. The battle mouse and the teapot assumed a calm expression, demonstrating their innocence. The sugar bowl grew angry and chased after its comrades, threatening them with the tongs. The artifact scattered, somewhat startling Rumia. The king rose from his chair, crouched before the broken cup, picked up the shard and told the protagonist that if he could truly kill Starkus, he would offer him a generous reward. But what did he want? The protagonist held up 2 fingers and said what he wanted. Land for a personal workshop, confidentiality, and cooperation. Laius replied that land was no problem, but what did he mean by confidentiality and cooperation? Wright said it wouldn't do him any good to have people know he was a hired killer, and he'd prefer his skills be known only to those they could trust. The king looked closely at the display of weapons and equipment and asked him, "What about cooperation?" The protagonist replied that cooperation is just that, cooperation, where both parties are equal. One can ask the other for help, but the other can always refuse. His Highness grimly remarked that he had serious demands, to be on equal terms with an entire state. The protagonist retorted, but was there anything wrong with that proposal? He couldn't force him to do anything under those terms. Laius looked at him smugly, shook his hand and proclaimed, "So be it." He agreed to his terms. Wright responded, "Excellent, he accepts the order." So his target was the mage Starkus, and as a reward he would receive land for a personal workshop, confidentiality, and cooperation. Rumia continued to silently watch her father and the protagonist, looking back and forth in surprise. The king asked about the completion time. How many days would it take? The protagonist replied that if they went the route of spraying poison on the field, it would take at least a month. If they forgo that and attack directly, it would take less time. After all, the sooner the better, right? Meanwhile, Rumia was trying to reconcile the warring artifacts, listening intently to her father and Wright's conversation. Laius remarked that he would, of course, prefer a faster method, but they only had one try, so let him choose the one that was 100% effective. He looked closely at MC and asked, "Can he do it?" Wright, grinning, replied, "It depends on how well the enemy is protected." Using his skills, the protagonist activated a drawing board and told the king to first explain the palace's defenses in as much detail as possible. And don't forget about the spells Starkus uses. His Highness was surprised by the object that had appeared, but overcoming his astonishment, he picked up the chalk and noted that the defenses might have changed since he'd been in the palace. The protagonist replied that it was okay, he'd find out everything important himself. Laius looked thoughtfully at the chalk, while Rumia and Gord looked at him expectantly. Finally, his Highness said, looking at MC, "Fine, but let him keep this information to himself." He then began explaining, drawing diagrams and charts on the board. Gord and the protagonist were actively discussing details and trivialities. Rumia grew bored, yawned, and turned away from her allies. At that moment, a new artifact named Maki appeared on the table, frantically waving her arms, attracting her attention. The girl was dumbfounded. A 4th artifact had appeared. The creature began gesturing for her. Rumia followed it and arrived at the bathroom. Near the hot water faucet, with a basin underneath, Maki gestured for her to run a bath and enjoy a relaxing soak. She was amazed. She didn't understand how it all worked. Nevertheless, having filled the bathtub with hot water, Rumia began to enjoy the soak. Hot water was supplied by a stove, which heated the water with its own fire, and a fan stood nearby, maintaining the balance of moisture and heat. After enjoying a hot bath, she wanted to change into her usual attire, but the artifact escorted her to her room, where the other creatures were already hard at work, preparing her clothes and making her bed. Rumia donned a cat-shaped bathrobe and was delighted by her appearance. Looking out at her allies, she bid them good night, and returning to her room, went to bed. The artifacts, their work completed, began to scurry out of her bedroom one by one. The king and Wright continued their discussion of the plan for the upcoming mission, while Gord snored loudly in his chair. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Larzal entered. Gord woke up and looked at the newcomer, expressing his joy at seeing him. When the knight saw the king, he looked at him in amazement and knelt before him, muttering words of forgiveness and greeting. The protagonist watched calmly. Afterwards, the boy handed His Majesty a scroll of information, stood at the drawing board, and drew a map of the area, indicating the location of Renellaria, the kingdom of Mises, and their location. The king, the protagonist, and Gord listened attentively to the boy, marveling at his accomplishments. After his story, Laius approached Larzal, placed his hand on his shoulder, and praised his selfless work. MC, meanwhile, looked at the knight with a smile. The boy, embarrassed, turned away in irritation. Gord approached the newcomer, patted him approvingly on the shoulder, and suggested they take a rest after their journey. They wished the king and the protagonist good night and retired to rest. Entering the bedroom, both allies sank into their beds, looking forward to a deep, restful sleep. Larzal thought of the mattress and the sacrifice of his sword, and puffed with rage. He exhaled angrily, mentally cursing the protagonist. Wright, meanwhile, was intensely contemplating the upcoming task. The next morning, Rumia woke up feeling completely rested. She took her morning bath, changed, and went out into the hallway. She heard voices coming from the living room and headed that way. Approaching, she saw her father sitting at the table. He said, addressing the protagonist, that was all he could tell him about the palace and Starkus. He understood that fulfilling the order would not be easy. Larzal, his hands on the table, was deep in thought. Gord was preparing breakfast for everyone, listening attentively to the conversation. Rumia wished everyone a good morning. Gord returned her smile, and the knight greeted her shyly. The protagonist muttered a morning greeting. The girl silently approached Gord and began helping him prepare breakfast. Lias asked MC if he thought he could do it. The protagonist replied that, if he understood correctly, he hadn't had such an easy order in a long time. He would only need a few artifacts to prepare it. The king remarked in surprise, "So easy?" Rumia looked at Right in bewilderment. Gord placed a plate of breakfast in front of her and gave her a thumbs up with a smile, letting her know the dish was delicious. MC then announced that they would begin the assassination using artifacts. They should count on the fact that nothing had changed in the palace since the king's departure. Lias sighed warily, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said he wasn't an expert in assassinations, so he would leave the planning to him as the executor. The protagonist noticed, and thankfully so. He turned to Gord and told him, he said it was about 3 hours from here to the capital. The man replied, "That's right, they're near Leneralia after all." Right thought, so if he gathered the materials, he could complete the order in a day. He said out loud that he needed 500 magic stones, 30 kilograms of iron, and 10 kilograms of bronze. Could he get them for him? Gord thought for a few minutes, then said, "There's a main office of the Kuruan Trade Alliance in Leneralia. The head of this alliance, named Kuruan, could help them." The protagonist answered, he understood. Does he have money? He took out his bag and began to rummage through it, taking out helmets and other things, but not money. Not finding what he needed, Gord sheepishly remarked, "This was too unexpected." The protagonist concluded, meaning there was no money. He turned to the others and looked at them expectantly. Larzul shyly spread his arms, indicating he had no funds. Rumia and the king also looked down, making it clear they had no funds either. MC thought, well, he didn't either. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He asked Gord if they could pay by check. Gord, setting the washed dishes on the table, replied that they could, but if a member of the royal guard used a check, it would be immediately reported to the order's headquarters. And if they learned he was alive, everything could go wrong. Wright agreed with him. It was definitely best to avoid that. Perhaps there was some way to obtain materials without direct contact. The main thing was to get bronze and iron. He could hunt monsters for stones. Lias thoughtfully remarked that even if it was something small, no problem. But 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of bronze already cost a considerable sum. Without direct contact, there's no way. The protagonist thought, bronze is a rare material, and this world isn't as technologically advanced as his homeworld, so iron is likely mined with great difficulty. But for this order, he needs these materials. He said out loud that they could sell something to get the materials in exchange. Gord and the king looked at him in confusion. What was he talking about? Wright picked up the vials on the table, showed them to his allies, and said, "This is a level 2 potion. Maybe I should sell it?" Larzul was shocked by what he heard. Level 2? Lias said that potions themselves are very valuable, but it's better to keep a level 2 potion to yourself. The protagonist looked at the vials and wondered if they couldn't be sold for a high price. Although, of course, this potion could be considered a common medicine, and the price would be much lower. He suggested perhaps he should try higher level potions then? They had time, so he could make a level 4 potion. The king and the knights exclaimed in bewilderment. Is he serious? Larzul felt like his brain was about to explode. Gord said, although maybe he really did know how to make them. His Highness had said that potions above level 2 were so valuable that they would immediately attract the attention of many. Wright asked him in surprise, "Really, that valuable?" The king replied that all potions above level 2 were obliged to be passed on to the royal family. Such potions were very rare. Only one was produced every 3 years, and even then, not always. By comparison, several bottles of level 1 potions were produced per year. The protagonist thought perplexedly. 1 potion every 3 years, there were practically none at all. He would never have thought it such a treasure. He activated the potion-making cauldron and asked, "What about level 0? Lias said thoughtfully, "Excellent. They're valuable, but not so rare as to be considered suspicious." Wright concluded, "Excellent. Then he'll get to work." Having activated the necessary ingredients, to the astonished glances of his allies, he mixed pure water with the potion from the vials and began creating the potion. Looking at his surprised comrades, he asked them, didn't they know? If potions are diluted with water, their level decreases. Lias said, confused. They know, but he himself, does he even know what he's done? The protagonist calmly replied. He added water to the potion and got a level 0 potion. His Highness pointed at the vial and exclaimed indignantly, didn't he listen to him? They only get a potion like that once every 3 years, and he diluted it with water and made a level 0 potion out of it. The protagonist replied ironically, it only takes 2 minutes to make such a potion, so don't worry about it. In his opinion, the fate of the state was more important. The king didn't immediately know what to say. Then he said, it's certainly true, but he's never known anyone who can make these potions so easily, so he's still a little shocked. Gord, Larzul, and Rumia couldn't believe it. A level 2 potion could be turned into a level 0 potion? Wright looked at their astonished expressions and remarked, but they'd soon get used to it. Finally, the level 0 potions were ready. The protagonist, packing the goods into a crate, asked Gord if he could definitely sell them. He assured that he could rely on him. Helping the protagonist with the packing, he added, but it's better to sell them at night. MC didn't understand why they had to wait so long. Gord explained to him that if he went out now, there was a chance he'd run into one of the royal guards. They couldn't be sure who was friend or foe, so it was best to avoid that. The protagonist thought, logical, but he could help with that. He gave the knight an object and told him to take it with him. Gord, taking the small object, asked him in surprise what it was. MC said it was a magical camouflage tool. As soon as he touched the crystal, a thick white mist emerged from the object, enveloping him from head to toe. When the mist cleared, MC's comrades stared in surprise at the man sitting before them. Lias remarked in bewilderment. He really didn't look like Gord at all. The knight agreed. Indeed, his face was completely different. The old man looked like an ordinary, unremarkable villager. He touched his face and said in confusion, "Is this true? He only has a mustache?" The protagonist held up a mirror. Gord, upon looking at himself, exclaimed in bewilderment, "He can do that too?" The astonished Lias, Rumia, and Larzal convinced themselves it's definitely Gord. That's his voice. When everyone had calmed down a bit and gotten used to Gord's new appearance, the protagonist asked him if he should accompany him to the city. It would be hard to carry 500 magic stones alone. Gord replied that Larzal would carry the things. They knew how to avoid monsters, so he didn't have to worry about them. MC, looking at the boy, transformed him as well. Now the knight looked like a typical rural farmer's assistant. Wright told him he'd changed his appearance, but his voice remained the same. He should try not to run into his acquaintances. Larzal replied, "Fine. It would be better if he could negotiate with his face, but then how would he return to his previous appearance?" The protagonist showed him a magic stone and explained, "Let him whisper the word stop. This way he will return to his real appearance." To regain his disguise, he had to say, "Start." Gord and the knight tried it all out, and everything worked as expected. Afterward, they set off, promising their companions that they would return soon. The protagonist warned them to be careful. When his allies left, he looked at the house and thought, this trinket isn't suitable for creating magical tools. It needs to be remade. He headed into the forest, thinking there must still be materials left. The king called out to him and told him he wanted to consult with him about something else. Wright stopped and looked at him expectantly. Lias said he wanted to ask him about the artifact he'd given Gord. Could it be used to take the form of a specific person? The protagonist grinned and thought, he's cunning. He answered out loud that it would take a little work, but yes, it was possible. Did he have any ideas? His Highness told him none at the moment, but it was useful. Would it be possible to order these artifacts from him once he completed the task? The protagonist saw no problem with that. It could be done for a fee. The king was about to say something, but at that moment, Rumia appeared from the window, shouting for her father to see this. In her hands were the king's outerwear. The girl exclaimed, "Mucky has tidied up his clothes. They're like new." Then Rumia sheepishly remarked, "Was she bothering them?" Lias assured her that wasn't the case. They had already finished their conversation. He looked at the protagonist and added that they would discuss it after the order was completed. Wright agreed. Rumia looked at him with interest, waved, smiled, and disappeared from the window. The protagonist heard her ask her father what they had talked about. Lias answered her, simply asking him for something. The protagonist muttered, "Well, it's time to build a simple workshop." He activated a magical symbol, creating concrete slabs. The king and his daughter watched for a long time as he created materials for the workshop. MC pondered as he worked. Killing Starkus wasn't his primary goal. He was here to kill Masur Zul, the god of this world. The assassination order and his cooperation with the king were merely transitory points. Through fusion and then transformation, he continued to create the materials he needed. Sometime later, when all the preparations were complete and even the foundation pit had been dug, Wright thought, after all, his goal, the unknown god. The support of the king and his kingdom wouldn't hurt him, and if a god's power depended on the people's faith in him, then an entire country could certainly find use for him. Without ceasing, he continued to build his workshop. After some time, Lias and his daughter came out and simply gasped in amazement. A large building of a beautiful, unusual shape loomed before them. Wright looked at the king and thought he should build a good relationship with him. After some time, Gord and Larzal were returning home, taking occasional rests along the way. Their load was incredibly heavy, so they made stops along the way. Finally, they reached their destination. Lias came out in response to a knock on the door, and Gord informed him they had returned. The king remarked, "Excellent work." Were they being followed? The protagonist looked at their luggage and thought, puzzled. So, it turns out that the two of them carried 140 kilograms of luggage. He asked Gord in amazement, "They carried all that together?" He was simply impressed. The old man replied with a grin, "They were in excellent physical condition." The protagonist examined the goods and noted that the iron quality was certainly not the best, but it would be sufficient. Gord looked at him in amazement, seeing how easily he held the metal with one hand. He approached Wright, ran his fingers over the muscles in his arm, and remarked with surprise, "He's in pretty good shape himself." Continuing to sort through the materials, MC pulled out an herb and asked the old man, puzzled, "What is this?" Gord replied that Larzal had picked up the medicinal herbs along the way. He said they might be useful in his quest. Gord gave him his magical transformation stones. The protagonist looked at the knight in surprise, and the boy turned away in irritation. After some time, the protagonist, along with his stunned allies, came to his laboratory and said, "So, it's time to get to work." The companions were surprised. "Wow, so suddenly?" MC, ignoring their amazement, said Gord, "I'll seal the doors and windows with magic. If anything happens, let them call for him from outside." The old man agreed, glancing sideways at the king and knight to see if they could overhear what he said. He leaned toward Wright and conspiratorially asked him if this was all because the methods for creating murder tools were a closely guarded secret. The protagonist looked at him quizzically and whispered back, "Secrecy is certainly one reason, but the biggest reason is the danger they pose to others." Gord was surprised. "Danger?" the protagonist retorted. "Does he think creating murder weapons is safe?" He quickly agreed with him. He was right. He would keep an eye on Larsel so he wouldn't start banging on the door. Wright thanked him and added, "Leave the rest to him." He advised them to go to sleep. MC added, "I almost forgot to tell them. They're leaving for the palace tomorrow, after all." He prepared an outdoor bath for them to use. He'd made it next to the workshop. They only have one try, so they need to be 100% ready. Gord exclaimed in bewilderment, "A bath? And what, are they leaving tomorrow? Will he have time to use all these materials before morning?" Wright calmly told him, "Right, this would take all night, especially given their circumstances. It couldn't drag things out. They needed to retake the palace as soon as possible, and with it the state, right?" Gord looked at him with respect and surprise, bowed, and thanked him. As he left the workshop, Wright, using transformation, sealed the entrance and windows with magic. Then, opening a box with items, summoned a chest of items, examining the compartments containing his materials. After this, the protagonist connected all the compartments into a single row and, reaching inside, activated the expansion. The compartments began to spread throughout the workshop, and soon mechanical arms emerged, pulling out all sorts of materials, including blocks of metal, bunches of herbs, and vials filled with potions. The protagonist noted that the secret maneuver workshop and the monkey cave had been created. Surrounded by a huge number of hands summoned to assist him in crafting weapons, Wright set to work. Meanwhile, Gord, closing his eyes, sighed as he sank into the water in the open bathtub. Lias stood, thoughtfully holding his chin, gazing at the smoke rising from the workshop. Larsel sat, sadly gazing at the shards of his sword, and Rumia lay in bed, playing with Maki. The protagonist had been busy crafting weapons this entire time, unaware that it was already morning. He never left the workshop, and Rumia, Lias, Gord, and Larsel gathered in the kitchen, starting breakfast. Gord and Larsel glanced toward the workshop once more, where a hole suddenly appeared in the wall, and a strange, bird-like creature flew out. The knight and the old man instantly assumed a fighting stance and readied their weapons, ready to repel an attack at any moment. At that moment, MC called out the command, "Stop," and beckoned the creature to him. The creature obediently returned to him. Wright looked at his allies, and apologizing for the disturbance, explained that his artifact had escaped during a test run. Gord and Larsel put away their swords, and the old man asked the protagonist, "Are you finished?" The protagonist answered affirmatively and asked, "Can they take this?" After these words, he gestured toward a large crate standing in the workshop. Gord and the knight placed the crate on a cart, MC covered the hole in the wall with a cloak, and joined his allies. Gord pointed to the crate and asked him in amazement, "Did he do this today?" Wright replied, "Yes, indeed. Everything is securely packed, so even if something falls, it's no big deal." Lias and Rumia came out of the house toward them. The protagonist looked at the king and said, "The time has come." His Highness remarked, "And indeed, it has come." The protagonist thought, today, he would be carrying out his first assassination in this world. He asked his comrades, "They remember the essence of the operation, right?" Gord told him they would disguise themselves and infiltrate the city. After that, they will wait for him in a safe place. Once he completed the order, he would signal them and they could leave. Lias declared he would handle the situation after Starkus's murder himself. MC agreed and reminded everyone that they all had magical tools for disguise. Let them use them. Everyone activated these items one by one, transforming beyond recognition. Gord looked himself over and noted with surprise that yesterday had been different. Today, he looked like a business-like craftsman, with a luxurious beard and a cap. Wright said he had prepared the tools. Everything had to be done so as to attract as little attention as possible. He looked at his allies and noted that they were all worried, especially the princess. Well, yes, if he completely failed the order, they would completely lose control of the country. Gord returned to his previous appearance and asked MC if this artifact could be used to change gender. The protagonist was surprised. Why? The old man answered that he'd seen a wanted poster in town yesterday. It said a woman and 3 men were wanted. Perhaps this was all the work of the Starkus guards. He was thinking that one of them should change genders to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. MC said thoughtfully, "I see. It's possible, of course," he said, "but 4 men is also suspicious." Gord noted that 4 girls would also look unnatural. Larsel said, "So it's best to have 2 men and 2 women?" Wright concluded, "That's what they'll do. He'll be the mother, Larsel the father. Then the king and princess will be children, it seems, and they'll pretend to be traveling merchants." The king told him to take his time. If they're going to pretend to be merchants, then why shouldn't he be the father? The protagonist told him that, judging by yesterday's information, there's a high probability that they're currently actively searching for him specifically. If you analyze everything and calculate, the voice can be changed, but his speech style cannot. But if you give him a role very different from his own, it might work. Lias grumbled. Was it really necessary to think everything through so much? The protagonist turned to the knights and asked if they agreed to this. The allies answered positively. MC showed them the device and told them to press the button on top to change gender. Gord did it first, and everyone present simply gasped. He transformed into a slender young woman in a hat, holding an umbrella. He looked at himself and grumbled darkly. "This is too much," Larsel remarked. "It will make them stand out even more." Wright told them he could adjust their height and build. Tell them to give him the artifact. Rumiya could barely contain her laughter. Gord asked her, "What happened? Is something wrong?" "Don't let her look at him like that." The princess couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone looked at her with irritation and a frown. The girl quickly pulled herself together and apologized. The protagonist replied that it was okay. He began giving everyone his final instructions. Rumiya sat down on the cart and said goodbye to Maki. The girl tenderly kissed the little one and handed the creature to the protagonist. Maki jumped into her arms again, and the princess exclaimed in surprise. Wright told Rumiya to take her with her. She might be useful. Maki transformed into an object with a smile, and the girl looked happily at the protagonist and thanked him. He waved and asked, "Is everyone ready?" Activating the magic stone, he transformed the allies into the merchant's family. After this, he clenched his fist and proclaimed, "The time has come to retake Missus." He commanded everyone to set out, and his comrades set out in unison. Sometime after arriving, he left his allies at the prearranged location and went to prepare for the order. Watching the palace from a high mountain, he thought, an endless stream of monotonous orders, standardized targets, almost 1,000 victories behind him, and he hadn't seen flames engulf heaven and earth in a long time. This time, his target was a god. Perhaps everything would finally change? Approaching his sealed chests, he activated the bracelet on his wrist into a magical conduit in the form of a long, thin needle, using transformation, and drew a magical symbol with a keyhole-like structure at its center. He stuck the needle into the keyhole and activated the drawer's opening. Multiple sealed compartments began to slide out of the first chest. Several long compartments emerged from the second box. The protagonist activated the start command on the second box. The compartments opened, revealing several small creatures rushing forward. Mechanical birds emerged from the first box, rising high and flying forward in a neat formation. Wright, observing the creatures, closed his eyes for a second and drew a magical pattern with his needle conductor, which the flying birds replicated in the air. He then spun the needle in his hand, checking to see if all the creatures he'd created were obeying his commands. Convinced of this, the protagonist declared, "Excellent. The central command system is operational." He entered all the target information and then activated full combat readiness. The protagonist gave the creatures the command to begin the operation. The creatures obediently advanced on the kingdom. Meanwhile, MC's allies, strolling through the city and the market, diligently pretended to be a family, but all the inhabitants seemed zombified. Rumiya thought the protagonist was right. At first glance, they acted as usual, but in reality they seemed lifeless, with clouded eyes, as if someone were controlling them. Lost in her thoughts, she ran into the man, gasped, and apologized for her inattention. The man, in a slow voice, told her to watch where she was going. Rumiya looked at him with fear, terrified by his lifeless appearance. She looked around and saw several children who looked like most of the villagers. It became clear that the children, too, were under the influence. The princess trembled at what she saw, and the king hugged his daughter, trying to calm her. Gord and Larsel looked around warily. Two large men approached them and asked Gord, in the guise of the family's mother, if there was a problem. Gord gave them a few coins. They laughed slowly, and one of them, shaking his fistful of coins, said, "That's how it's done." The allies moved on. Gord apologized to his comrades for possibly putting them in danger. Lias told him it was okay. Gord asked Larsel if he was still angry at the protagonist. The knight answered, no, he wasn't. Gord noted that he was too emotional. If they quarreled now, their entire plan could suffer. At times like these, they couldn't let their emotions get the better of them. Wright had made him new equipment. They could only wait for the right moment to use it. The knight chuckled and turned to the king, asking if they should stop in such a simple place. It might not be entirely safe. Lias answered he understood, but if they stayed the night in an expensive establishment, they might be noticed. Right now, there was no better place for them than this refuge in Waibon. The companions approached the foot of the mountain where the residential buildings were located. The road snaked through the area. Meanwhile, the protagonist, observing the situation with the instruments mounted on the birds, said, "Here's the palace airspace." He saw several maids filling jugs with water. He decided to first locate the target. The protagonist activated the magic counterstart and thought that if he were a high-ranking mage, he could locate them by the strong magical energy. He began methodically scanning certain locations. Looking at one of the towers, he wondered if the mage was there. When he began scanning the location, he was very surprised. Was there a magical barrier on this tower? Most likely, it had appeared only recently. The protagonist considered that barriers were easily destroyed from the inside, but they were highly resistant to attacks from the outside. It was unlikely that he would be able to detonate them with artifacts. In that case, he could proceed as follows. MC activated the hidden assistants on the magical beasts and commanded them to enter the palace. He thought that no matter how strong the palace security, no one would guard a sewer pipe 30 centimeters in diameter. The animals and birds entered unhindered, displaying the situation inside with their built-in devices. Wright declared, "Excellent." At that moment, the intercom activated, and Gord came on the line, informing the protagonist that they had arrived at their overnight location. The protagonist answered, "His information has been received. Is everything in place?" The old man assured him that everything was fine. How was he doing? MC said. He didn't know the palace windows were protected by a barrier, but he could handle it. How was the situation outside the palace? Gord looked at his dispirited allies and said, everything is as he expected. The entire population, even the children, seemed in a trance. At these words, the king looked at his daughter, saw tears in her eyes, and patted her shoulder reassuringly. He then said, he couldn't imagine Starkus was capable of such profound mind manipulation. If he had such powers, why did he use them only now? Wright replied, who knows? Perhaps he was biding his time. The king pondered this, recalling the emblem. Then he asked the protagonist, any ideas? Wright replied, no. He was probably just too nervous. What could he have been waiting for? Lias told him it didn't matter. Does he remember what he asked him the day before his departure? The protagonist replied, to take care of Prince Kosis if he finds him. He remembers everything. The protagonist, thanks to his creatures, continued to monitor the situation in the palace. His Highness said he was counting on him. MC asked them to be careful. Having found the mage's location, the protagonist adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The creatures remained in place, dutifully providing their creator with a clear picture of what was happening. Finally, servants approached the mage's office and knocked on the door. Starkus granted them entry, and the servants timidly entered, opening the door wide and apologizing for disturbing him. The protagonist thought, this is his chance. Suddenly, the beast stopped in front of the door. The protagonist realized it was sealed with protective magic. He'd nearly exposed himself. In that case, he decided to try ranged combat. Activating the firing devices on the creatures' backs, MC cursed. Starkus was impossible to see from this angle. At that moment, one of the newcomers closed the door, forcing the creatures to retreat. Wright realized this room was better prepared to defend against assassination than it might first appear. Through the door, with the help of his creatures, the protagonist heard the mage ask the newcomers how their religious conversion mission was going. The servants replied to Starkus, saying they'd sent missionaries to 10 cities, actively educating the people about their religion. Yesterday alone, they'd managed to bring in 246 new believers. Starkus asked them again, but that's very few. The protagonist thought, conversion? So he wanted to change the object of faith. First, he took control of the state, and now this? The men replied that their missionaries were trying their best, but it was quite difficult to convince people to abandon the gods they believed in for so many years. Therefore, progress was slow. The mage said irritably, his mind manipulation wasn't working here, and the results were still unsatisfactory. They had to try harder, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to save the country from ruin. Only their god, Luras Mars, could save them. The servants reported back to him, yes, sir. The protagonist thought in surprise, Luras Mars? Are there other gods in this world besides the goddess Mysis and the evil god Mazurzul? Starkus told his minions to hurry. Surely they remembered what to do with those who disagreed? The minions told him to persuade them with whip and fist. For this purpose, they had created a detachment of inquisitors, which would begin work the following day. The mage told them, excellent. Let them be firm in their faith. The servants assured their master of this. Wright thought, so that's it. A false name for the foundation of a new religion. The goddess Mysis had spoken of an evil god resorting to such methods. It looked more like coercion through torture than persuasion. He activated the comm channel and asked Gord if he was there. Gord contacted him, telling him he was there. The protagonist asked him if he'd heard anything about the belief in the god Luras Mars. He agreed. He'd heard of it. It's a young religion, first practiced about 30 years ago. Since there's a real profit to be made in this faith, it's recently seen a sharp increase in followers. MC looked puzzled. Profit? Gord said. Yes, they give free bread to believers when they go to church, and so on. Apparently the foundation of their religion is charity for the people. The question is, where do they get the money for it? This religion is popular among the people, but there are many dark rumors about it. Wright considered it. So, they lure people in with handouts, but the source of this money is unknown. Indeed, it's all suspicious. Gord noted, by the way, that they also have a goddess, Mysis. Most residents over 30, including himself, profess faith in her. Luras Mars is mainly believed by the young. The old man suddenly realized, why is he asking? The protagonist replied, well, he's just curious. At that moment, a dark aura began to creep out from under the mage's office door. Starkus, assuming a special posture and extending his arms, offered to greet the guests. The mage grinned and summoned Sting and Bat. The protagonist, watching the magic spilling out of the office, wondered in bewilderment where such power was coming from. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He called Gord and shouted that they were in danger. They'd been exposed. The allies, hearing his message, looked at the device in confusion. Suddenly, an attack smashed through the wall of their room. The king shouted his daughter's name and stood up to defend her. Larsel anxiously called out to Lias, standing in his defense. The comrades assumed their true forms and, assuming a fighting stance, prepared to defend themselves. The knight was perplexed. Who's there? Sting and Bada burst into the room. Bada exclaimed, who do they have here? It's their teacher, Lord Lias. But isn't he dead? Sting laughed and praised Starkus. It was magnificent. He was brimming with energy. The king, eyeing them warily, said, they had a perfect plan. How did they find them? Larsel, shielding his highness, drew his sword and exclaimed, those are members of the royal guard. Starkus controls them. He is sure of it. Bada winced and told him, don't let them compare them to palace puppets. They are completely free. Sting interrupted him, exclaiming, now there are two of them. Bada wanted to say that they were the chosen ones, but his comrade interrupted him again, not letting him speak, and joyfully shouted, If there are two of them, he will cut them down with a single blow. Bada tried to shut him up, begging him not to. Larzal attacked Bada, but he easily parried his blow and mockingly asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Aren't they curious how they knew they were here? He told the king to look at Kuruan's magical mark. Laius repeated the name in confusion. Larzal shouted at him not to be fooled. The head of the Kuruan Merchant Guild would never side with them. With his discerning eyes, he would immediately recognize what was going on. The knight attempted another attack, but Sting stopped him, telling him how slow he was. Bada continued. They sold 100 first-level potions of unknown origin in one go. You'd think they were preparing to escape, but then, just a day later, they emerged from the magical forest and returned to the kingdom. He asked the king how they managed it. No, rather, the question should be asked. With whose help did they manage this? His Highness answered, who knows, maybe it was the woodcutter. The boy looked at him carefully. Laius continued. He wanted to ask them a question. Why did they join Starkus and help him take over the kingdom? What motivates them? Money? Power? The newcomers looked at him as if he were insane. Bada said regretfully how simple his thinking was. Sting grumbled. This old man understands nothing. Bada addressed the king as his deposed majesty and remarked, what does he think the people need from a ruler? Strength, of course. Sting exclaimed mockingly and angrily. People are weak, and only a powerful ruler can grant them strength. Bada added, the strength that will make them free, by the strength to conquer everything around, by the strength to take everything from others. Therefore, they will not defend a king from whom the throne is so easily taken. He pointed to the ruined wall they'd broken through during their infiltration, and to the wounded and dead. The king stared in amazement at the breach, then turned his gaze to his opponents, who seemed like demons to him. He quietly asked them, are they really traitors? Bada and Sting activated their magical powers, and they exclaimed, is that so? That's right. The kingdom of Mises will be reborn under the leadership of Luras Mars. With these words, Bada lunged at the king, but Luras leaped forward, shielding Laius. At that moment, something sharp pierced Bada's leg, piercing his limb. He stopped, confused, and looked to see what it was. The knight, taking advantage of the traitor's confusion, stepped on his wounded leg, intending to finish him off. But at that moment, Sting leaped up, activating his magical attack and shouting at Larzal to come here. The king wasn't about to stand aside. He grabbed a nearby chair, threw it over, and kicked it toward his opponent. Bada watched in bewilderment as the chair simply knocked his comrade off his feet. Larzal exclaimed, what a noise! His Highness ordered him to be quiet. The knight shouted that they were traitors, and with these words, cleaved Bada's body with one powerful blow. The enemy looked at his wound in bewilderment and collapsed to the floor. When Gord came running to his ally's aid, the knight sarcastically remarked that he had arrived rather late. Rumia stood behind Gord, astonished. Larzal said that just hearing those traitors' words made him feel sick. The old man began to justify himself. In fact, he had been hurrying as fast as he could. Let him try to escape that house himself first, and reach here on the 3rd floor. The king, seeing his daughter, rushed to her, hugged her, and said, he's so glad she's okay. At that moment, Bata, trying to stand, cried out, my legs hurt so much, and immediately Sting jumped up, throwing his chair back. Gord, assuming a fighting stance, said, so he wasn't imagining it, it was projection magic. Bada, radiating a dark, ominous aura, laughed demonically and shouted at his opponents, don't let them think they'll go peacefully. You'll flay them, hang Gord and Larzal from the gates for all to see, make a rug out of Laius's skin, and fashion the princess into a fine handbag. What do they think of that? Gord asked the king to step aside, and the two of them, along with the knight, stood up to protect the royal representatives. Lunging at the traitors, Gord exclaimed, now they'll show them what King Mises's retainers are capable of. Sting intervened momentarily and launched his magical attack. The king's retainers, unfazed, parried the enemy's attack. Larzal summoned a secret technique from the royal palace of Mises, called the Binary Star Flash Cluster, and attacked Bada. The enemy responded by activating his own magic in the form of multiple butterflies. Larzal, seeing this, cursed. His opponent's magic, called Butterfly Wings, was certainly dangerous, but a knight who relied on magic in everything had no fear. Bada, looking at him carefully, asked, what do you think, young talent of the royal guard, Sir Larzal? Holding his hand in front of him, bearing a ring from which deadly butterflies emerged, he continued, Lord Starkus has granted them new strength. They are no longer the weaklings he remembers. With these words, Bada summoned a storm of wings, and in the blink of an eye, countless tiny butterflies appeared. The king, looking at this, exclaimed in bewilderment, where did so many come from? Rumia warned Larzal to be careful. The knight screamed a battle cry, parried the enemy's blow, and rushed to attack. Bada exclaimed in amazement, he survived? This is simply amazing, but they've only just begun. He called out to his comrade, and Sting, activating his magic skill, laughed and shouted at the knight. He managed to dodge, but that was where his luck ran out. The boy summoned a nail gun and attacked Larzal. The knight looked in bewilderment and confusion at the powerful torrent funnel bearing down on him. At that moment, Gord joined him, activating an immovable barrier, saving Larzal. A story flashed through the astonished boy's mind. While preparing to assassinate Starkus, Gord brought the protagonist a package and said he remembered something. It was for him. The protagonist, taking the package, asked what it was. Gord replied that he hadn't eaten yesterday, so it was for breakfast, and laughed kindly. MC was touched by his thoughtfulness. After a snack, Wright began working on his armor, The king asked him if he remembered his request. The protagonist replied that everything was ready, but he should give him another minute. Laius looked puzzled. What's wrong? The protagonist turned to Gord and told him he'd start with him. With these words, he placed a shoulder shield with simple protective charms on his arm. Gord exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Wow. Wright explained that this item could repel enemy attacks. He figured it might come in handy. It had protective enchantments. Pleased with his new acquisition, Gord asked MC to create a crest on the shield, which the protagonist did without any problem. The knight then thought, an invisible barrier? And this is what he calls simple magic. And now, looking at the knight who stood up to protect him with an invisible barrier, he thanked his comrade for it. Gord replied, they're not the same people they knew anymore, so he should be careful. Sting exclaimed in surprise. They don't even have a scratch on them? What kind of shield is that? Bada reassured his comrade, telling him that his magic is impervious to any shield. He activated his magic ring, summoned a large number of butterflies again, and declared that no matter how strong the shield, he simply needed to attack it so that it couldn't parry the attack. That's all. The enemy aimed his blow at the king and his daughter. Larsel realized fragments of those butterfly wings. He turned toward Laius in horror and called out to his highness with alarm. Bada spoke, addressing the king. Then this is for him. Laius shouted to his loyal knight not to worry about him. Let them continue the fight. He would protect both himself and Rumia. With these words, his highness instantly activated a directional barrier with an attack, greatly surprising Bada. The traitor exclaimed in amazement. A directional barrier? The king, his blade gleaming, replied, it's just handcrafted. Fire dragons emerged from the wave of fire and attacked the opponents. They barely managed to dodge. Sting shouted in confusion. A directed barrier that attacks from within? It can't be. This Laius is definitely hiding something else. The king chuckled and said, who knows? At that moment, Bada warned his comrade of danger from behind. Sting turned around and saw Larsel about to attack him. The criminal angrily shouted at him, don't underestimate him. He activated his nail gun and aimed a blow at the knight, but Larsel easily dispelled his attack, swinging his sword. Sting exclaimed in surprise, how is that possible? The knight, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, attacked him again with his sword, damaging him, but his comrade saved him with his magic. The knight dropped his used weapon and looked at it. He again recalled that day before the quest. The protagonist then approached the knight, handing him the item, carefully wrapped in cloth. Larsel was simply stunned. This enchanted sword? The flame ceremony? Wright replied that of all the equipment he'd given him, it was the only one he could use for attack. The plan was to avoid combat, so he'd chosen items that would ensure safety. However, this sword was made of the wood of the flame tree. It was strong, but not durable. He should be careful. He could only use it once. He needed to wait for his chance and use it wisely. And now, in the knight's opinion, was that moment. Gord, Rumia, and the king stared at him in amazement. The traitor cursed him, adding that it hurt. Larsel, looking at the weapon, exclaimed in irritation, this is a flame ceremony? It's just a stick. What kind of joke is this? At that moment, Sting turned to his comrade and thanked him for his help. He'd already thought he was finished. Bada, ignoring him, was lost in thought. Larsel continued to protest. So he set it on fire. So what? No, he still couldn't be trusted. He had to do everything himself. Sting shouted at him to come here if he didn't value his life. He'd regret not being able to kill him. Bada stopped him. Sting asked him, perplexed, what's wrong? His comrade answered him with a question. Don't you think it's strange? They weren't at all surprised by their attack, and didn't even try to escape. In fact, they seemed prepared. Had this all really been planned? When it dawned on him, he anxiously shouted the mage's name and cursed. At that moment, the beasts created by the protagonist began to grow in size and finally exploded, destroying the barrier. Panic erupted in the palace. The magical bird artifacts sprang into action. All the courtiers scattered, dodging the debris from the destroyed walls. Confusion and panic reigned everywhere. No one could see anything through the dust from the explosions, and no one understood what had happened. One of the maids tripped, fell, and turning around, saw a fragment of wall bearing the kingdom's coat of arms flying toward her. At that moment, one of the magical beasts rushed toward her and, using a barrier, saved her from death. The protagonist, meanwhile, was controlling the birds. The king and his allies flinched from the explosions. The knight exclaimed, can they hear that? Could it be right? Laius noted he had taken an assassination order. Where did the explosion come from? At that moment, Bada cried out in alarm. Damn it, it's a trap. They need to get back to the palace as soon as possible. Suddenly, he looked at his opponents, grinned, and said, what, they were hoping to hear that from them? He continued to taunt the king. Your Highness, Starkus needs protection. Meanwhile, the mage himself, having repelled the surprise attack, spoke in bewilderment. He didn't know who had decided to attack him or from where, but if the attacker thought it would kill him, he would soon realize it was all just one big mistake. The protagonist was surprised. A defensive barrier designed to repel attacks? He had managed to repel this attack? Well, quite well. But this barrier lasts at most 2 seconds. MC activated a new attack and asked, how does he plan to repel this? The protagonist intensified the magical attack of the bird artifacts, summoning projectiles from their beaks. Starkus, sensing this, chanted, calling upon the power of magic to come to his defense. At that very moment, the aura around him shifted, and a magical defense activated, enveloping the tower in which Starkus sat in light. The protagonist's attack was deactivated. A melodic sound echoed throughout the palace. Everyone under mind control seemed to freeze. MC, hearing the rhythmic sounds, thought, A rhythmic chant? Well, I must admit, the mage is a tough opponent. Meanwhile, the king, listening to the explosion, muttered anxiously, "Did he really fail?" Bada, hearing his words, laughed maliciously and exclaimed, "Of course. Nothing compares to Lord Starkus's power as incidentally as to them." After these words, the traitor Sting activated his magic bloom and summoned a nail gun with a pellet gun, directing an attack at his opponents. Gord, barely maintaining his defense, exclaimed, "Their attacks have become stronger." Sting laughed mockingly and shouted at him, "He never even imagined such a thing, huh? This is his power, and all thanks to Lord Starkus. He's no longer the rookie he, as an old man, used to beat up during training." Gord replied, "Perhaps so, but he was still as inattentive as he had been back then." Only now did Sting realize that his hand, which had activated his magical power, had somehow found itself pinned to the floor. Larzel, taking advantage of his confusion, was about to attack him, but something alerted him. Turning around, he saw Bada, who, activating his butterfly-shaped magical attack, said, maybe he should stop ignoring him, or did he think a knight who relied on magic was no match for him? His opponent used his trump card, the butterfly dance, in the Rhapsody of Death. The knight, who wasn't about to give up easily, rushed forward, deftly dodging his opponent's attack, rapidly closing the distance between them. However, as he approached, Bat activated his defense and unleashed a new portion of his magical attack. At that moment, something incredible happened. The knight didn't even realize how he'd ended up entangled in the web. Bada laughed and exclaimed, "Excellent. Let him fight and suffer. Let him face the swordsmanship of the royal palace." At that moment, he felt something wound his face. Bada looked at Larzel, now freed from his bonds, and wondered in surprise. Did he hurt him? It couldn't be possible. When did he manage to do that? No, this had happened before. He looked at his opponent's sword, which had seemed ordinary to him, and thought, no, the main question is, how could he have survived this fight with such a piece of junk as his weapon? The knight, infusing combat magic into the sword, swung the weapon and activated concentrated strike magic. Bada's eyes widened in horror, and he noted in bewilderment, a magic sword? No way, he doesn't know how to use combat magic. Had he charged his weapon with energy? Larzel repeated, according to him, a knight who relied on magic was no match for him. That's right, they weren't training, so he'd give it his all. The knight attacked his opponent with all his might. Bada exclaimed angrily, "What an impudent fellow." Watching Larzel's attacks, he realized in despair that he'd memorized all of his attacks. Now he was no match for him. The knight increased his speed and began to approach the enemy. Bada mockingly declared, it was a joke. He tried to parry the knight's attack, but at that moment, fire magic erupted, leaving Bada perplexed. He exclaimed in surprise, "What was that?" Laius stood in front of the knight, telling his ally not to rush in. Larzel apologized to the monarch and stood behind him. The king advised him to retreat and rest a bit. The knight retorted, adding, "They've underestimated the enemy. If they don't attack with concentration, they'll have a hard time. But they have right weapons, which means they have a chance of victory." Larzel replied, he apologized for his rudeness, but if they simply defend themselves, they'll miss their chance. The knight looked at his opponents, and declaring that he would not allow them to desecrate the kingdom of Mises any longer, charged at them. Bada exclaimed, he better listen to the words of his former majesty. He showed him his thumb, on which there was a mark, and shouted, "Look!" Bada activated his mighty magical power, causing a gigantic butterfly to form behind Gord. Laius called out to his comrade in alarm. The king cursed. He couldn't hear him. While Larzel stared in shock at the opponent's magic, the king rushed to Gord's aid. As if awakening, the knight rushed after his highness. Bada, laughing, exclaimed, "What speed! But will he make it in time?" Larzel wiped the tears from his eyes and thought he had let everyone down when they were teleported into the forest. As he quickened his pace, he realized he had lost to right. He swung his short sword, looked at his wrist and thought, but now there's a magical mark on it. All his attacks were met with failure after failure. Then what was the point of all his training? The knight channeled his magical power into the sword and decided, at least this time, he had to save them all. At that moment, Gord, sensing something was wrong, turned around. He saw an attack of deadly butterflies approaching him. At that moment, Larzel appeared before him, shielding him with his body, and leaped to take the enemy's blow. The force of the blow shattered his armor, and blood gushed from his wounded body. Releasing his sword, the knight began to plummet. Gord called out to him in fear, but the boy didn't respond. Bada said sarcastically, "The first one." Larzel remembered Wright's house, where they had gathered the night before leaving on the mission. Gord, showing something to the protagonist, told him he'd heard it could help with the preparation of potions and magical tools. The protagonist didn't answer, instead grabbing Larzel's hand and carefully examining his wrist. The king, perplexed, asked MC, "Is something wrong?" Wright replied, "There's a magical mark on it. It could be used to determine their location." The knight sheepishly apologized and said he'd get rid of it immediately. Laius held out his hand, gesturing for him to stop, telling him to take his time. He suggested leaving it where it was. The king explained his decision. Starkus would likely be protected by his trusted lieutenants, Sting and Bada, who could hinder them. His highness turned to the knight and told him that when Wright finished preparing, they would infiltrate the capital. They would act as bait. Using this mark, they would lure the mage's assistants away from him. Gord turned to the king and objected, saying it was too dangerous. Larzel told him he shouldn't go with him. He would go alone. Laius firmly objected. No, he was King Mises. He couldn't allow someone else to risk their life for him. His highness turned to his daughter and told her she would stay here with Gord. The girl resolutely objected. She would go with them. Laius answered sternly, no. Doesn't she understand how dangerous this is? The princess said she understood everything, and that's why she would go with them. His Highness looked at Rumia and realized she wouldn't back down. Not only the look in her eyes but the stance of her entire body spoke of her determination. Finally, he chuckled and turned to Gord, telling him that if anything went wrong, he should take his daughter and retreat. The old man answered him clearly and precisely, yes, indeed. Rumia thanked her father for his understanding. She looked at the emblem on her palm and pressed it to her lips. The protagonist had asked the king if they would travel together. He had answered, apparently so. By the way, could he make them another second-tier potion? The protagonist had told him that he would then prepare something more useful than potions. And now he was tormented by the question, why? Why did he never succeed at anything? Then what was the point of all his training? At least this time, he would somehow justify his existence. Meanwhile, Gord and the king were fiercely fighting their opponents. Rumia ran up to the knight and began calling his name. At that moment, the traders increased their magical power, activating their most powerful and potent skills. Laius and Gord prepared for a difficult battle. The princess watched the enemy's intensifying attack and, together with Maki, began pouring the potion onto Larsel's wounds. The boy groaned and begged her to leave him and flee with the king. The girl, concentrating on tending to his wounds, told him to lie still. Larsel uttered the protagonist's name, adding that perhaps he could help them, but he begged their forgiveness for once again tarnishing the name of the Mises kingdom. Rumia repeated her request in a stern voice for him to lie still. At that moment, Bada appeared beside her and said sarcastically that it pained him to watch her futile struggle. The princess glared at him. Gord helped the king to his feet after a heavy attack. Laius, seeing his daughter in danger, called her name in fear, after which he and Gord rushed to her aid. But Sting stood in their way, angrily declaring that he would not let his former majesty escape. He attacked them with his magical attack, forcing the allies to retreat. Bada, watching his comrade fight, told the knight they were the same age. Why then were they different? Rumia and the knight eyed him warily. Suddenly, Bada extended his hand and invited him to join their side. The traitor added that he, Larsel, was a worthy candidate. Under Master Starkus's wing, his strength would grow tenfold. The king and princess were nothing but a burden. Let him abandon them and join them. The knight gritted his teeth, pained. A burden and strength? Meanwhile, Starkus continued to invoke the magical chant. The protagonist thought, a long magical chant, and one longer than 5 words at that. Only true professionals are capable of such a thing. He drew a magical symbol in the air with the guide needle and thought, I should try it. The protagonist activated his latest created artifact, a military fighter loaded with magical explosive warheads, and aimed it at the tower housing the mage. It was one of the magical tools he had prepared for assassination. 3 specially formulated magical super missiles. They were heavy enough to launch without boosters, but they contained a wealth of magical gunpowder. They could penetrate the defenses of even a 10-word magical song. Starkus, seeing the approaching attack, muttered dangerously. He intensified his song, calling upon powerful magic as well as their god to become his sturdy shield and come to his defense. Right, listening, cursed. How many words were there? Even the most powerful mages couldn't do that in VLO. After the summoning, a magical shield appeared above the mage. The missile, reaching its target, struck the barrier. The impact caused cracks to spread across the ground, reaching vast distances. When the dust cleared, Wright saw the shield erected by Starkus begin to crumble into charred pieces, and a column of black smoke rose into the air. However, as the shield disintegrated, the protagonist noticed a cage within, constructed of glowing bands of magical energy. Within stood Starkus, surrounded by a radiant aura. The protagonist, looking through his magical vision at the mage's determined expression, wondered in bewilderment. What kind of monster is he? Wright smiled and looked at his ring. Then he asked, would he really have to use it? Larsel asked Bada. Was he saying that if he abandoned the king and princess, he would become stronger? Bada answered positively and said that he should join them. Larsel lowered his hand and asked, who does he take him for? Did he think he would betray them for some kind of power? A man without honor is just an animal. He is a royal knight. His strength and his future belong to the royal family. Bada was surprised and upset by his words. He said he was sorry. He thought he was the type of person who looked forward. If he did not want to listen to his master's teachings, then he was no different from those dolls. He could only become the foundation for their great successes. Rumia asked him, Dolls' foundation? Was he talking about the inhabitants of the kingdom ruled by Starkus? Larsel shouted at her that she should not come near. The next moment, he fell and screamed in pain. Rumia asked, what does he want to gain by toying with the lives of their subjects? To gain power? To rebuild the kingdom of the Mises? Bada didn't answer her. He walked closer and hit her in the face. Then he thought, why is this? He wanted to kill her. Why did his hand tremble under her gaze? Why did her tiny figure seem so large to him? After the blow, Rumia grabbed a piece of her clothing, then let go and clenched her hand into a fist. Larsel called out to her. At that moment, her father appeared next to her. She called out to him. Laius said that he felt enormous magical power. He asked her what was wrong with her cheek. Gord told them to hide behind him. Something strange was happening to the other one. Sting asked him what he was doing. He should finish her off. Bada looked at him and apologized. He was distracted. Then he saw something strange happening to Sting. He asked him what was going on. Sting asked him menacingly, was he distracted? Or maybe his faith in Master Zul had wavered? He asked if that voice was Mr. Starkus. He asked for forgiveness. Starkus told him he should remain silent. His faith had wavered from the words of his former comrade, which meant he was no better than the rest of the scum of this country. At that moment, he attacked them both. He thought, really? Did he want to incinerate their souls and turn them into a magical attack? Bada asked him to forgive him. The master had used fusion magic, the requiem of the spiral. He asked, was this all the power of their souls? They were true scum. Sting asked Bada if it hurt him. What was happening? He thought that it shouldn't be like this. Why did it all end like this? Had they made a mistake somewhere? At that moment, he remembered their past. Lias called out to Gord. Gord said they needed to run. He couldn't hold out much longer. Lias asked him if he really thought he'd abandon him. Gord wanted to argue. Lias shouted at Rumia that she needed to take Larzal and leave. At that moment, looking at her, he realized she had no intention of leaving. Gord said he saw that stubbornness ran in their family. Rumia and her father agreed with him. Gord thanked them for everything. It was a great honor for him to become their protector. Lias shouted at him that it was too early to give up. Rumia said it was okay, she would protect them. Lias said that for Starkus, even his knights were just pawns. Gord said they were beyond saving. A little more, and they would die, feeding on his magical power. He said they had to kill them before that happened. Lias asked him, but how? They needed to shoot something bigger at them. But what? Larzal was standing behind them at the time. Then he ran up to them to help. Gord called him and said that he was. He told Larzal that he had just been healed. He shouldn't get back into the fight. Larzal replied that they were in danger now because of him. And if he could save them by sacrificing his life, he would be only glad, but he wouldn't die until he killed them first. Larzal remembered MC telling him that the flame ceremony was an unusual artifact. For it to start, it needed to be ignited. Objective memories. Larzal said that so be it, he would believe him. At that moment, he used his skill and said that it needed to burn his sword. A large explosion occurred at the scene of the battle. Everyone present was very surprised by this. They looked at Larzal, who at that moment was completely glowing. After that, Larzal stood and tried to catch his breath. He thought that knowledge about how to use this sword was floating in his head. Who was this, right? But with this sword, he could win. At that moment, Larzal saw something in the distance. They all came to him to help him in the fight. The next second, something attacked Rumia and Lias. Larzal called out to them. Lias said he would protect Rumia. They needed to watch the battlefield. Starkus was still attacking Bada and Sting. He was using mixed magic, Greater Spiral Requiem. Larzal called out to him. Gord responded positively. He told him that he needed to save an old friend from suffering. For a second, Larzal was upset, but then responded positively and said that he would put an end to this. At that moment, he went straight to the attack to kill him. Meanwhile, he remembered their past. He remembered handing them the bag, trying on new clothes, learning to hold a sword, and so much more. Larzal almost approached them to strike him. However, he remembered how he and Bada had lived together before. Bada said they were the same age, so why then? Larzal asked him for forgiveness and said that if he had understood him then, perhaps they would both be serving the king now. He used the secret technique of the Mrs. Royal Court, the shining flash of double stars. Before he died, Bada asked Larzal when he had strayed from the right path. Larzal answered that he was not mistaken. They had the same goal, they just believed in completely different things. Before disappearing, Bada asked him for forgiveness. Larzal hugged him goodbye. Gord asked, is it all over? Lias said he didn't think right artifacts could reach the clouds. That's power. Rumia said she hoped MC was okay. Gord looked down at them and noticed something. He yelled to Rumia that someone was behind her. Rumia turned around and someone stabbed her in the chest. Rumia saw her reflection in the knife. Everyone, seeing this, was afraid for her. Lias called out to her. They were all about to run towards her, but they stopped in shock and asked, what? The one attacking Rumia was thrown back as beast artifacts, summoned to protect and repel attacks, emerged from her chest. They thus protected Rumia. They continued to attack, and after it was all over, they looked at each other. Rumia stood there, completely shocked by what she saw. Lias and Gord ran up to her and called out to her. Lias asked her, is she okay? Rumia answered positively and said it was all thanks to Maki. The moment the knife pierced her chest, it hit the box with the items. Larzal watched them from afar and asked, has the time come? He remembered the image of Right and said that he was very grateful to him, but he shouldn't even think that this means he recognizes him. Gord looked at Larzal and asked him what he was doing there. He needs to come here. After Larzal went down, Lias looked at the attacker and said that Starkus was treating his people like this. Gord told him that they need to teleport from here. He thinks they should stay away from humans. Lias agreed with him. The next moment, a pillar of light appeared behind them. Larzal asked what that light was. Gord said that it was coming from the palace. Maybe it was MC? Rumia said Right's name. After all, the light coming from the palace was MC's work. A little earlier, Right was fighting Starkus. MC fired sharp bullets at him. Starkus said he was a damned thief. He needed to show him up. He used his magical tracking skill. One of the bullets Right aimed at him turned back. MC said it was not yet time for an audience. Starkus said his resistance was pointless. He had an important mission, to fulfill Mazura Zul's wish. He had no time for fools like him. Right thought he was calling him Mazura Zul, not Luras Mers. He knew his real name. Starkus wondered if the mixing magic had finally worked on Sting and Bada. They turned out to be mere trash, but these guys still had some power. Now they would definitely succeed in killing the king. And then, if he got rid of this thief who was helping the king, their god Mazur Azul would come closer to his great goal. Then he smiled menacingly. Starkus noticed something and asked, "What?" He thought it was a hole in the sky. He couldn't sense Bada and Sting's magic. Starkus asked, "What's going on?" MC, watching him, used his ring and said he needed to act now. Then that pillar of light appeared. Starkus said they were hopeless. Nothing was working. At that moment, he sensed something and asked, "Is this a soul technique?" He thought it was his ace up his sleeve, the most powerful assassination magic for contracts against the most powerful enemies, soul destruction. He said his god, his great god, Mazur Azul, must absorb him. He thought he wouldn't succeed. This spell works through the resonance of magical stones, which produce special waves capable of destroying the soul. No magical space can protect the victim. Even the most powerful mage cannot strengthen their soul, the root of their existence, and there is no magic to protect the soul. Starkus desperately prayed for it to reward him and protect his soul. He asked again. He used soul destruction. However, nothing happened. Starkus asked, "Right, what did you think that was all?" MC thought he was hearing unusual magical energy emanate from his body. He finally understood the meaning of his prayer. With it, he gave his hands and eyes to the evil god Mazur Azul, and thus protected his soul from destruction. There was no such magic in VLO. No, this is not magic. At that moment, something flew through the sky and then crashed into the ground. A powerful explosion occurred at the site of the impact. Wright looked at it. Starkus said madly, "Found." Meanwhile, in the city, Gord called the king and said he needed to come here. He asked, "What the hell? Was this another ambush?" Larzul, fighting them off, told him he needed to be faster. All the people seemed to be under a spell, repeating the same thing over and over again, that they needed to get away. Rumia looked at them and was very surprised by this. Laius said, "She shouldn't look at them, she needs to run." Gord ran forward and asked, "Is this a dead end?" They were all trapped. Turning around, they saw a crowd moving towards them. He asked, "Is that really it?" A man told them they needed to get ready. They all started shouting at the same time that they needed to get ready, they needed to get away. Gord asked, "What's going on?" It was like their power was being sucked out. Larzul said that it seemed they were no longer susceptible to mind control. Rumia asked if it was thanks to MC. Laius answered negatively and said that it seemed they couldn't say for sure yet. Larzul asked, "What is this?" Laius replied that if Starkus divided his power among all his subjects to control them one by one, then he took their power to increase his magic. Meanwhile in the castle, Wright said that this surpassed magical space, the space of a true god. The transformed Starkus told him that he was finished. Then he rushed to attack. MC thought, a clot of concentrated magic, a thirst for blood, from which it is impossible to hide or escape. But this does not hinder him. He took out his sword and thought, the speed of the clot of magic, the distance between them, his trump card, the remaining magical energy. Then, his eyes seemed to light up, and he said that he needed to get to it. Wright started the timer. Starkus thought, this is dangerous, too dangerous. Whoever he is a threat to Mazur Azul. The timer was running out. MC summoned the monkey golems. Starkus couldn't stop praising Mazur Azul. Wright shouted at him to disappear. Starkus told him he would finish him off. The timer was almost up. At that moment, a pillar of light appeared from the ground. Golems summoned by MC began to attack. The defeated Starkus lay on the ground and said that it was impossible, his god, him. At that moment, Wright announced that the mission was complete. He used the beast artifact to contact the others. He said, "This is Wright. Are they okay?" The target was eliminated. The order was completed successfully. Hearing these words, everyone was very happy. Everyone began to celebrate a successful completion. Laius thanked MC and said that he would definitely repay him for his help. Wright asked if the rest could be left in his hands. Laius answered positively and said that he had created chaos. It would make things easier for them. MC said that was excellent. They should contact him when everything calmed down. After that, he hung up and reflected that he hadn't even been in this world for 6 days, and yet he'd already encountered such a powerful opponent. He scratched his head and said he thought it would be a simple order. He thought he had delivered the final blow with a needle less than 0.2 millimeters in diameter. That was his trump card. Wright looked at his hand and said that 1,000-fold power still wouldn't be enough to defeat him. He'd been through a lot since the day he received the order for the evil god Mazur Azul from the goddess Mises. It was his first order in this world. Starkus proved to be a powerful foe, using long magical songs. In the VLO world, there wasn't a single opponent who could withstand the soul destruction. At that moment, Rumia looked at the beast artifact, then picked it up, and tears welled up in her eyes. If he had avoided the needle stab, it would have been the end for him. However, if he hadn't received the order from the goddess Mises, he would never have fought such an interesting opponent. He is grateful to her for sending him to this world. A few days later, Larzul stood in front of MC. He said that he conveyed words from the king. They were waiting for him at the castle. They needed to give him a reward and formally signify the completion of the order. Wright responded positively. Larzul said that now he would say his words. He bowed low to him and apologized for such rudeness. He looked forward to the opportunity to work with him again. MC looked at him in surprise. Larzul said that he was on his way. They would be waiting for him in the kingdom of Mises. Wright told him that he needed to wait. After that, he tossed him a sword. Larzul opened it and said what it was. MC interrupted him and said that he had made him a new sword from the same materials. Larzul asked him, what was that on the hilt? Wright said that Maki had found it, and he should be grateful for that. Larsel was surprised at first, but then thanked him. MC approached the cart and said that he also needed to take the mattresses with him. They had used them, so he was giving them away for free. Larsel was horrified again but tried not to show it. He said that he still hated him. After these words, Larsel took the cart and disappeared. After that, Wright smiled and said that he already knew how to kill the evil god Monsieur Zol. There was still time, so for now, he should prepare his tools and start implementing his plan. After these words, he went back into the house. MC arrived at the castle. The butler told him that he needed to come here. The king would come to meet him soon. Wright went inside and thought that he only wanted to arrange a future meeting with the king. He didn't even expect that the king would agree to see him right away. MC looked out the window and said he'd easily entered the castle, offering a completely different view of the kingdom. He'd recently completed a commission here. Wright turned and walked away. He thought the furniture was made of fine material, but the magic here was rather primitive. The butler told him the king was ready to see him. Afterward, Lias approached MC. Wright bowed to him and apologized for arriving without an appointment. He hoped he hadn't caused him any inconvenience. Lias looked away and told them they should leave. He wanted to speak with him privately. He called him over and said they couldn't. Gord interrupted them and agreed with the king. He was surprised and wanted to object. He said that since Gord agreed then, after that, they all left the room. MC asked if this was soundproofing magic. Lias replied that if his knights heard him speaking informally, they probably wouldn't like it. Wright understood and smiled. He asked if he would mind seeing him without guards. They hadn't even looked at him. Lias said it was a sign of trust, and with him, such checks were pointless anyway. MC thanked him for it. They sat down at the table, and Lias said they needed to put aside pleasantries and talk about his reward. He pulled out a letter stating a contract to assassinate the mage Starkus. Task: get rid of Starkus, completed. Reward: concealing the performer's identity from third parties, completed. Land for a personal workshop, not completed. Adoption of an equal mutual assistance relationship with the Kingdom of Missus, not completed. Lias said they should start with his land. A plot with an estate had become available a couple of days ago. Lias handed Wright the document. MC took it and thought it was a 1,650 square meter plot near the main street with a 13-room house. He asked if the owner had been executed. Lias answered positively and said that Viscount Gwala and his house were scoundrels who allowed Starkus to infiltrate the royal castle. They built this together with his money. He was too clever with money, but while he was under Starkus's control, he didn't even notice. The titles of the kingdom: Chevalier, Baronet, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Margrave, Marquis, Duke. Wright looked through the documents and thought that it seemed he had gotten rid of Starkus's henchmen on his own. He saw that the king was not wasting time, but perhaps this Viscount was not his only assistant. MC thought, what was there to be embarrassed about? He pointed to the documents and asked if he could demolish the house. Lias asked if he didn't need the building. Wright said that he didn't like its layout. It was not suitable for a workshop. And besides, didn't he think this estate should be completely destroyed? Lias looked at him and asked, so that this would serve as a lesson? MC looked back at him and agreed with him. After that, Lias laughed and said that he would pass on the order. Lias asked him if he needed materials and carpenters to build a workshop. He would pay for everything. After all, he had saved his life. Wright replied that he would build everything himself. He only needed materials: stone, wood, and iron. Lias said that it was a large plot. Could he really handle it alone? Then, remembering something, Lias replied that it was indeed so. He would prepare the best quality materials for him. MC thanked him. He thought the plot was right in the center of the capital. That was not bad. Land for a workshop received. A reward: land for a personal workshop. Lias said that the next step was establishing equal relations of mutual assistance. He wanted to be on equal terms with their kingdom. Was that correct? Wright replied that was correct. Lias asked, how about establishing this relationship not with the entire kingdom, but with him? He'll be communicating with him anyway, so how about establishing a relationship with him directly? MC thought it sounded good, but there was one problem. He asked, what if the country's king changed? Lias, sipping tea, said that as long as he was alive, there would be no problems. He was taking care of his health. After these words, Lias showed off his muscles. Wright said that just recently a mage had gotten to him, driven him out of the castle with teleportation magic, and made an attempt on his life. Lias looked at him with a smile and said that therefore he should make sure everything was alright with him. MC took a sip and thought he was very cunning, but there was something to it. He stood up and said that then he would hand over the magical instrument to the castle. The security here was absolutely terrible. Lias asked, was it terrible? Wright said that he also recommended rebuilding part of the castle and making improvements to the security system. Lias said that he knew he would say that. He can do whatever he wants. He should contact Rumia regarding these matters. She's in charge. Rumia is responsible for the reconstruction of the royal palace. MC said he would do so, and then they needed to establish an equal partnership under these terms. Afterward, he extended his hand. Lias said he hoped for a long-term partnership. He then extended his hand, and they shook hands. Now the letter stated, assassination order for the mage Starkus. Task to eliminate Starkus completed. Reward: concealment of the performer's identity from third parties, completed. Land for a personal workshop, completed. Establishment of an equal partnership with the kingdom of the Missus, new. Lias said he had a request for him. Would he listen? Wright asked thoughtfully. Assassination order? Afterward, MC and Gord walked down the corridor. Gord told him he'd heard he'd be helping them with the castle's reconstruction. Then Gord thanked him and said that the princess was worried that the matter was not progressing. Wright asked if something was stopping the castle renovation. Gord replied that he should check with the princess. By the way, has he had lunch yet? MC asked him why he was asking that. Gord took out something and said that he had acquired a new item. Wright said that he should put it away. Where did he even get it? Gord, upset, said that he was sorry. He even prepared a portion for Maki. MC said that Maki also had some business with the princess. Wright came to Rumia. Rumia was very scared by his arrival and asked him what he was doing there. Oh no, her hair. Rumia was embarrassed since MC caught her off guard. Wright said that he was about the castle renovation. Rumia asked him again, about the renovation? MC asked, is something wrong? Rumia removed her glasses, then placed them on the table, and said that she had spoken with representatives of the nobility about improving the royal palace's security system, and she had managed to convince some of them, but many were still against it. Therefore, she was currently preparing documents with plans for the upcoming official meeting. Wright thought that he hadn't imagined it could be so difficult. It seemed the nobility didn't take Rumia seriously. Perhaps he should help her. MC asked her if he could go with her. Rumia answered positively and asked what he wanted to do. Wright picked up something from the table and said that it would depend on the situation. At the official meeting, Rumia said that the presentation of the updated plan was concluded. Perhaps anyone had questions or suggestions? Lilguman raised his hand and said he had a question. Rumia said she was listening. Margrave Lilguman. He said that the new plan was developed by this, what's his name? Rumia replied, Mr. Wright. Lilguman responded affirmatively and said, Right. Rumia corrected him by saying his name is Wright. Lilguman said so, and the king had appointed him. He paused, then said that it was written here that, thanks to the new plan, they would be able to create a security system capable of repelling an attack similar to the one they had recently experienced with the mage Starkus. However, he thought it was too good to be true. Perhaps it was just an excuse to smuggle something dangerous into the castle walls. What did she think of that? Rumia asked him if he meant that the MC was planning to betray them. Lilguman replied that he was only saying it was possible. He pointed at Wright and asked to be allowed to rephrase. They knew nothing about this man. He asked Rumia how she could trust him so much. Rumia replied that she trusted him because he could kill them at any moment, no matter how much they improved the castle's security. Lilguman asked her what she meant. Rumia calmly replied that she meant exactly what she was saying. If he'd wanted to, he would have killed them all long ago, including her and her father, so there was no point in trying to protect the castle from him. Lilguman was shocked by this statement. MC looked at Rumia. Lilguman said with displeasure that even if it was true, perhaps he was there to gather information about the castle. If he left listening artifacts in the walls, he could eavesdrop on state secrets and sell them to others. Rumia said that her answer wouldn't change even if he did. At that moment, Wright stood behind her and thought that he hadn't suspected Rumia trusted him so much. But she was trying to convince nobles who were shaking with fear. It was a waste of time. He needed to try to convince them with force. MC said he understood what was bothering them. In times like these, it was hard to trust others. They should let him convince them not with words, but with actions. Rumia asked him what he was trying to say. Wright asked her to tighten the estate's security as much as possible, and then he would prove to them by tomorrow's meeting that he could kill any of them. Everyone in the room was perplexed. They asked, kill? What was he talking about? MC, trying to calm them down, said they shouldn't worry about it. It was just an experiment. He wasn't planning to kill anyone. Earl said that even if it was an experiment, he was saying he alone could kill them all in one evening. Earl Lizzer. Wright replied that it would be an eventful evening, but anything was entirely possible. Everyone was shocked by his words. Lilguman wondered what he was planning. This was madness. What was he trying to achieve? Even if he was such a skilled assassin, he still couldn't kill someone locked within 4 walls. He'll lock himself in a room with food and water, forbidding even the maids from entering. He'll return from the castle in a special, fully protected carriage, and he'll only transfer within the estate. It's the perfect plan. He must show him what he's capable of. Everyone looked at MC in shock, glaring at him. Wright thought how inspired they all were. Lilguman agreed with him and said they accepted his proposal. MC thanked them for their cooperation. He wished them a good evening and said they would definitely meet again before morning. The next day, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was oppressive. Lilguman asked in confusion why he hadn't taken off his shoes once all evening. When had he? Morning. A needle with poison. In the morning, Lilguman found a needle with poison in his shoe. Lilguman, disappointed, declared that he had won. Earl grabbed his head and helplessly thought that he should stop complaining. What difference did he make? How he did it? When he woke up, he saw his secret account book on the table. What an interesting book. Poison. He thought that this book contained records of all his bribes. If this information came out, it would be the end for him and his house. Damn, he should not have agreed to his plan. Rumia asked him that he was very pale today. Is everything okay? Earl fussily said that everything was fine. Everything was absolutely fine. Rumia replied that she was glad to hear it. Rumia said that it was about the reconstruction of the castle. At that moment, Earl noticed Wright. MC looked at him, and out of nowhere pulled out his book. Earl with feigned kindness said that of course he agreed with his plan. Yesterday he was convinced that Wright is a first-class assassin. Rumiya asked, "Is that so?" She thanked him for his agreement. After his words, MC put the book back. Earl's face was blank, as he was extremely nervous. Lil Guman raised his hand and said he had a question for him. Wright replied that he was listening. Lil Guman said he was sure he had never removed his shoe and there were no traces left in the room. How did he insert that piece of paper into his shoe? He was in a completely locked room. Total security. MC thought he'd reveal one of his secrets so they'd trust him more. After that, Wright said that calling a room completely locked requires more than just locking the door. They should look here. MC snapped his finger, and artifacts appeared on the table in front of everyone present. Everyone asked in surprise, "What kind of artifact is this? Does something like this exist? Where did it come from?" At that moment, Rumiya felt the beast-like artifacts moving in her lap. Sharp needles emerged from the artifacts that appeared before everyone. The next moment, a multitude of needles erupted into a vase of flowers. Wright said that as they could see, it was just an ordinary artifact, which is what he took advantage of. It also had sight and hearing, without which he wouldn't have been able to control it. Lil Guman said, "I see." Now he understood what the princess was talking about. They really shouldn't be afraid that he had hidden intentions to rebuild the castle. MC calmly asked him, "So he trusted him?" Lil Guman looked nervously at Wright and answered yes. He said that if he turned against them, their kingdom would end, so they could only hope that he remained their ally. MC and Rumiya exchanged glances. After that, Rumiya raised her hand and said that they needed to move on to making a decision. They needed to raise the hands of those who agreed with Wright's castle rebuilding plan. Everyone raised their hands. Rumiya said the decision was unanimous. MC thought that it seemed that persuasion by force had helped him gain their trust. Now it was time for him to move on to rebuilding the castle. A few days after the meeting, Gord and the others were growling from the weight of it all. Wright said that they should put it against that wall over there. They all agreed with him at the same time. After they moved it, everyone was very tired. MC said that this is so great. He asked Gord, "What's inside that cabinet? It's really heavy." Gord thought for a moment and asked Wright what it was. MC replied that it contained magical artifacts for fulfilling orders, and that there were enough materials inside to kill 5,000 people. Everyone was perplexed when he heard this answer. They started whispering, 5,000? Wright said that most of the reconstruction was finished. At that moment, he looked back and noticed Rumiya. Rumiya wondered why there were no handles. MC said that she shouldn't touch that cabinet. Rumiya apologized and said she just thought she hadn't seen it anywhere before. Wright asked if she had dealt with the nobles yet. Rumiya awkwardly answered yes and said that she still had a lot of paperwork left. Everyone had finally calmed down today, so she decided to walk through the castle and, however, remembering something, she told him that he should wait. What? All the reconstruction work was finished? MC responded positively and said, to make it easier for them to get used to it, he based it on the palace. Everything looks the same from the outside, but he significantly improved the environment and equipment inside the castle. Someone in the crowd started whispering, "Who was he? When did he manage to do it?" Rumiya stood there in absolute shock. Wright said that, of course, there was still room for improvement, but for now it was enough. It would be nice to add a garage as well. Rumiya said she'd been told the renovation would take at least a year. She remembered how the royal architect, Mr. Carl, said that he guaranteed the work would be completed within a year. MC said their enemies wouldn't wait, so he tried to finish it as quickly as possible. Rumiya told him that only he could redesign the castle in less than a week. Carl had said the same thing yesterday before he fainted. Wright thought only the finishing touches remained. He asked Rumiya if she wanted to check out what the renovation included. He could show her everything. Rumiya thanked him. After that, MC gave a tour of the converted castle. After a while, the sun gradually began to set. Wright said that the main thing was the defense system. However, he didn't finish, as he noticed Rumiya, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He started to approach her, and thought that it seemed like she was very tired from working in the castle. MC put his hand on her shoulder and said that she would get sick. Rumiya sleepily opened her eyes and apologized to him for dozing off. Did he say something? Wright replied that everything was fine, she should lie down. But that was all for today. MC started to leave, but Rumiya grabbed him and said that he needed to wait. Rumiya said that she wanted to talk to him. After these words, she locked the door. Wright was sitting on her bed and looking around. Rumiya called him and asked if he felt anything. MC asked her what she was talking about. Rumiya looked at him with a bleary gaze and then pushed him onto the bed, causing him to fall and leaving her on top of him. After that, Rumiya asked him, "What now?" Wright didn't answer. After a while, they were still in this position. Rumiya's chest was touching MC's. At this time, Wright seemed to be scanning her. He saw her heartbeat. Then he looked at her neck. After that, MC reached out and touched her face. However, after that, he touched her neck. At that moment, Rumiya seemed to come to her senses and said that her neck was fine, even though it had been sore all morning. Wright stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he had injected her with some anesthetic and a muscle relaxant, which solved the problem, but she should try not to make any sudden movements for now. She wanted him to check her bed. She should have said it right away, otherwise there could have been a misunderstanding. Rumiya asked him again, a misunderstanding? After she asked him again, she remembered what she had been doing just a while ago. The memory made her blush and asked if she hadn't explained the situation when they entered the room. Rumiya thought her mattress was broken. Could he check it? He needed to try it, then he would understand what was going on. While Rumiya was awkwardly trying to explain everything to MC, he thought she stretched, and he himself had been thinking that she had been acting a little strange for the past few days. Lady Rumiya, for the past few days, had been turning her neck, looking angry, giving a sharp look, and frequently touching her neck. Wright noticed something and said that's what was going on. Rumiya looked at his hand and asked, "What is it? Could it really be Maki?" MC said that was great. He was just about to start looking for it. A few days ago, he wanted to send it to infiltrate the castle, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Wright thought, she must be a real princess to have stretched her neck over such a trivial thing. He felt Maki's magical energy, but an ordinary person probably wouldn't have noticed it due to the long time it had been there. Rumiya asked the artifact if it was okay. MC remembered the fairy tale The Princess and the Pea. Rumiya asked if it would be okay. Wright answered yes and said he would fix it right away. Then MC used magic and the artifact came to life again. Rumiya screamed joyfully and reached out to it. However, the artifact was terrified and ran away. Rumiya asked it, "What's wrong?" "It was her, Rumiya." Wright said, "It seems the animal is still in shock," and he would now look at its recordings directly. While looking through the recordings, Rumiya asked, "Is this her room?" MC said that this way they could figure out what happened the night Maki lost contact with him. From the memories, one could see how happy Rumiya was with her new mattress. At that moment, Maki was lying under the covers on the bed, apparently wanting to surprise Rumiya. However, all plans went wrong, and Rumiya jumped onto the bed with all her might. She landed right on top of Maki. After viewing the memories, Rumiya apologized and said that she hadn't thought about it being on the bed at all. Then, in the memories, Rumiya remembered something and said that she needed to close the door, otherwise Wright might see her again. Rumiya said that they had already seen everything they needed. MC asked her if she usually didn't close the door. How careless. After that, Rumiya took out a small toy that looked like Wright and, laughing, said that now she could call her MC. Completely embarrassed, Rumiya lunged at Wright and told him not to look. The blow sent Maki flying. Scratching his head, Maki saw MC looming over Rumiya. Caught up in the moment, Rumiya closed her eyes, shyly anticipating something. She heard Wright ask her if she was free tomorrow. Rumiya opened her eyes and asked him again. MC helped her up and said he wouldn't mind a walk around the city. Maybe she could accompany him. Rumiya asked him, "What about Gord?" He replied that he'd like it to be just the two of them. Rumiya awkwardly asked, "What?" After that, Rumiya looked down with a frustrated look and asked Wright that she was very happy, but as he himself could see, she had a lot of work to do. Her father was handing this over to her not because he was short-staffed, but to give her the opportunity to stay in the castle, that is. At that moment, MC patted her on the head. Wright, smiling, told her not to worry. He had a plan. If she wanted it, even the king himself couldn't stop them. They should meet in the garden tomorrow morning. Rumiya sheepishly replied, yes. MC opened the door and said they'd see each other tomorrow. Rumiya waved him off and said goodbye. Then, flushed, she looked away and saw Maki smiling. At that moment, Rumiya decided to recall a moment from the memories she and Wright had recently watched. This terrified Maki. Meanwhile, Lilies sat in the darkness and said that Starkus had been overconfident. If he had saved his magical energy and fled immediately after the attack, he wouldn't have died such a horrible death. As a fellow follower of Mazar Zul, he was ashamed of him, but the enemy was quite formidable if he had been able to expose his final attack. At that moment, he clenched his fist and angrily asked, "Who is he?" He wanted to meet him in battle. No, he better not. He'd seen his latest tricks. He didn't want to repeat Starkus's fate, but how he longed to meet such a worthy opponent, and he couldn't attack him himself. It made his soul ache. Oh well. Sooner or later they would meet, because there was something here they couldn't afford to lose. Lelace grabbed his sword and told the heretics that they needed to listen. No matter what tricks they used, he, the Magic Knight Lelis, would be their downfall. MC and Rumiya went out for a walk. Rumiya looked very happy. She joyfully shouted that she could see the Mrs. Castle from here. She managed to escape the palace. She was so happy about it. She jumped forward joyfully, but then she remembered something and turned back. She said that she never would have thought her father would give her permission. She asked Wright how he had achieved this. MC replied to her that he is now a royal guard, right? She should call him that. Rumiya nervously agreed with him and apologized. Then she told him that she would be careful. So that's why her father allowed her to leave the castle? Wright replied that they had to fight for that. In the princess's imagination, MC told her father that he wanted to marry his daughter. Rumiya said that couldn't be true. Wright agreed with her and said that he was lying. When they entered an alley, Mira noticed them and happily said that it was Princess Rumiya. Rumiya noticed her and approached her. Mira told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She was becoming more and more beautiful. As she said these words, she grabbed her cheek. Rumiya said that they had just met recently. She was very happy to see her. Mira said that when they first met, she was still very young. Rumiya awkwardly replied, "Well, what's wrong again?" At that moment, passersby noticed their conversation. He asked, "Is that Princess Rumiya?" She said it couldn't be. The old man denied it and said it really was the princess. Suddenly, they all rushed to the princess with a ton of questions. Is she okay? They heard the castle was half destroyed. What would happen to their kingdom next? MC stood in front of the princess, preventing the passersby from getting any closer. At that moment, Mira hit the man on the head and said they needed to calm down, otherwise they would anger Rumiya. The man grabbed his head and apologized. Mira turned to Right and said he seemed new here. He had to make sure the princess was safe, otherwise he himself knew how things were going. Rumiya, embarrassed and flustered, thanked her and said she'd like to talk to the others now. She stood on a raised platform and said they needed to listen to her. As they all knew, their kingdom had recently faced unprecedented challenges, but they had overcome them and brought peace back to their lands. They have nothing more to worry about, the man said thoughtfully. And still there's only one guard. Isn't that too dangerous? The man replied in the negative, saying that this was precisely what spoke of safety. He asked him again, what? He told him he needed to think about it. After all, she was their king's only daughter. Did he think the king would just let her go because of the castle? They remembered how the king had said that his daughter's safety was paramount. The man continued, well, since she's here, that means the king has not only dealt with his enemies, but he also knows it's so safe here that no one will attack the princess. Everyone else happily said, well, what a great king. MC, looking at all this, thought that was exactly it. That's why the government is obliged to make the people think they're safe. In difficult times, the kingdom is tasked with ensuring the morale of its inhabitants. Princess Rumiya is known for her kindness and ease. People are easily drawn to her, and everything is going even better than he expected. The boy handed Rumiya something. She told Right he should take a look at it. It looked like food. Rumiya handed it to MC and said what a big ball it was. Right thought it looked like a regular foray out of the castle, but in reality it was just a political performance. So he persuaded the king to give them permission. At the same time, the king was drunk from drinking alcohol and asked how his Rumiya was doing. Was she okay? Luguman was sitting next to him and told him that it was time for him to give her more freedom. The king said he needed to be quiet. Meanwhile, Rumiya and MC were enjoying their walk. Rumiya said that this was the Mises church in the capital. She asked him why he wanted to come here. Right replied that it would take a long time to explain. He called the princess. MC thought, is this the capital church? It looks simpler than he thought. Right remembered the king telling him he had a favor to ask. Would he listen? MC asked, an assassination order? The king asked him if he'd heard of Duke Gralzel. Right replied that he'd heard the name before, a duke, so that made him a member of the royal family? The king answered positively and said that the criminal who unleashed Starkus on the capital was Viscount Gwala, but he could never have single-handedly gotten Starkus into Kosis's personal guard, Prince Kosis. The king said there was definitely someone behind him. MC asked him, did he think it was Duke Gralzel? The king answered positively. Right asked him, what proof was there? The king said thoughtfully that he was absolutely certain it was him. Wasn't that enough? MC turned around and answered negatively. He said that was quite enough. He's just an enforcer. He doesn't care about the client's morality or justice. If he wants to carry out a purge, he can set fire to the estate after the murder, and it will serve as an example to everyone. Right thought that he really didn't care who his client was, but the Mrs. Kingdom had become an important base for him. And if the king seemed unsuitable, he might consider killing him and taking the throne. Perhaps he should confirm the truth first. MC asked him if he really wanted to execute him. Perhaps he should first confirm his guilt. The king asked him if he could. Right replied that he could easily steal evidence from the estate after the murder. That's why he was offering him the job, right? The king smiled, then laughed loudly, saying that nothing could be hidden from him after all. There was one thing that could immediately get him killed for possessing it, and he wanted him to look for it. MC asked what it was. The king said he needed to find Hakara, the kingdom's protector. Right asked him again, Hakara, the protector of the kingdom. The king answered in the affirmative. The king asked if he had heard of the kidnapping of Hakara, the protector of the kingdom. This incident would forever remain in their thoughts. MC replied that he lived in the mountains. The king said yes. Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, is a sacred artifact of the church of the goddess Mises, bestowed by the goddess herself. But someone bypassed all guards, killed 8 people, and stole the artifact. The people were killed with poison gas. They were unable to identify the culprit, but the Royal Secret Services named Duke Gralzel as the prime suspect. Because Duke Gralzel is the only member of the nobility who could produce such a poison, he can't believe he hadn't heard of it before. Right imagined the goddess's artifact, gold or silver? Right asked what was special about that artifact. The king replied that it bestowed a blessing upon all Mises residents and increased their power by about 20%. MC thought, a full 20% for everyone in the country? VLO also had artifacts, ultra-rare items that granted special powers when left in a certain location. Even he'd only seen them in person a few times, but even the most powerful VLO artifact could only boost the power of 200 people, and by no more than 3%. An artifact with a 20% boost for everyone in the country would violate all the rules of the game. Right asked if all artifacts worked like that. The king denied it, saying that the Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, was the most powerful artifact in the entire world. After its theft, the church of the goddess Mises lost significant power. Starkus likely only refrained from attacking them earlier because he was wary of their artifact's power. MC replied that he understood now. This explained Starkus's actions. The king said so, and then the kidnapping of Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, would no longer be a mere coincidence. Wright thought that with the artifact of the goddess Mises and a secret assistant, Duke Gralzel would have answers for them. After this, MC said he would take on the case. The king asked him if he agreed. Wright responded positively and said he wanted to learn more about Duke Gralzel and Hakara, the protector of the kingdom. After MC remembered all this, he and Rumia entered the church. Rumia said that this was a statue of the goddess Mises, the goddess of good and evil. For them, it is the embodiment of love and hope. Just looking at it brings peace to her soul. Wright looked at the statue with a stony face and asked, "This statue?" MC looked at the statue's hand and thought, "This must be Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, or rather, a replica of it." Rumia called Wright and said that since they were here, maybe they should say a prayer. It could be an interesting experience for him. MC sat down and thought, so be it. As he began to pray, he heard a voice that told him that she had finally been able to contact him. She thanked him for defeating Starkus. She didn't know what would have happened now if he hadn't stopped him. Wright wondered if it was the goddess Mises. Mises answered in the affirmative. MC wondered if he could contact her through prayer. After that, Wright mentally answered her, by the way. If she knew about Starkus, then couldn't she have contacted him earlier? The goddess replied that she was going to help him, but she didn't have the strength. MC asked again, "Help?" Mises answered in the affirmative and said that she wanted to prepare everything in a calmer and safer place, but it turned out that he ended up in the forest and the goddess awkwardly asked Wright not to turn away from her. MC told her not to worry, he would fulfill the order. She had sent him to an interesting world. The goddess thanked him. Wright asked if the connection was unstable. The goddess apologized, seeming to still have little strength. MC wondered if it was due to a lack of believers. He replied that he would then ask her one more question. Is Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, in Duke Gralzel's estate? The goddess answered positively and said that faith in her had weakened after he stole that staff. How dare he bring him to justice? He might not believe her, but she was once the most famous goddess in this world. The goddess's performance. Mises said that she had long accumulated divine power and then transformed it into Hakara. When Mazurazul began to dispose of the other gods, she thought she only survived thanks to Hakara. Wright said, so while she was there making her staff, he took over the entire world. These words were like a blow to the goddess. She told him not to say that. She understood everything herself. MC thought that if Mises was such a powerful goddess, she could definitely fight him back, but instead she was busy with Hakara. Wright mentally replied that now was the time to return the staff and restore faith. The goddess responded positively and said that he needed to listen to the staff. At that moment, their connection was lost. MC stood up and thought, is that all? Well, he learned what he needed. That's enough. Then Rumia and Wright headed back to the castle. MC noticed Rumia staring at him and asked, is something wrong? Rumia said he'd been praying for so long she thought he was talking to the goddess about something. Wright replied that they were discussing ways to solve a problem. Rumia asked, problem? MC answered positively and told her how to retrieve a lost item. Rumia asked again, lost item? Suddenly it dawned on her and she said he was joking. Wright replied that he wouldn't dare. Rumia looked at him, then smiled and said that she understood. He was trying to help him, because he was a kind man. MC told her that assassins were never kind people. He was simply carrying out his mission. Rumia watched him walk on and called out to him. She then handed it to him and thanked him for letting her out of the castle and allowing her to rest a little. She had never imagined that one day the city or her usual way of life could disappear. She accepted everything when she thought nothing would change, but now she realized what powerful enemies she would have to face to protect her homeland. So it doesn't matter who defends it, good or evil, to protect the people. They need a hero. They need him. Wright didn't answer and tried what she gave him. At that moment, Rumia was overcome by many thoughts. What had she just said? Maybe it was too much? She was very ashamed. What would they think now? MC took a bite and said it was sweeter than he thought. He told Rumia to contact him if she had any orders. He would help her right away. Rumia exclaimed happily. Wright added that he wouldn't give a discount. Rumia said he was greedy. Here begins the domain of Viscount Guar. Gord was driving the cart. Rumia happily leaned out the window and said that she didn't even know such a place existed in the city. He shouted at her not to stick her head out the window. Gord said he couldn't believe the princess had hidden in the carriage to go with them in case the king found out. Rumia apologized and said she'd simply heard they were going to deliver something to MC, and Gord said she'd just seen him recently. Rumia replied that a whole week had already passed. Gord calmly replied that they'd just give him the package and be right back. Rumia answered affirmatively. As night fell, they reached Wright's alchemy workshop. Rumia looked out the window and asked if this was his new workshop. She heard he built it in just a week. Gord said there had been an empty field here just 3 days ago. Larzul agreed. They approached the entrance and Gord said, there's a forge, a weaving workshop, an alchemy workshop, a warehouse for raw materials and finished products, and living quarters. How many workers would Carl require to build everything? Larzul, surprised, said that he shouldn't ask him. At that moment, Rumiya noticed something and saw a beast artifact sitting with a sign in its paw and waving at her. The sign said, Mouse Model Support Artifact number 4. Rumiya happily said that it was Wright's artifact. Later, she and the artifact talked. After the conversation, Rumiya asked in surprise, "What? Wright isn't home right now?" At that moment, Wright was strolling through the city. He remembered the king's words, saying that he had already collected all the necessary information on the Duke's case. MC said that he needed a map of the area around his estate. Lias answered affirmatively. Wright extended his hand and said that then he could fulfill the order right away. Lias spread his hands and said that he didn't have the map in his hands. It was now in the office of the Royal Secret Service. He should pick it up from there. Here was the address. MC, displeased, said that he had somewhere else to go. Lias told him not to make such a face. It was very close. After that, Lias came closer and said that he trusted them. They weren't assassins, of course, but maybe they could help him with something. A little later, Lias wished him luck. Wright approached the cafe and read the sign, Cafe Rumiyaran. Entering, MC said, "Well, why shouldn't he meet them?" Rod and Calda greeted him simultaneously. Rod said that even though they were right there, it was their fault that such a man was able to infiltrate the palace and the king nearly died. Calda added that he should at least let them face the consequences, and he should entrust the assassination to them. Wright passed them and said they didn't have to worry about it. He was paid well enough. Rod responded positively and said they knew it, but this time he should let them atone for their guilt and help him. MC looked at them and said he only came to pick up the map. Hadn't they been told he was going on this job alone? Rod, standing behind Calda, said they had been told, but if he still needed help, he just had to give the order and they would do everything in their power. Wright thought, so that's how it is. Although it's not surprising they were worried. After all, he was attempting the life of a member of the highest nobility. After that, MC apologized and said that for this job he only needed the map. He could handle the task alone. Calda apologized and asked if they could find out the reason. Wright replied that this assassination could only be entrusted to a professional. He needed not only to eliminate the target, but also to obtain information. Rod replied that the court's secret special forces had assigned him 2 of their best agents, and counting him, that made 3. Aren't they worthy of being called the best of the best? MC smiled and asked, 3, right? Rod waited, asking what he would say. Wright placed his hat on the table and, apologizing, replied that he had no intention of putting his life in their hands. Rod and Calda exchanged glances, then simultaneously suggested that if he didn't trust them so much, they should at least form a contract with magic. As he left, MC told them that trust wasn't the issue. After these words, he ran his hand along the wall and said, "It's about execution." An old man appeared in the wall. They clearly didn't expect Wright to find him. Rod asked in surprise, "What is this?" He revealed the hidden spirit technique. The old man asked MC, how long has it been since he noticed? Wright calmly replied, before he came in. Calda said he should allow him such impudence, but as an agent of the Secret Service, he had to hone his fighting techniques. He asked MC if he would be his teacher. After that, Calda swung his knife at Wright, but he couldn't move. Rod asked him what was wrong. Why wasn't he moving? Calda replied that he didn't know. He was suddenly paralyzed. His hand shook, and the knife fell from his hand. MC exhaled and said they needed to look at the ceiling. Rod asked, "Is there a trap?" Wright pointed upward and replied, "No, it's not a trap. They should take a look." They looked up and saw the artifact. Rod asked, "What is this?" Calda said, "It started moving." The old man asked, "Is it thread?" MC replied that it was a magical assassination device. He'd attached it to the ceiling when he entered the room. Wright then waved his hand, and the device shot into the floor. The old man, Calda, and Rod looked at the arrow in the floor. The old man thought no one had noticed he'd left the tool there. Calda wondered if he'd been their enemy. Rod thought they wouldn't have had a chance of winning. MC asked them, "Do you understand now?" They should offer him assistance after they'd at least learn their headquarters. After that, Wright put on his hat, extended his hand, and said they should give him a map. Rod opened the table and, handing him the map, said that according to their data, Duke Grossel would be leaving the estate in 4 days. Officially, it was a business trip, but in reality, he was planning to leave the country forever and flee to the Archbishopric of Rondal. They suspect he plans to take Hakara, the kingdom's protector, with him. This is their last chance to ruin his plans. MC took the map and answered affirmatively, saying he would take care of it. The old man told Wright what he wanted to ask him. He was undercover and he even stopped his breathing with the help of an artifact. No one noticed him except him. How did he know where he was? MC noticed the jar and, pointing to it, said he wanted to ask about that jar. Was this some kind of joke? The old man asked him what he meant. It was an artifact with an explosive substance for neutralizing intruders. Wright answered affirmatively and said he advised them to conceal not only the artifact's appearance but also their magical energy. What difference did it make how well the trap was hidden if this magical energy could be felt even outside the building? The same applies to the mantle he was hiding behind. The essence of a trap is to find the perfect hiding place to deliver a sudden, fatal blow. Hired assassins worked the same way. The old man asked if he could sense their energy even from the outside. Perhaps he had some special detectors? MC replied in the negative, saying that one glance at the place was enough. Wright thought that it seemed like people in this world couldn't determine the location of artifacts using their magical power. MC told them that he would give them homework before parting. After these words, he tossed them the artifact and, as they climbed the stairs, said that they could disassemble it however they wanted. Inside it were artifacts for movement, combat, and measuring magic. They would definitely be interested. Rod asked him if he was sure. Perhaps the day would come when they would stop being allies. Wright replied that it was okay. He doubted they would change much. They looked at him sullenly. Rod said that they would see if he could say that the next time they met. MC turned and said with a smile that he would wait for the day when they became stronger. After Wright went outside, he hoped they'd hide the traps better by his next visit. Meanwhile, Calda, the old man, and Rod were dismantling the magical artifact. Calda said he now understood why the king liked it so much. The old man focused, said they couldn't fall behind. Rod continued, saying they had to live up to the king's expectations. Calda remarked how extraordinary this artifact was. He had a sense of déjà vu when he manipulated those threads. It reminded him of Starkus's magic. Rod looked at him and asked if he assumed they were on the same level of skill. Calda thoughtfully replied that he didn't know. Perhaps he just imagined it. Meanwhile, at MC's house, Gord pointed to a candle and told Rumia that if Wright didn't return before it burned out, they would go home. Rumia looked upset at these words. Larsel asked why there were so many candles. There are a lot of them both in the room and outside, and yet it's very dark. Maybe they aren't candles at all? Rumia said that if you look closely it looks more like fabric than wax. No, like some kind of thread. Gord asked, really? He couldn't see it. Could candles really be made from thread? Larsel stood and watched them. He said they just needed to touch them, and then everything would become clear. At that moment, Wright approached him and told him to take his hands off his samples. Larsel was terrified and quickly stepped away from him. Rumia happily shouted to him that he was back. It was so unusual to see him in new clothes. MC wished her good evening. Larsel approached him and asked, samples? Was he still studying something? Maybe he should hone his combat skills? Wright calmly replied that maybe it would suit someone. But for him, the most important thing was artifacts and the development of new materials. Is it okay for them to keep the princess so late? Won't the king worry about her? They didn't answer him. Rumia said she brought them here. She's here to give him a reward from the king. MC asked, a reward? He'd already received both his land and the materials. Wright thought Starkus had collected a large amount of materials for the shrine, so he was able to build the workshop quickly. Gord replied in the negative, saying he was talking about rewards unrelated to the workshop and that he needed to take a look at them. He opened the boxes, and MC saw several stones inside. Larsel told him that during the previous order, he shared some magic potions with them, right? Of course, even that wasn't enough to repay him for his kindness, but the king sent him these magic stones as a token of gratitude. They hoped they would be useful. Wright thought they could be used in the construction. He stood up and said he was grateful for the stones in exchange for all the potions, but he needed a lot of tools right now, and they should convey his thanks to the king. Gord responded affirmatively. Then he turned to Rumia and said they needed to go. It was time to return home. Rumia became worried and thought she didn't want to leave. She looked at the candle and asked MC if he had accepted some dangerous order. Wright asked her why she was asking. Rumia awkwardly replied that she had just imagined it. Finally, she said goodbye to him and told him to be careful. MC responded affirmatively and then saw them off. Then he went into the workshop and asked number 4 what the results of the latest experiment were. Wright activated the mechanism and a ladder appeared in the floor. The beast artifact told MC something. Wright, descending the ladder, replied that that was excellent. He needed to take the materials from number 747 and continue his research for the next order. Everything is ready for the next artifact. Then, at that moment, MC remembered Rumia's face. Wright asked number 4 how long it would take to make the materials for that artifact. Number 4 showed the number 1, which meant 1 day. MC said that was excellent. Then tomorrow night, he would go to Duke Gralsel's estate. Duke Gralsel's estate. Lilias told the Duke that he understood everything. Of course, the king had begun to suspect him, but that didn't mean he should lead him to the toilet by the hand now. The Duke nervously told him to shut up. Easy for him to say. He had the power, and the assassin Starkus himself was hunting him. Duke Gralsel. Gralsel said that he would leave the country tomorrow, right? And once the danger subsided, that's when he could return. He would have another chance to seize the throne. And if he intended to fulfill his duty as an apostle, he must listen to what he said and protect his life. At that moment, Lilias struck the building with a powerful blow. He asked him if this was really a threat. Since when did he decide what was best for their plan? Lilias stood before the Duke and pointed his sword at him. The soldiers ran up and asked what had happened. The Duke told them they shouldn't approach. He was fine. Gralsel told Lilias he was wrong. Fear had clouded his judgment, and he begged for forgiveness. Lilias smiled and answered affirmatively. He said they still needed someone to assume the throne. He could live for now, but from now on, he must watch his tongue. The Duke stuttered, but he did and thanked him. Lilias looked at him and said he could guarantee his safety. He knew how assassins worked, so as long as he was here, he was safe. And anyway, if he was so afraid of him, he he could hire more guards. The Duke replied that it was dangerous, that there was a high risk that a hired assassin could infiltrate the guards. If he were attacked outside the estate, he could escape via a secret passage, but he would never allow an assassin to enter his home. Gralsel began biting his finger again and nervously remarked that the estate was full of artifacts, and that even the most skilled assassin would have a hard time getting in. Perfect! Lilez thought, right, the estate was under reliable protection. Perfect. But he thought Starkus's defenses were far better. The Duke asked, by the way, how is Hakara, the kingdom's protector? Was everything all right? Lilez replied that it was under his protection. Was he doubting him? The Duke nervously denied it and said that wasn't the issue. The Rondel diocese would agree to accept him after escaping from Missis, only if he brought Hakara with him. He said the vault was imprinted with the most powerful magical seal, Starkus. If there was magic in the world capable of destroying it, he'd like to see it. Shortly before reaching a cliff within 10 kilometers of the estate, Wright emerged from the sea near the Duke's estate and remarked on how warmly he'd been greeted. MC assumed the coastal waters near the estate were rigged with defensive mines, and that the cliffs were also festooned with magical bombs. But no one had warned him about that. Upon his return, he'd tell this Royal Secret Service what he thought of them. Wright extended his hand and told him he should give it here. Afterward, he dressed and said this was his final test before infiltrating the estate. He thought, and so, his mission for today was to retrieve Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, and eliminate Duke Gralsel. He'd wasted too much time on surveillance and artifact placement. Unfortunately, he had no time left to study the situation from the inside. The Duke planned to flee the country for the Rondel diocese tomorrow, and it was only to be expected that they would increase security on the eve of his departure. He had to act. It was now or never. MC looked at the map and thought, so, they had a rocky coastline on one side and a forest teeming with monsters on the other. Wright looked at the map, which showed his location, and said, yes, he'd chosen the perfect spot. Easy to defend, almost impossible to attack. He thought that even if someone managed to breach the defenses from the sea, the estate was cut off from the coast by cliffs, inaccessible from this side. The only way to enter the estate was by land. Alarm zone. MC thought that, however, there were around 200 knights patrolling the estate at any one time, and given that they were relieved 3 times a day, he could estimate that there were at least 600 on duty. Wright said the security was tight, but he couldn't say anything. He figured his professional combat skills were useless, so it was in his best interest to avoid open conflict. The sacred artifacts were very durable. Even if he blew up the estate, Hakara wouldn't be harmed. Normally, he would simply use the artifacts, but not this time. MC looked at the sound coming from. A soldier asked what the sounds were. A second soldier asked, is it coming from the estate? Wright thought that, as he suspected, another apostle of Monsieur Azul was at the estate. Some time ago, MC and the king were sitting and discussing something. Wright asked him, apostle? The king answered affirmatively, saying that's what they call people who, like Starkus, have received God's blessing. All information about the apostles is strictly classified. Even he knows little about them. However, he does know that the Duke has kidnapped Hakara, the kingdom's protector, and that it will likely be guarded by someone comparable in power to Starkus. MC thought that the goddess Mises might have told him about this. It really was very important. He asked if the goddess Mises had servants. The king looked at the reflection in the cup and said he didn't know if she had any before, but definitely not now. Some say that an apostle of God must possess colossal power to appear. The Church of Luras Mers is relatively new. Their God wouldn't have the strength for such a thing, especially for 2 apostles at once. Something is definitely fishy here. They should be extremely careful. Wright scanned the estate's location and concluded that, judging by the magical energy, the second apostle was a magic knight. He had no idea what had happened, but with such a monster inhabiting the estate, artifacts alone wouldn't be enough, however. Suddenly, MC saw something resembling an entrance in the rock. He wondered if it was a secret passage, a magical meter, a launcher, a magical boat. It was clear that great attention had been paid to the engine's propulsion during its design, and magical artifacts were installed on the hull to prevent the detonation of underwater mines. Wright said he assumed it was an escape route. Then he thought it would be foolish to try to enter the estate through that passage. There was a high chance he would be spotted the moment he set foot inside, but he would leave the Duke a modest gift. Someone on the radio said he was being called by security headquarters and needed to report the situation. A soldier began reporting that the southwestern territories were unchanged. Someone on the radio broadcast that all soldiers were to return to their starting positions. It turned out that the sudden explosion that had occurred earlier posed no immediate threat, and they were ordered to continue patrolling along established routes. At that moment, a soldier pressed a button on his radio and said, exactly, yes, no change. Southwest Sector 1, no change. The soldier seemed out of his mind. He repeated again, Southwest Sector 1, no change. Another soldier, also out of his mind, said, Southwest Sector 2, no change, no change. At that moment, it turned out that MC's assistant was perched in a tree. Wright thought everything was going perfectly according to plan. 747 was successfully completing his mission, dispersing a special poison into the wind, an experimental specimen of magical artifact number 747, which contains toxic fibers. This poison is incapable of killing or tranquilizing a person even with direct exposure, but it can be used to effectively influence consciousness. It moves according to his instructions, poisoning the air with toxic fumes. This sample is ideal for secretly infiltrating foreign territory, as the toxic vapors are undetectable until actual exposure. The soldier said that the southwest sector was too unchanged. MC figured that since the poison didn't block thought processes, the people were conscious, the guards were reporting on schedule, and therefore they didn't arouse suspicion. Wright said they needed to get started. He supposed that, of course, some people would be able to detect his presence even under the influence of the poison, but it seemed he was lucky today, and no such people were here. After that, MC calmly walked past the guards. He said he needed to try it here. He took out the artifact and set it on the ground. Peeking out from behind a tree at the estate, he thought it was a stone's throw from here, but the last line of defense for the Duke's estate consisted of 15 knights. It's clear that these soldiers are far from ordinary guards, and he's sure these guys know each other by sight, so pretending to be one of them is practically the same as signing a death warrant. In that case, after that, the knight noticed something and was about to head in that direction, but he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that the 3 knights who had been guarding the area had fallen to the ground. He asked, "What's wrong? Why were they all suddenly falling?" He asked him, "What happened?" Mate replied that he didn't know. Everything was fine. He couldn't understand. He suddenly felt ill. At that moment, he noticed something and said there was an arrow. The soldier radioed that they were under attack. All outposts should pay attention. A barrage of enemy arrows rained down on the estate. He called the rest of the soldiers over the radio again and said that the estate was under attack from the air. An enemy arrow had flown towards them. He repeated, "An arrow. All posts must locate the enemy. Southwest Sector 1, come in." At that moment, Wright, disguised, stood with a crossbow in hand. He thought the invasion had been successful. The magical energy of Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, was emanating from here. Then he leaped down and thought, from below. Wright went downstairs and was noticed by 2 knights, but one of them realized it wasn't Might and loudly asked who he was. He picked up a radio and was about to warn of an attack, but he threw darts and they both immediately lost consciousness. He entered the hall, where he removed his disguise and said that finally, here it is, the stolen Hakara of the kingdom's protector. He noticed the magical seals attached to the swords and thought it was a 4th-level magical seal. If it were an ordinary physical lock, a master key would be enough for him. But with a high-level magical seal, things are not so simple. At least it doesn't signal the apostle in the estate about the break-in. Apparently, this idiot believes that no one can break his seal. He has a little time. The safe is made of magical metal. The walls are 1 meter thick. He could deform it with transformation magic. The main problem is the seal. Hakara is hidden behind a physical lock and a magical seal. Fusing the key to the physical lock is very simple, but what to do with the seal is a good question. You need to determine the type of magical seal and the material the connecting part is made of. This is difficult, of course, but not impossible. The entire lock mechanism is thickly coated with orichalcum. This is a magical ore resistant to any kind of influence, both magical and physical. By hiding the connecting part behind orichalcum, you can eliminate the only vulnerable spot of the protective mechanism. This metal is impervious to even the most powerful transformation magic. Therefore, any treasure can be securely hidden under an orichalcum lock. Starkus thought so, right? He alone could have come up with such a thing. But transformation has long been beyond his capabilities. He thought that blacksmithing and alchemy, plus the 5 basic skills of creation. Those who have mastered all these skills have access to special magic, true transformation. He began using his magic on the seal and rebuilt it, after which he managed to remove the protection. He looked at it and said that this was indeed Hakara, the protector of the kingdom. He came closer and thought that one glance was enough to understand that the hand of the goddess had indeed touched it. Such powerful energy emanated from it that even the mana balance in his body was unbalanced. He needed to concentrate. He could lose consciousness if he was careless with this. He took it in his hand, was a little surprised and thought, is the mana stable? The balance is not disturbed. It seems that his health has even improved. So, Hakara is adapting to him? Is this the help the goddess promised? In that case, he finished here. He activated the mana meter, saw everything in the vicinity, and said that it looked like the count was still somewhere nearby. They need to go to Plan B. Meanwhile, the knights outside asked loudly, have they searched the rocks? That rat must have hidden somewhere here. They needed to be more careful. Lalais looked down at the count, who had grabbed his arm, and asked, did he hear that? He had to meet the intruder, so he should let him go. Gralsel loudly refused and said that he was sure it was a trap. He wanted to lure him out so that he would be alone. If he wasn't around, who would be left to protect him? He tried to break free and said loudly that he had to check the safe. He had to stop and let go of him already. He said loudly that the safe was reliably protected because of the Starkus spell. Nothing would happen to it. Their enemy was a cowardly rat relying on magical tools, and he would never be able to break the lock. There was nothing to worry about. The tools wouldn't help. He denied it with a serious expression and said that the problem wasn't the magical tools. He asked, then what's the matter? He was about to say something, but a knight ran up to them and said loudly that they had found him. He had taken Hakar. They were surprised by this, and Lelis took his sword and said that it looked like it was time for him to leave. He swung his sword cutting the ground to descend into the vault. Knights crowded around the protagonist and loudly asked how he had opened the safe. What difference did it make? The main thing now was to catch this freak. He looked up and thought, here comes the apostle. He threw a flashbang grenade and said that his mission was complete so he could leave. A bright flash surprised the knights and they loudly asked, what is it? He couldn't see anything. The knights began to fall and he loudly said that they should all turn away. Otherwise, they would lose consciousness. This is interesting. At first glance, it's an ordinary flash bomb, but in reality, a small creature on his belt attacks the soldiers. Playing with paralyzing poison was a cheap trick, but he had to admit it worked effectively, and among other things, unnoticed. He jumped out into the street and said that he had managed to destroy Starkus's magical seal, but it seemed he was capable of more. He would see how many more cards he had. He ran somewhere very quickly, and MC thought, wow, that's speed as expected from a magic knight. Perhaps he was even faster than Larzul. He started using magic and said that, however, the Count was now unprotected. He began directing birds toward the estate, which the knights noticed and loudly said that someone should come here and help. Malaise knocked down one of the birds with a stone and said that he was quite fast. He still didn't want to show him his weak points. He thought it was amazing. He threw a stone at supersonic speed with his bare hands and knocked down his bird. What kind of monster is this? He was surprised to see him nearby, but he looked at him with a smile, greeted this uninvited guest and asked if he would tell him how Hakara ended up in his hands. He took out a dagger and thought that now, looking at him, he could tell one thing for sure. This guy was a head taller than most magic knights. He looked at him and asked if he was really looking for an escape route. He should have attacked him from behind, but it didn't matter. He was in no hurry. Who knows what other traps he had prepared? He would be extremely careful. He looked at him intently and thought that this was a difficult opponent. 1,000 times, he had 1,000 times more magical energy than he did. Even though he was stronger, he still remained on guard. It seemed he had prepared and had already managed to study his basic killing techniques. Malaise looked at him with a calm expression and asked what he was planning there. Suddenly, there was an explosion under his feet, but he managed to jump back at the last moment. He stopped, but an explosion started happening in that place again. He began to quickly jump to the sides, dodging multiple explosions. Wright looked at him and thought that one frontal attack from him and he would not have a chance to win, so he lured him here. He quickly ran towards him with his sword, and at the same moment, he threw a flashbang grenade at him. The creature on his belt was about to shoot a dart, but unexpectedly for them, he disappeared from their field of view. He was about to attack him with his sword, but he felt energy and stopped. He used the soul split spell, but he managed to dodge this attack. He stopped and said that he should calm down. He set traps here at every step. By the way, what did he do with their guards? He looked at him and thought, did he dodge the soul split? It was the most reliable trap he had set up, the best he could construct with the materials available. It took a split second for the mechanism to activate, but he still managed to dodge. He asked if he had some kind of special ability or advanced intuition. Malaise asked, looking a little confused. What the hell was that? Spiritual magic? How many rumors had he heard about it? Who would have thought that such amazing magic could be hidden in a trap? Come on, what else could he have hidden here? He smiled, thrust his sword into the ground, and said that he was proposing a truce. He had a serious expression, wondering why he had thrown down his weapon. Maybe he was trying to stall for time? He asked if he had completely lost his mind. They were supposedly in the midst of a battle here. What kind of truce was he talking about? He agreed and said that he remembered that, actually, at first he had intended to finish him off quickly, but now he had changed his mind. How could he deprive humanity of such a skilled killer with his own hands? He asked if he wanted him to join his side. He agreed, and asked why he should fight for some missus if their support would open up limitless opportunities for him. Honestly, they've been really short of good assassins like him lately. The protagonist asked if he wanted to introduce himself first. Then they'd make such serious statements. He agreed and said his name was Lelace. He also introduced himself, calling him a friend and asking if he could tell him what he wanted. Maybe money, women, or fame? He thought about it, but suddenly a sword flew at him. He dodged the flying sword at the last moment and thought that this is what the cunning man had in mind. A hovering sword is a special skill of magic knights that allows them to control weapons from a distance. He expected this outcome. When he threw his sword away, everything became clear. He caught his sword and said that he was sorry. If he were weaker and simpler, he would have accepted him to their side without a second thought. However, as soon as he repelled his first attack, he realized that this was impossible. He was too dangerous. There was no place for someone like him in the world of Masura Azul. He raised the sword above his head, directed a huge amount of magical energy into it, and delivered a very powerful blow. The knights looked out the window and said that even the sea was raging. Was the enemy really that strong? Lelace was on their side, so everything would be fine. Whoever was there, he would deal with them in no time and bring Hakrar back. Grousel was hiding next to them, loudly called them idiots, and asked what they were even talking about. Did they really value their lives? They needed to get away from here. At the same time, people in the castle loudly asked, was that really an earthquake? What was going on? Were Rondal's soldiers really advancing? Something was coming from the cliffs. Larzul called Gord, who turned to him and asked if he heard it too. He agreed and said that he was absolutely sure that he was involved. He asked what was going on there, behind the cliffs. Rumiya came out onto the balcony to the worried people and said that she asked them to calm down. They all looked at her. She called Gord and said that he should gather all the knights of the royal guard and follow her father's instructions. She'll ask the remaining knights to descend into the city and throw all their forces into protecting the people. There's a high probability of another earthquake, and they need to be on guard. They don't yet know exactly what's going on, but in the current situation, they're obliged to do everything in their power to protect their lands. She started to leave. Laius noticed her anxiety, and she walked past, worried about MC and thinking that she hoped he would be careful. At the same time, Lilai skied in displeasure and said that a hired killer can't be caught off guard so easily. He stood in a cloud of dust next to him and said that distracting the enemy with a serious conversation was smart, to say the least, a cunning tactic. However, he should have thrown away his weapon in vain because he understood everything right away. If he had suddenly thrown a smaller dagger, then maybe his plan would have worked. He said that the beast on his belt was emitting magical energy and could sense danger. It would have noticed any, even a tiny dagger, right? How did he even come up with that? He didn't finish, looked to the side and thought, magical energy was coming from the palace. Was that reinforcements? When did he manage to call for reinforcements? The trap explosions started appearing again. He dodged these attacks and said, "What a bastard." He put on a show to distract his attention. He realized something and thought, are they heading towards the estate? The reinforcements are real. All their fuss with him is a trap. He jumped very high and took out a magical artifact for communication. But Wright noticed this, activated the traps and loudly said that he should remove his hands. He swung his sword and loudly said that it was not for him to say this. He began to attack with magical energy, using the spell Earth Split. He waved his hand and thought that his magical artifacts couldn't be broken by such magic. He launched many devices, channeled energy into the sword, and called him impudent. In the air, he noticed artifacts in the form of ravens and wondered if he wanted to send them to the estate. Hakara, maybe use spatial magic? If he imprisoned him inside, he would no longer be able to get out. He raised his hand, was about to use magic, and said that he had no time to think. Purple lightning, oath sword. The time for battle had come, so it must obey him. The radiance of the double stars will outshine the light of day. He used the Royal Knight attack spell and created a large sphere in the air. He took the radio and said that they should grab the Duke and run. Reinforcements would arrive soon. He threw away the device, and the protagonist noticed that he couldn't open his inventory and said that this couldn't be. Lilias looked at him, hovering in the air, and said that it was entirely possible. They were in the Colosseum's binary star space. Not a speck of dust from the outside world could penetrate here, let alone magical energy. No one would save him. Only the winner would leave here alive. He had to act, but he wouldn't let what happened to Starkus happen again. He had to take a weapon. He took out his weapon and thought, so that's it. He'd practically trapped him in a cage. There was no such magic in the game. It was clearly forbidden by the rules. He couldn't even use artifacts here. He looked at him with a smile and said that things couldn't get any worse. He thought about the Colosseum's binary star space. He'd trapped him here with high-level magic. Perhaps he could escape with a true transformation, but he wouldn't have time, because he wouldn't allow it. Without access to the inventory, he won't be able to use items, and attacking himself is akin to a deadly pact. That meant. Lays looked at him and asked why he was so quiet. He can't fight without his artifacts. He's pathetic, but someone like him always has an ace up his sleeve. Secret artifacts, mind-affecting magic, whatever he's up to he can do without hesitation. He can use it. There are no rules in the Colosseum's binary stars. The strongest always wins here. He asked in a puzzled tone, "Are you sure he's an apostle?" He seemed confused by this question, agreed, and asked, "What kind of questions are those?" MC asked, "Then why does their entire battle feel more like some kind of terrible test? It's in his best interests to use all his dirty tricks and kill him quickly, just like Starkus." He sighed and asked, "Does he think every single apostle is obligated to obey their masters?" Not at all. Not all of them choose to grovel at the feet of their superiors like him. He has his own vision of this. The main thing for him is the desire for absolute power. How dare he even compare them? He looked at him and thought that he was clearly not the type to hide anything intentionally, but something here did not add up. The key to victory must be hidden somewhere here. Lele's looked at him with a serious expression and said that their conversation was over. If he does not attack first, then he will. He released many magical waves with a swing of his sword, and he began to dodge all these attacks. He ran up to him very quickly and delivered very powerful sword strikes, using the lightning cross skill. Wright jumped to dodge this attack. He was surprised because of this and wondered, was he able to dodge his attack? He jumped very high, turned towards him, and threw several needles, but he reflected all his attacks. Immediately after that, Leleis ran very quickly towards him and extended his hand to grab him. He almost grabbed him, but he used the Thunder Fang's skill and he was forced to block this attack. He appeared above his head and used the Triumph of Fire skill, enhancing the flames. He summoned a dragon made of flames, which he attacked him with. The protagonist also attacked him with a sword, but he blocked its blow. He continued to use magic and deal very strong blows, but he could not reach him. After these very strong attacks, Lelace caught a small piece of fabric and thought that it was a magical symbol of water. He knew that his clothes themselves were an artifact, but why did he need it? To feel the flows of magical energy? He threw it aside and said that since it was now torn to shreds, there was little use in it. What really matters is this. His sword skills are not the best, but he moves well. Much better than he thought. He looked at him with a smirk and asked, was he really scared? So this is a magic knight, the owner of the exceptional skills of the royal guards? Or does he regret getting into a fight? Perhaps he can't handle him? Alright, he can ask the soldiers outside for help. He's in a good mood today. He showed him 3 fingers and said he wanted to clarify 3 things. First, the Colosseum upholds the principles of justice, and so they will witness their fight. Second, his technique is called knight nobility. The royal knight is his partner, the one riding on a horse. He asked if he thought Starkus, his partner, was an apostle. Lelace didn't answer that, and said that third, he shouldn't try to stall for time. No matter how long he stayed here, the royal army wouldn't be able to deal with the Count that easily. Hopping around like a flea, endlessly dodging his attacks was a waste of time. He should attack. MC remained silent and said that, as he saw it, he was finally ready to accept his challenge. Well, on the other hand, since he's a guest here, so be it, he'll answer his questions. Starkus isn't his friend, he's his teacher. At first, he wandered the world as a self-proclaimed teacher of magic, but then, about 10 years ago, he took him and Laki as students. His older brother showed great talent for magic, and just a few years later, he joined the Imperial Knightly Order. He was a bright young star. However, do the words connection ban mean anything to him? When he was a knight of the emperor, the worship of gods was strictly forbidden. In an empire without religion, there could be neither gods nor apostles. However, faced with a real threat from a neighboring country, the imperial family lifted the ban on religion. Then Laki was born, an apostle created by human hand. Indeed, it was a long night that will forever remain in his memory. The imperial knights rebelled against the apostle, who had lost control. However, they were no match for his power. The Colosseum's twin stars swallowed the empire, burying it under mountains of bodies and the bright flames of hellfire. All for Monsieur Zul. He and his companion, the knight, gave everything to shine even brighter. That's the truth. He didn't have time to finish, because a loud sound coming from the cliffs caught his attention. Wright looked at him with a smirk and said he apologized for interrupting. However, something had become noisy near the cliffs. Didn't he think so? Had someone tried to escape through them? Right, by the way, how is the Count doing? Lelace thought there was an emergency exit hidden in the cliffs. Had he really decided to use teleportation magic, not to call for reinforcements, but to lure the Count out to the sea? He continued to look at him with a smirk, and said that just so he knew, the Count was already dead. He could judge for himself if they had any reason left to fight on. To be honest, he had already run out of artifacts. He said with a frightening look that he was too dangerous to be left alive. He didn't expect the Count to rot so soon, but he would pay for it. He started attacking with his sword and used the running lightning skill. He dealt a very strong blow with the sword filled with energy and struck with this blow. He stood with his back to him after that and said that he had told him not to waste time. Is he having trouble breathing and everything is swimming before his eyes? The Colosseum is cut off from the outside world. This applies not only to magical energy, but also to oxygen. The more he moves, the faster and harder it is to breathe. In a confined space, oxygen becomes less and less. Of course, this works on him too, but he, unlike some, can still move. It's funny how such a small thing decides everything, isn't it? The outcome of this battle was predetermined, and he didn't even know it. However, he needn't worry. His soul, like Laki's, will remain forever here, in the space of the Colosseum's double stars, and will continue to shine just as brightly. Right, knight? The time has come. The double stars will unite. He was about to deliver the finishing blow, but the protagonist jumped aside and dodged this attack. Lelace was very surprised by this, and loudly asked if he still had strength left. He began to pursue him, attacking with his sword, but he couldn't hit, and he thought that some strange feeling was bothering him again. The artifacts had run out. He could no longer sense magical energy so subtly. But how is that possible? He anticipates all of his attacks, even those that are invisible to the eye. But most importantly, how does he move so fast? It's as if he's not human at all. He had an idea. He used the Thunderbarge skill and loudly said that this couldn't be. Something appeared behind him. He used the Puppet of Heavenly Powers skill and asked, does he understand now? Didn't he really notice? How surprised he was. Unfortunately, this skill works due to magical energy, so it can only dodge attacks. It won't work to attack. A lot of time had passed to study it, but the advantage it gives in battle, Starkus himself would envy him. Lelace was very angry because of this and loudly said that this is an abomination. His filthy, vile soul defiled their bright duel. This is vile. This is a sin, sacrilege, a mockery of divine power, and his powers and Starkus's power were granted to them by God. He has no right to use this. He does not deserve it. Monsieur Azul, he begs for forgiveness. He has made this filth a part of his soul. He must disappear. He must get rid of him. With one blow, he will put an end to this fight. MC looked at him with a serious expression and thought that now it was clear where this nasty premonition came from. An ordinary person cannot resist an apostle. It's like mice attacking an elephant. No wonder he was crucifying the principles of justice. It seems to him that the Colosseum was originally intended for sacrificial ceremonies to an evil god. All this pathos is smoke and mirrors, a clever trick to hide the true essence behind the duel. However, thanks to his anger, he now had a chance to win. Lelace raised his sword above his head and loudly said that he cannot run away. He will not allow him to hide forever. He will wipe him off the face of the earth. He was about to attack, but suddenly a large crystal protruded from his shoulder, which distracted him, and he looked at it. He wondered where these crystals came from. Was this spatial magic? But wait, he hadn't even moved. Did he really have any other artifacts left? That couldn't be right. He would never, ever allow that to happen. What was going on here, and where did his cloak go? Wright looked at him with a smirk and said that it had finally begun. The phase paralytic poison had taken effect. The phase paralytic poison is contained in crystals. Upon entering the body, the poison molecules instantly crystallize. After a sufficient number of poison crystals accumulate in the victim's body, paralysis sets in. He suspected that his resistance to poisons would be quite high, and so he prepared an indecently large, he would say a horse-sized dose. If he had used regular poison gas, he would certainly have sensed something was wrong, long before the poison had time to take effect. That's why he chose the phase paralytic poison gas, and judging by the size of the crystal, he was right. Lelise asked loudly, "But how is poisonous gas connected to his cloak at all?" The protagonist said that after activating the puppet of the heavenly powers, he was left with a bunch of interesting side artifacts. Among them were materials with which he was able to spray poison into the air. He was surprised by this and asked, was this what his cloak was made of? This is a lie. If he really used poisonous gas, he would have died first. He showed the device covering his face and asked, in his opinion, when the gas entered the air and how long had he held his breath. He became even more angry, finding it all disgusting, and asked, how many more of these dirty tricks does he have? How could such a monster be born? MC very quickly ran up to him while he was distracted by thoughts and stabbed a syringe into his body. He asked in a serious tone, did he say his brother was a royal knight? What is it like when his body is torn apart from the inside? It turns out that his impenetrable armor is worth a penny. He modified this poison. Even a small amount is enough to kill a person. He wants to warn him, there were a full 50 grams in this syringe. That's 50,000 times more than the lethal dose. How long does he think he'll last? He was shocked by this and wondered if he really would die. However, Mazur-Zul's dream had almost come true, and he would be struck down by some pathetic heretic. Starks had also fallen at the hands of this monster. His vision was darkening. He gathered his strength and loudly declared that only a black hole could defeat the giant star. Glory to Mazur-Zul. He attacked with his sword, very surprised by what had happened, and wondered if he had stopped his sword with his bare hands. He held him back with a smirk and said that he should watch carefully. He would show him something. Crimson blood, hellish flames must destroy everything in its path. Lelise was very surprised by what he heard and said loudly that this could not be, but only he knew. How much longer was he going to defame their honest name? Wright said that in heaven and on earth, in the past and in the future, no god had power over him. The devil's corridor. He loudly called him a heretic in a displeased voice and said that he would regret it. He saw a huge creature in front of him, smiled, and said that it was so wonderful. He stood next to him and said that this poisonous gas causes hallucinations and contains the poison of Gallic frogs. In the wild, they show the victim what it desires before ending it. This is his parting gift. He looks so happy. I wonder what he saw there? A puppet of the heavenly powers saved his life. He was incredibly lucky. The barrier around him began to disappear, and he said that the phase paralytic poison should have weakened him, but he could still attack him, even destroy the space of the Colosseum. After all, they are terribly strong, these apostles. Who would have thought that some side artifact would help him out so much? He will have to thank Princess Rumia for praying for his safety. He took the sword and said that he would take the royal knight. He looked up and wondered, did it just fall apart? Of course, it's not that simple. He's not human. He took the staff, started to leave, and asked, 20% to the power of abilities? The goddess Mysis upsets him. After some time, the knights examined the devices and asked, what is this? His Majesty, these objects were scattered along the road. Apparently they moved in different directions using teleportation magic. They assume that this is the work of an assassin. However, the strange thing is, the closer they get to the royal castle, the more similar mechanisms they find. Perhaps he did this on purpose? Rumia snatched the device, began to examine it in surprise and asked, perhaps these were traps? While they were getting from the royal palace to the count's estate, they also used teleportation magic. Probably from a distance, their magic has something in common with the magic of these mechanisms. Then, what if he set everything up so that these funny mechanisms looked like reinforcements? She became upset and worried when she noticed Lias looking at her with a serious expression. He asked, why did she stop talking? She should continue. She was ordered to stay in the castle, but she was stubborn. For some reason, she was still here with them. How many times had she secretly climbed into someone else's carriage? She was very nervous and trying to think of something, and he asked loudly, then maybe they should ask Gord. How many times had this happened? He and Larzul knelt down and said loudly, that he begged His Majesty's forgiveness, that this would not happen again. He was angry about this, but quickly calmed down, called her, and said that he hoped that she understood that she had behaved extremely carelessly. They were on the territory of the Earl, who had committed a terrible crime. She should not be here. She refused, took his hand, and said that she could not let him bear this burden alone. He asked, "Is that so? What if he says that Right is no longer here?" She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Is he really not here?" A knight came to them, called His Majesty, and said that Rondal's ships had been spotted at sea. Lias looked through the telescope, and with a wide smile said that they should not worry, they were heading here to meet the people. He approached the shore and thought, first the apostles, then Rondal, not a moment's peace. She says she wants to share his burden. However, will he ever be able to allow someone to bear this responsibility in his place? At the same time, the protagonist walked to a large building and asked, "They're coming here, right?" He went inside and asked if anyone was here. Several people were standing in the dark hall, and one of them asked if he had come for the worship procedure. He denied it and said that by the king's order, he had come to return the stolen item to its place. The man closed the door behind him, and he gave his name and said that he would not hand over such an important thing to untrustworthy strangers. He asks them to introduce themselves. Two men pointed at one of them, called him a fool, and said that he should fear God. Doesn't he know who he is? It's the Archbishop himself. He pretended to recognize him and said that he was just from the village. He was told that someone from the church would be there, but he didn't know that he would meet the Archbishop himself at the door. Weren't they warned what exactly he would bring? He denied it and said that they were warned that if they found out ahead of time, there would be trouble. MC thought that the king was a good man, to say nothing of not revealing the secret until the very end. He took out Hakara and asked if this cane looked familiar to them. They were very surprised by this, and asked loudly if this could really be the same Hakara of the protector of the kingdom. They knelt down and said that he never thought that he would be able to look at it even once again in his life. Was it really he who found it? He agreed, and said that he did it at the request of the king. The Archbishop said that he was very grateful to him. Even in his wildest dreams, he never dared to imagine that someone could return Hakara to them. He asked if they could tell him where to leave it. He agreed and said that he was asking for permission to lead him. After that, they all came together to a large, brightly lit hall. The Archbishop extended his hands to him and asked to give it to him. Wright agreed, walked onto the platform with his staff, called upon the great goddess Mysis, and said that her faithful followers thanked her with all their hearts for granting them a divine blessing and helping this brave warrior return Hakara to the bosom of their temple. They would henceforth defend it with their lives. As soon as he placed the staff in the center of the temple, an enormous magical energy rose above the city. Thanks to this, the city's inhabitants felt their strength increase. He created some kind of device from the cube and was surprised to think that its stats had increased by 20%. Who would have thought that the speed and accuracy of transformation could improve so much? This Hakara breaks all possible rules. The church servants approached him, called him by name, bowed, and said that they sincerely thanked him for returning Hakara, the protector of the kingdom, to the church. They asked him not to hesitate to ask the church for help in the future. They will provide him with all possible support, no matter the cost. He thought that the king had already paid him the promised reward, although it would be nice in the future to be paid not in money, but in influence over the church. He is sure that it would be, at the very least, suspicious if the first person he meets asks for power over the church as a reward. He asked, before he voices the request, if they think they should all pray to God together, although this, of course, will take some time. The Archbishop agreed and said that he is, after all, a very pious man. They all knelt together, and he mentally asked, "Can you hear me?" Mises said that they should wait a little. She would come down now. The protagonist looked up and saw a goddess descending a staircase of magical energy. He looked at her and wondered, who is this divine aura? Perhaps she is an imposter. She doesn't look like a goddess at all. Maybe the one he dealt with before wasn't real? He looked around and wondered if he was the only one who saw her. He noticed that she started to fall, and the church servants began to open their eyes. He discreetly fired at the bell on the side to distract them. She landed on the step and was happy about it, but the figurine she was wearing broke, and the pieces flew into many bells. The church servants looked up and were very happy when they saw her. Mises looked at them and said that she was glad to meet them. He looked at the head of the figurine that fell to the ground and thought that it seemed so. They looked at her with tears in their eyes, began to praise her, and said that the great lady had once again shown them her divine face. They continued to say something, and she fell onto a soft pillow and said that she almost fell. Just a little more, and her impeccable image would have been ruined. He looked around and asked if they were in a special space. She agreed and said that it could only be maintained at a close distance, but now they could see each other. Wasn't that great? He looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked who she was. She was confused and said loudly that she had become completely relaxed. She must not ruin her image under any circumstances. He said that if it weren't for him, she would have counted the steps with her nose. A goddess, a graceful, elegant, and wise woman, if she had rolled down the stairs, the number of followers would have decreased rapidly and irrevocably. She said that she was grateful to him for empathizing and helping. It saved her. He said that if she didn't want to be exposed, she should answer him a couple of questions. She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, was he even thinking of threatening a goddess? How impudent. He has no conscience at all. He asked if he couldn't do it. She refused and said that she had been living on this earth for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time she had heard threats against her. He agreed and said that indeed, it was quite strange as ordering a murder, falling down the stairs and getting stuck alone in the forest. She said that, however, she had supported him all this time. He sat down on the pillow and asked if she knew about the apostle Lelais. Didn't she? Then why didn't she tell him about him? She remembered what had happened and thought that she had forgotten to tell him about it. She started to get really nervous and begged him not to leave her, and he took out the device and said that he had recorded their last conversation. He offered to listen to it, in case the great lady had accidentally missed anything important. He played back her plea not to leave her and asked, it really seemed like nothing special. Maybe he should let other people listen to it too? She started to get even more nervous about this and tried to think of something. She knelt in front of him, held out the leash and asked, so what does he want from her? She will do everything. He took it with a puzzled expression, threw it aside and asked, what is she even doing? She was confused by this and asked, however, isn't that the point of fulfilling the requests of parishioners? Giving yourself completely, being someone's plaything and all that, isn't that right? He asked, what the hell is going on in her head? He needs power over the church. He wants the church to intercede for him when he kills Monsieur Azul. Mises was very surprised by this and said that he was talking about an order. Of course, she immediately understood everything, and it was just a joke. MC asked, but could she please not draw unnecessary attention to him? She returned to the stairs, agreed and said that he need not worry. She had centuries of experience in this matter. She told the followers of the church that she has not descended to this earth for over 100 years, and, judging by what she sees, their burden is excessive and heavy. The archbishop said that they ask her to forgive their powerlessness. She said that this is not necessary. She is pleased with the efforts of her people and faithful followers. They can be sure that their efforts have not gone unnoticed. Monsieur Azul is the culprit of all their troubles. They must know about it. Besides, Hakara was stolen by his evil will. She appeared to them to open their eyes to the truth, the light of discord, the evil god, because there is no apostle among them capable of opposing him. Wright raised his head and asked, what if the apostle does appear? She said that for an apostle capable of fighting Monsieur Azul on equal terms to appear on earth, people will have to sacrifice much. The archbishop raised his hand and loudly said that if they needed a sacrifice, he asked her to consider his candidacy. The other ministers of the church also raised their hands and said that he too was ready. His life perhaps would serve a great purpose. He too was ready to become a sacrifice. He thought that now it was clear where the apostles got such incredible power. His sword, it turns out, to become an apostle. Lele sacrificed an entire knightly order. However, something doesn't add up. The order, the forbidden knowledge. Is it really so easy to become the apostle of an evil god? Could someone else really be behind him? Someone who aimed not at the cursed sword, but at a powerful apostle? However, it is unclear why. Perhaps he wanted to invade foreign lands? He had encountered an interesting opponent. Mises said that she was touched by the depth of their faith. They were ready to give their lives for her safety. However, she cannot create an apostle. She does not need meaningless sacrifices. As their god and patron, she wants the believers to protect not her, but their values and faith. Nevertheless, she will proudly name someone who possesses superhuman strength an apostle. Among them is such a man. In 7 days, he defeated 2 apostles of Monsieur Azul, a man possessing extraordinary fortitude. She pointed her finger at the main character and said that this gentleman is the hope of humanity. They were very surprised by this and loudly asked, he defeated 2 apostles of the evil god in just a week? He must be the very hero from the legends. He hid his displeasure and silently said that he had asked not to attract unnecessary attention. Mises remembered this and said that she would immediately settle everything. She called him and asked if he was ready to become her apostle. He said that he would gladly agree if the goddess herself so desired. She thanked him and said that from now on, he was her only apostle. She did not know when she would appear next, but until then she asked them to provide him with all possible assistance, should the need arise. She entrusted absolute power over her church into his hands. However, they must remember that if the enemy learned of this, his life would be in danger. However, therefore, only chosen priests should have this information. To ordinary people, they must convey his will as her own. The church ministers said that from now on, they swear to carry the word of God of the apostle to the people. MC thought that he had never thought that he would become an apostle. Be that as it may, now he had power over the church. After that, he found himself in subspace and asked if she was sure she could trust him with the church. Mises was lying on the pillow and said that everything was fine. After all, he was smarter than her, stupid self, right? So if he decided to leave her, she would be very sad. She put the ears back on and handed him the leash, but he immediately hit her in the face with it. He sat down on the pillow and asked what percentage of believers there were in this world. She held on to the spot where his punch landed, created a chart, and said that her followers were about 1% of the world. The rest were the followers of Mazar-Zul. He asked, 1% against 99? The more he thought about it, the sadder the situation seemed. She noticed a small smile on his face and asked if this kind of thing made him laugh. He agreed and said that he had never taken on such a complex, confusing, and pretentious order before. She looked at him with a slightly worried look and asked if they had a chance of winning. He approached the graph, took the 1% portion, and said that until now, the kingdom of Mises and her cult were the only ones fighting the threat of Mazar-Zul. However, this was clearly not enough for victory. He threw it into the graph, broke it, and said that now they had a protector of the kingdom. It was time to stop defending themselves. It was finally time to act. There was a chance of victory. He was confident they would win. This time, they wouldn't have to act like an assassin. They would have to use all their strength. A week after the return of the kingdom's protector, the temple of the goddess, Lias and Ramia were sitting at a table with the church servants and looking at a nearby table with many different ingredients. Wright looked at the ingredient in his hand and said that he felt it would take a long time to prepare the ingredients. However, this was to the best. They had much to talk about. How were things in the kingdom? As he understood it, the situation inside had finally stabilized. The king agreed and said that since the return of the kingdom's protector, unprecedented peace has reigned in the kingdom. At least within the state borders, however. He wondered if war was coming. He asked, since using the apostles to directly seize power had failed, had they decided to attack from the outside? He agreed and said that the military of the Rondal Archdiocese, judging by everything, was already actively preparing for war. Given the current foreign policy situation and international relations, their first target would undoubtedly be the kingdom of Mises. An archdiocese certainly sounds grand, but in fact, it is a very ordinary theocratic state, where the destinies of ordinary mortals are decided by the archbishop. The king rules the kingdom, the duke rules the duchy, and in exactly the same way, the archdiocese is ruled by the archbishop. Their religion is called Vadianism, in honor of the god of war, Vadia. Of course, Vadianism was invented by none other than Mazar-Zul with the sole purpose of reducing the number of Mises followers. The god of war, Vadia, does not actually exist. Still, even if the religion is pure fiction, there are certainly apostles recruited by the evil god among its followers. The power of a man like Lilles is enough to defeat an entire army. Even if effective methods for eliminating apostles existed, they would be useless in a military conflict. Leah said that the Duel Empire was also forming a military alliance. The protagonist turned to him and asked with whom they would be forming an alliance. He said that their kingdom was one of them. They had received a large amount of reliable intelligence from the Empire's believers and, until now, had no reason to doubt the information they provided. However, the Duel Empire is one of the states bordering the Mises kingdom. This country is much larger than Rondal, the state religion, the cult of Mazar-Zul. He asked, does he mean that a country worshipping an evil god wants to enter into a military alliance with them? He agreed and said that there was a catch. However, their cult forbids followers from entering into alliances with non-believers. To form an alliance, the other side must accept the new faith. The Empire had already recruited several allies through this ploy. He continued making preparations and thought he now understood their goal. He asked, how would the kingdom respond to their proposal then? Laius said that, of course, they refused. Firstly, even if they suddenly converted, the people wouldn't stop worshipping Mises with a snap of their fingers. MC looked at him and asked if the townspeople really believed in their god that devoutly. He agreed, saying that for every inhabitant of the kingdom, life under the protection of the sacred staff bestowed by the merciful goddess had become commonplace. It's part of their culture and identity, which is why their country is the last stronghold of the goddess cult. He looked at the working device and said that he himself had said that even in states that had adopted the cult of Mazar-Zul, many followers of Mises remained. Technically, they could officially adopt the new religion and continue to worship the goddess with the same success, couldn't they? Laius was surprised by this and asked if he, as the goddess's apostle, really intended to accept the offer. Although he wouldn't say they weren't thinking about formally changing the state religion. He denied it and said he simply wanted to make sure they still had a choice and weren't in a hopeless situation. He said they certainly had a choice, but in reality, he himself would prefer not to have that choice. He didn't want to abandon his current faith, even for show. Still, he couldn't accept the fact that the new religion would require sacrifices. Wright turned to him and asked, did he say sacrifices? He agreed and said, the cult of an evil god. To be honest, of all the religions that exist today, the cult of the goddess Mises remains the last faith that doesn't require sacrifices. Outside the kingdom, people are far more likely to die on the sacrificial altar than to die of old age or other natural causes, he thought. So that's it. If it's true, then the number of people sacrificed must be in the tens of thousands. It's amazing that such a deity could even have so many followers. He turned to him and said that they should abandon the alliance. They were glad to hear this, but suddenly he said that then they would have to confront the Rondal Archdiocese alone, and they would have a chance to seize their lands. Laius asked in a surprised tone, did he just say seize? He agreed, and said that only by winning the war would they be able to take back the Rondal lands. The Archdiocese's population was almost twice theirs. They would convert their faith to Mysis, and the number of followers of their goddess would triple. The monarchy in Rondal fell about 5 years ago. The cult followers who seized power abolished the faith in the goddess by law and appointed Whiteanism as the new state religion. In other words, the scheme that had failed for them had worked successfully. Rondal's faith had changed only 5 years ago. He wouldn't be surprised if most citizens still secretly worshipped the goddess. It's not so easy to abandon faith in a deity they've been devoted to since birth and convert without a second thought to a new religion, let alone such an inhumane one. In other words, it's not too late to return everything to its former state. They began to consider this, and the archbishop said that, however, the top brass of the archdiocese at this time consisted of crazed fanatics. Even if they entered the war and won, he was confident that they would resolutely resist annexation and would not so easily renounce their faith. The protagonist said that in that case, it would be easier to kill them all. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, and he thought that no matter how hard they tried, as long as 99% of the world's believers were followers of Masur Zul, they would not be able to defeat her. Whatever they do, no matter what damage they cause, she will have no trouble recovering, and in the shortest possible time. However, if they manage to restore faith in Mysis to her former followers, the chances of victory will increase rapidly. If most of the world's population falls under the influence of her cult, then most likely she will be able to solve the problem on her own. The church minister asked if the firm intention to exterminate all infidels more than corresponds to the apostles' worldview, but is he sure it is necessary? Laius asked. If they are talking about seizing power, it is enough to eliminate only those like Starkus, right? MC agreed and said that they will not have to eliminate that many people. Do they have a list of members of the top? With this, it would be much easier for him to track down new victims. He said that unfortunately they do not. The elite of the archdiocese for many years included only members of the Church of Ronald. Their sources, unfortunately, do not have detailed information. He asks to tell how long it will take to eliminate them. Their army is already preparing for war. It's hard to say for now, though, how long this war will last. He said that if we're talking about just one person, it will all be over in about 3 months. He certainly wouldn't want to drag it out. He thought about it and said that it turns out there's no need to plan a long-term confrontation. Wright said that would only happen if there was just one enemy. If there were dozens of them, it would take much longer. He thought that, to be fair, even 3 months was a long time. If the situation didn't worsen, it could be dealt with in even a month. The longer the showdown with the archdiocese drags on, the more people will die in the war. Laius said that in that case, they should be ready for any emergency. They would be preparing for a protracted war. Besides, the preparations were almost complete. In a situation where other countries were turning away from the Mysis religion, they understood perfectly well that they couldn't continue to live in peace and quiet. Since they refused to change their faith, they should prepare for the worst. However, they never imagined they would attempt to seize power from within, so they spent many years carefully preparing to counter the threat from without. He thought that it turned out they had been actively preparing for war all this time, which was the right decision. Now that the protector of the kingdom had returned to his place, the already accumulated power would increase by another 20%. In a one-on-one battle, this would most likely have no significant impact, but in a group battle, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. In fact, with a difference of 20%, they could easily defeat an army twice their size. Until an apostle appeared on the enemy side, they had a significant advantage. He created several potions, looked at them, and said that the elixir was ready. He thought that according to the lore, the elixir was made by mixing a potion of strength and a potion of anti-poison. It restores very little health points only due to the useless detoxification effect, and requires complex ingredients, so it is often underestimated. However, it has another remarkable property. He approached the table, placed the elixir in front of Zist, and said that he should try it. If it went as planned, his right arm would be restored, and he would be able to protect the citizens. He looked at Laius, who nodded to him, and he immediately lowered his robe, revealing his missing arm. He took the bottle of elixir and said that it was an honor to be the first to try the elixir made by the apostle himself. He drank it and was very surprised when his arm actually recovered, and loudly said that he had lost it more than 10 years ago. The protagonist looked at this and thought that, apparently, the limb restoration elixir affects people in this world in the same way as it does NPCs. Even if a person is missing half their body, as long as they are still breathing, the elixir will work. With this, one can get rid of the very concept of being wounded in war. Rumia, with an interested expression on her face, examined the elixir and asked what level this one would be. If you count it in potions? He turned to her and said it was level 7. Everyone was surprised by what he said, and she said she'd heard, of course, that elixirs could be made from potions, but she hadn't known that even level 7 was possible. Their kingdom survived on only level 2 potions. She couldn't even imagine that something so powerful existed. He said that any elixir, even the weakest, would be at least level 7. It was simply impossible to make anything lower. He thought that, apparently, little was known about elixirs in this world. It was for the best, since they perceived the mysterious concoction as a miracle cure. He said that a magical elixir that could heal any wound could help them win the favor of the believers. They would make up a legend that the goddess Mysis had given them these concoctions. They began discussing this, and he thought that if faith in the goddess strengthened, the strength of the kingdom's defender would also increase, increasing the chances of victory. If the enemy saw their people heal from serious wounds without outside help, rumors would spread instantly. This would attract new followers of the goddess. The archbishop said they should listen, but he simply wanted to say that their goal was not so much to increase the number of believers as to share their ideals. Does he understand correctly that the venerable apostle wishes to focus from now on converting new followers and no longer limit himself to preaching? The great Mysis herself said that from now on the apostle would speak in her name. They must follow the will of the goddess and do everything as the venerable apostle commands. MC said to leave everything as it was. If they overdid it with the wording, they risked reducing the number of followers. Besides, if they had questions or doubted his words, they should feel free to speak up. He could be greatly mistaken about the rules of this world. One of them said that he asked for forgiveness for his tactlessness, but he still believed that this miraculous elixir was granted to them by the will of the venerable Mysis. The apostle created it with his own hands, but from ingredients sent down to them by the merciful goddess. He said it was not essential, so be it. If the elixir was to be used by both the army and the clergy, production would naturally not be limited to a couple of bottles. He would take care of the ingredients before the outbreak of hostilities, and they should continue to prepare and gather information. After that, he looked up, holding the bottle of elixir in his hand, and asked if he would have time to collect everything he needed. He was always short of time. A week later, in his alchemical laboratory, 2 men entered, one holding a letter and loudly declared that it was an urgent letter from His Majesty. They left. Wright opened the letter and thought, "Early this morning, enemy troops invaded a number of border towns. This is a war without a declaration of war. Until the apostle appeared on their side, their troops on the front lines were roughly equal in strength to the enemy troops." He walked toward the stairs and thought that the Mysis kingdom had been preparing for war for years. Thanks to the kingdom's protector and the elixirs, the situation was currently in their favor. However, as soon as the enemy side got an apostle into their ranks, the situation would change in the blink of an eye. If they managed to get rid of the enemy's top brass before that happened, the remaining command would not want to continue the war. Regardless, this had to be ended. He went down to the lab, used a spell to open the device, and said that he was counting on him. His clone, with a calm expression, said that he understood him. After some time, Rumia came to his lab and was about to knock on the door, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. The protagonist, with a calm expression, opened the door. She was very confused by this and began to explain what was happening. He threw her a towel so she could wipe her head after the rain and went inside. After that, she took a shower, changed clothes, sat on the sofa, and watched him work with ingredients at the table. She fell asleep lying on the sofa, closing the device's eyes with her finger. Later, she woke up, looked to the side, and saw 3 assistants looking at her. She realized that even though she had closed the eyes of one of them, there were 3 more assistants besides him. He saw what she was doing, which greatly confused her, and she thought this was the worst-case scenario. He approached the sofa and asked what the situation was at the border. She said that, as her father had suspected, Rondal's army had occupied small villages. They formed 2 large groups of troops and launched an attack on strategically important border towns. According to preliminary estimates, their military strength was equal. However, thanks to the protector of the kingdom and his elixirs, they had a significant advantage. He said thoughtfully, meaning that the forces were equal, but the archdiocese's military potential exceeded Mysis's by almost 1.5 times. Apparently, they themselves weren't ready for a full-fledged invasion. Any word on the apostles? She said they hadn't learned anything yet. He asked, perhaps at least an approximate number, or where they would appear. She began to get nervous and said that this was also unknown for now. MC asked how many times His Majesty had increased her security. Rumia covered her face with her hand and said that he had increased it 3-fold. He understood her and asked, so that's why she fled the palace? She asked for forgiveness, and he said that since the enemy had decided to start a war, they had probably already secured the support of the apostles. Such a serious threat cannot be ignored. They can appear anywhere and anytime. It's not surprising that the king had increased security. She said that, however, now more than 6 people are watching her all day long. They don't have enough people, and she can't even set foot outside the palace to help in any way. She was depressed about this, looked to the side, and saw assistants who brought her cookies. She ate and said that she was very glad that she managed to at least get out here. Here she can relax for a while and comfortably drink tea by the fireplace. She gains strength and faith in the future. She leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile that it was so nice when no one was watching her. It would be great if this moment lasted as long as possible. After a short, awkward silence, she began to collect her things and said loudly that it was so late. Since her clothes were already dry, she would go, otherwise her dad would worry. She slipped on the wet floor and started to fall, but Wright managed to catch her at the last moment. He calmly looked at her and asked how she felt. Her cloak was still wet, so she had to watch her step. She stared at him with a confused look and saw a robot under his skin. He continued calling Rumia. She found what she saw strange and called his name. He asked what happened. She denied it and said that she was just scared, and once again apologized to him for disturbing. She wondered if she had just imagined it. He said that it was still raining outside. He knew another way into the palace. She would better use it. After that, they went down into the underground hall. She looked around and asked what kind of tunnels were these. He said that they were in the place where all the underground passages used by the royal family in emergency situations begin. One of them leads straight to the princess's bedroom. She looked at the sign and said that indeed, her name was even written there. When did they manage to do that? He said it was described in great detail in the palace reconstruction report. Unless, of course, she hadn't slept through its presentation. This tunnel was built specifically. Nobles had invested a lot of their own money into it so they could escape in case of danger. Her attention was drawn to a small tunnel decorated like a doghouse, and a sign nearby stated that this was Earl Laser's personal passage, who had skimped on designing a proper tunnel. She boarded a minecart in the right tunnel, and the protagonist said that this minecart would take her straight to the bedroom. If she still had questions, she could ask Maki for answers. Rumia looked at him with a joyful smile and thanked him. He took out a card, handed it to her, and said that, finally, the operation to overthrow the apostle was a success thanks to her. As a thank you, he was giving her the right to a special order. Espionage, blackmail, assassination, protection. With this, she can use his services once for free. She was confused by this and said that she can't accept something so valuable. Besides, she didn't do anything wrong. By the way, really, what did she do anyway? He didn't answer this question, called Maki, and said that it was time to act. The assistant started to press the lever. She loudly said that he should wait and at least explain. The cart moved forward very quickly, which surprised her very much, and she loudly called his name. After that, he went down on the elevator, and MC, who was already there, said that it seemed like the princess didn't notice anything, so it's even better. He called him his indispensable shadow double and asked, did he agree? He agreed and said that he might be inferior to him in strength and intelligence, but he was capable of working undercover. He looked at the device in his hand and said that everything was ready to go. It was time to go. They should go over the plan of action again. He agreed and said that according to the plan, he would infiltrate the archdiocese's government circles and eliminate the top brass. Meanwhile, he would continue to craft elixirs in the workshop and supply the army and the church, maintaining the cover story of his presence here. He agreed with this and said that his task was to play his role. He needn't worry about the elixirs. The fourth would handle that. He figured that the existence of his clone was surely known within the orderly ranks of Maser Zul. If the killer remains hidden in the current situation, it will only increase everyone's level of suspicion. That's why it would be wiser to direct their attention to his covert agent. After some time, Wright was sailing on a submarine and said that the disguise might not give reason to doubt. But still, one shouldn't forget the main thing. He must keep everything secret and not attract unnecessary attention. The clone stood on the shore and said that he understood him. He said that then he was leaving. Everything was going according to plan. He opened his inventory and said that he had, of course, prepared in a hurry. But it seemed that if something unexpected happened, he would cope. He remembered that Mises had said earlier that she had very few followers at the moment, and besides, she sensed only powerful magic from them. But there should definitely be apostles there. He looked at the sensor and said that first he would go to the capital of Alcon. While his double is distracting everyone, he can safely cross the border by water. As Rumia said, it's good when no one is watching him, or something like that. However, unfortunately, even in the best possible scenario, it will take him 2 days to get there. Ever since he ended up in this world, nothing ever goes according to plan. At the same time, she returned to her room and screamed loudly. The knights ran into her room and loudly asked, "Who is here?" They saw that she was lying on the floor under the pillows and asked, "So is she the one making the noise here?" It's strange. When they checked her bedroom, she wasn't here. They were already starting to think that she had deigned to escape from the palace again under the pretext of taking a nap. They were about to assemble a search party. She was nervous about this and asked in a worried tone, "What are they talking about?" She had been here all this time, in her room. She noticed the assistant lying next to her and was confused when she saw that it was a robot. She looked at it in surprise and asked, "Did it seem like Maki again?" She turned sharply to the knights and wondered if the others were the same. She saw that they were normal, became nervous and asked what this meant. Gord approached her and asked Her Highness if something was bothering her, or perhaps she wasn't fully awake yet. She denied it and thought about it. However, how is this possible? She looked at the light bulb lying on the floor and saw a similar effect and was surprised because of it. With a shocked look, she thought that Gord and Larzal were living beings, and the lamp and Maki were magical objects. She began to ponder what was wrong with the main character, and thought that she of course did not really understand anything yet. But it seemed that she accidentally revealed his secret. The maid helped her to her feet and said they should go. She should stop yawning. She would help her get dressed, and then she had evening classes. Rumia was nervous about what had happened and wondered what she should do. She didn't understand anything, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. Perhaps she shouldn't ask about such things. She would go crazy. She remembered the card he had given her and smiled because of it. 2 days later, in the Archdiocese of Rondal, the capital of Alcon, he came ashore and said that the task of reaching Rondal had been successfully completed. Now the most important thing is to find the necessary information. They should find the spies who had infiltrated here. He used magical disguise, walked along the city street, and thought, what does this mean? This is what Alcon is really like. The local architecture is not much different from that in Mises. However, in this country there is no longer a king. The archbishop sits in the palace. In theory, the city should be called the royal capital, but now the cardinals are in charge. However, it was only by a miracle that it managed to preserve the remnants of its former royal grandeur. He looked at the people around him and thought that it seemed like these children weren't even 3 years old. Why were there so many little children here? It was strange. There were so many children on the streets, but the city itself was terribly quiet. Was the war to blame, or had all this chaos been going on since the overthrow of the king? In any case, he would find out everything soon. He stopped when one of the workers called out to him and said that outsiders were not allowed to enter the mill. MC turned to him and said that he apologized. He was here on business. He just wanted to propose a deal, so he wandered inside. He had recently gotten hold of a good large grain of wheat. Would he like to buy it? He showed several grains and said that he asked to look at it. He took the grain, looked at it, and asked, "Wheat?" He was silent for a few seconds, then tossed it back at him and said that it didn't look much like quality wheat, so he wouldn't buy it for much. He caught it and said he'd agree, even for a small amount. Wright thought he'd said a code word, which meant he was an undercover agent on the Mises side. The man looked around and said he could come in. They entered the mill and then went down to the basement. There were already several people standing around a table with a map. He looked at them and thought there were 8 people there. Many fewer than expected. The rest were working outside. The man said they were waiting for him, the envoy of the Mises kingdom. How could they address him? He asked if they had received any information about him from the church. He said they were only ordered to wait patiently until a special envoy arrived from the Mises kingdom. He thought it was clear. No one was in a hurry to share information with them. He said they could call him fast. First, he wanted to hear the current situation in Rondal. If the rumors are true, power in the country has been seized. How stable is the current government's position? The man said that at the moment, no one has officially spoken out against the archbishop's authority. However, those who did have, most likely long ago, been sacrificed to Vadia. He asked, is this the same deity of war? Is this what the adherents of the cult headed by the archbishop worship? Having received a positive answer, he thought that, judging by everything, sacrifices are used as a tool to intimidate those who disagree with him. This is how the government establishes its dictatorship. If a full-fledged sacrificial system is organized, they won't have to resort to trickery and subterfuge to secretly eliminate all dissenters. He asked, they said there is no one officially, so does that mean there is some kind of underground resistance? The man said that of course, they are one of them. Deep down, many residents would like to return to the previous regime, the good old monarchy. It doesn't matter whether they believe in the new god or not. No one wants to be sacrificed. The protagonist thought he knew it. It's enough to just cut off the top for everything to return to the previous regime. He asked how many people had already been sacrificed. The old man said quite a few. They were sentenced to be sacrificed next month. After receiving orders from Mises to remain here and observe the archbishop's actions, they attempted to ingratiate themselves with the authorities and pretend to be believers. However, it seems that this was reckless on their part, and besides, they have an age problem. He asked, so the elderly are the first to be sacrificed? The man said it was difficult to say if this was true, but they believed that there was a tendency. Moreover, the government stated that those who do not commit crimes against the faith, do not obstruct the authorities, and promise to have a child within the next 5 years, will be able to avoid sacrifice. He thoughtfully recalled what he had seen on the city street, and thought that now it was clear why there were so many people with children. If they had a child, then they could not be sacrificed until the child came of age, so everyone began giving birth to people. Sacrifices were needed not only to imbue the apostle with power. This was an excellent opportunity to influence the demographic situation, eliminating the elderly, supporters of the overthrown government. A very effective system for establishing world domination. He asked if they knew the names of the invaders. The man pointed to the board with notes and said that it was Archbishop Evans, responsible for the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the current order. However, they doubted that he had pulled it all off alone. Someone was surely behind him. He thought that it could probably even be the apostle himself. He asked if there had been information about monsters or perhaps unusually powerful creatures in the army. The man stepped forward and said they knew the details of the army's internal affairs, but they did know that someone had defeated a dragon near the capital. Of course, the authorities claimed that everything was thanks to Vadia, but no one believed it. He wondered if this was what they called the apostles' help. Dragons were creatures on a completely different level. Encountering them was extremely dangerous. There weren't many people in this world capable of dealing with them. If anyone could defeat him, it would most likely be the apostle. He asked if they knew anything else about this incident. For example, who exactly granted Vadia this very mercy? The man said that he was asking for forgiveness. Unfortunately, nothing more is known. MC thought he would have to find out for himself. He asked if there were any other highly guarded places besides the palace. The girl agreed and said that she asked him to wait a little. People started discussing something, and he took out a map and a quill with ink. She took the quill and said that highly guarded areas, prisons, military units, the noble quarter. He looked at it and thought that the information, to put it mildly, was simple. All of this was quite expected. To track down the apostle, he needed more serious information. She said that, in addition to everything else, there were also several highly guarded houses. They assumed that Evan's closest allies might be there. Something else suspicious. She told everything they knew and said that this was all they knew at the moment. She said that they had tried well. She said that this was not necessary. She did not deserve these words. A year ago, a good comrade of theirs, who had served undercover for an aristocrat, was sacrificed. Before his death, he passed on to them everything he had managed to learn. She only told him about the results of his painstaking work. He asked if anyone had ever managed to escape the fate of sacrifice after being sentenced. The man agreed and said that there had been such people, but in that case, responsibility for it fell on his closest relatives and friends. One of them would have to die for him one way or another. Wright regretted this and wondered if he had come too late. The man asked, by the way, had he already found a place to stay? If not, they could help with that. The people said he could go to their place. They were having an amazing stew for dinner tonight. Mia's house is currently under guard, so he can't go there. His house has no such guards, so he can go to it. His house is 2 days' drive from the capital, so his time has come. His neighbors are too vigilant. Maybe it's not worth it? The girl asked. Then maybe to their inn? Everyone turned to her, and she said that adventurers often stay there, so a new face shouldn't arouse suspicion. Besides, they are close to the noble quarter. It will be convenient to work. They agreed and said that this was indeed so. Her inn is definitely a very good option. She kindly extended her hand to him and asked, "Then, is it decided? Her name is Misa. Nice to meet you." The protagonist did not shake her hand and asked if he really can stay with her. She, looking slightly displeased, approached another girl and asked why he suddenly didn't trust them, or did he prefer older company? He said that his presence risked causing them trouble. Is her family ready to go along with this? She smiled and said that everything was fine. Her mother's dying wish was for them to wrest this country from the clutches of the evil god. Now there is no one but them who can defeat Wadianism. He can join them without fear. They agreed, and loudly said that they must protect their goddess. He looked at them and thought that Mises must be happy to have such devoted disciples. He extended his hand and said that he respected their will to victory. He proposed that they work together to wrest this country from the clutches of the evil god. She shook his hand and agreed. The rest of the people also extended their hands and said that they would definitely save Rondal. The next day, in the forest outside of Alcon, MC looked at the card and said that, on Mises's strong recommendation, he joined the local adventurers guild and, in order not to attract unnecessary attention, he would have to pretend to be a newcomer for a while. He thought that the unemployed are quickly identified and, if unnecessary, sent to be sacrificed. Moreover, informing on a comrade reduces the risk of becoming a victim yourself. So the culture of denunciation is well developed here. That's why it's not uncommon for people to slander even their own parents, just to protect themselves. A true dystopia, the reign of dark gods. This can't go on. He activated his skill and sent a signal to the submarine, which was in the central district of Alcon. Many of his assistants emerged from there and reached the surface, and he thought that he didn't yet know how well they could recognize magical devices here. So it was time to arrange a test run. The assistants ran through the city streets and threw off vials, which broke, and many insects emerged. He thought that magical insects were easy to use and difficult to detect. Perfect for preliminary research. The main thing now was to gather as much information as possible about the apostle. It would be best to start with the noble quarter, where most of the ruling elite lived. It was time to learn about the local apostle. He sent many of these insects to different buildings in this kingdom and saw different people. He thought the high bishop's faction had the support of most of the nobility, but that didn't seem to be the case. There seemed to be quite a few followers of the goddess among them. So many nobles were under house arrest. Did that mean they belonged to the royal faction? Then, it was worth inspecting the other nobleman's mansion as well. He saw a luxurious toilet and wondered what was wrong with this house anyway. The taste in furniture was disgusting, but everything was in excellent condition and had been purchased within the last few years. It seemed High Bishop Evans was generously supplying him. He needed to see what secret he was hiding here. He found nothing, although he checked other suspicious places. But there was nothing important there. There was nothing to be done. It would take a long time, but he would have to comb the entire noble quarter. There was a magical wave emanating from this house. A reconnaissance magical device. It was worth checking out. He found a magical device for detecting intruders and thought that it seemed to be a system that reacted when something passed between magical devices. There's something similar in the kingdom, but the technology here is clearly a level higher. However, the accuracy isn't very good. If you know how to work it, it's very easy to deceive. So for him, this security, it's still not there. His assistants went inside and heard people asking, was the first strike force completely destroyed? Not only did that very staff increase combat power, but they also have potions that instantly return soldiers to the battlefield upon death. Is the power of the goddess Mysis really that great? Everything is so, frankly, even he finds it hard to believe. Wright heard this and wondered, so they were having a war council? He had just seen these people in the documents. They were General Kane, the head of the Covert Operations Department, Yalrut, and the head of the Engineering Department, Via. He figured that all of them had once been mid-level officials in the kingdom, but had defected to the High Bishop's faction and were now important people. He was lucky. Maybe he'd be able to hear something about the Apostle, the name of that man in the center of Velt. It seems he is the shadow leader of the High Bishop's faction. This means High Bishop Evan is simply a puppet. Judging by his mana reserves, he is not an apostle, but he is clearly connected to one. In any case, next to him is a magic staff for self-defense. The material seems to be a dragon magic stone. Without the power of an apostle, such a thing is simply impossible to obtain. They said that they cannot endlessly mired in a senseless war of attrition. They asked to be allowed to deploy him into battle. If he begins to act, they will wipe out the enemy. No matter how powerful the goddess's medicines are, it will no longer save them. No, they still haven't tracked where and how their magic works. Releasing him is too risky. The enemy is a monster that killed 2 apostles in a row. Given the goddess's power, the supply of these potions should still be limited. We need to deploy more consumable units and burn out the enemy's potions. They also need to apply pressure from multiple directions to lure out and expose the mage's movements. That's not true. Otherwise, the losses will be too great. The protagonist listened to them and thought it looked like they'd mistaken him for a mage. Even so, the chances of them making the wrong decision will only increase. Judging by the conversation, the enemy most likely has 2 apostles, which is good news. However, the truth is, their potion supply is not infinite. More precisely, the production rate of magical device number 4 can't keep up with consumption at the front. If the carnage continues, they will very quickly run out of supplies. This means this war must be accelerated and ended quickly. Welt said they must listen to him carefully. The war must be waged carefully, but there's no point in being terrified either. The enemy mage is certainly dangerous, but they will simply retreat before he has a chance to appear. They will move him to the front lines and let him strike a new point every day. This way, they'll destabilize the regional balance of power, and the chances of running into a mage ambush will also decrease. They were surprised by this plan and said that it sounded really good. MC listened to them and thought things were getting more complicated. To fight the apostle, magical devices and traps needed to be prepared in advance. If the enemy appeared in a new location every day, there would be little time to prepare devices and traps. However, fortunately, he already understood their plan and was grateful for the wealth of information they had generously shared. A man in the hall asked about changing the attack site every day. What was the best way to solve this? Interacting with units on the ground would require time for communication. Welt agreed and said he wasn't suited for joint combat. He should choose his own location. Local units should be notified that same day, and they should convey that unless they wanted to die, it was best not to approach him. He thought it would be bad if the attack site was only known on the day of the attack. The time to set traps would be dramatically reduced. Yalrut said he was afraid. This was still not enough. According to information, the enemy mage might be capable of using divination magic. He looked at him and said he needed to explain in detail. Was this a report from a secret squad sent to assassinate a mage? He denied it and said that, to be precise, no one from the secret squad ever returned. They had perfect camouflage and dozens of ways to infiltrate. However, the very next day after infiltrating the capital, they lost contact. Judging by this, he can definitely read minds. The others said that even an apostle should be unable to do something like that. Could a mage's power really surpass even an apostle's? Wright thought that wasn't true at all. It was just that their magical communication devices were junk. It seemed that magical communication in this world was a century behind the times. They had to rely on low-quality magical devices, and they were also quite expensive. He had constantly heard about reports from the front being delayed, The secret squad's equipment was luxurious, and their discipline impeccable. As soon as they infiltrated the capital, the first thing they did was report on the progress of the operation through magical devices. However, the waves of magical communication energy were sharp and noisy, almost like an alarm clock. Otherwise, their disguise was excellent. Without communication magic, he might not have noticed them. The men in the hall asked if he could really use mind-reading magic. It turned out that even without stealing information, this was enough to expose the plan. Then the operation would have to be changed. The protagonist thought, do they want to change the plan? If they knew about it in advance, there would be no problem. Welt refused and said that the plan remained the same. Even if he could read minds, it must have limitations. He definitely couldn't read the thoughts of a target whose location was unknown. Otherwise, that mage would have infiltrated here long ago. Then they must continue the elimination operation. If the disappearances in the secret department continue, it could be assumed that he was still in the capital. Besides, no details of Operation Cain could be shared with the local units. Information leaks from the soldiers on the front lines must be prevented. Also, let the location of the daily attack be determined by lot. They were surprised by this and asked loudly, did he say by lot? So they will really get rid of the risk of information leaking to the enemy. However, won't they waste important attack opportunities on some trivial places? Welt agreed and said that this is, however, the safest and most reliable way to wear down the enemy's forces. The effectiveness will decrease, but in a war of attrition, the advantage will be theirs. MC was worried about this and wondered why they, with only incorrect data, still find the optimal solution. The lot is an incredibly unpleasant move. How will they even be able to predict the result of the lot? Maybe the goddess Mysis is capable of prediction? Given the current decline in faith, it is better not to count on it, so they will have to act independently. Someone knocked on the door of the hall, apologized and said that he had an urgent report. A servant entered inside and showed a magical device. They looked at it and asked, what is this? Is this a magical device? It looks like a reconnaissance magical device. They captured it when the enemy infiltrated the Via mansion. He was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly, was that in his mansion? He looked at it with a calm expression and thought that it was a decoy he made himself. He deliberately lowered the level of technology when creating it. He made it so that the enemy would notice. Even one found reconnaissance decoy will already sow alarm in the enemy's soul, and he configured the rest of the devices so that an ordinary mage simply would not find them. Then the enemy has only one option. Via began to examine this device and asked loudly, isn't this magical device too perfectly made? Is this really a product of the kingdom? Wright was a little surprised by this reaction and wondered why he was reacting so violently. Welt said that he didn't really understand magical devices, but was this really so outstanding? He pointed at this device with his finger and loudly said that he should look at this part with the magic stone. Even there, only the best magical workshops in the country produce such precision. At this level, there are no traces of processing at all. It's hard to believe it was made by human hands. He took the device and asked in a puzzled tone, isn't it normal for the best magical workshops to have 0 defects? Via said loudly that this was only true for simple magical devices, and at this level, at best, 1 out of 10 would work. He said he was hearing about this for the first time. Yalrut asked, so if the creator takes it seriously, he can make something even more perfect. They were surprised by what they heard and loudly declared that they needed to begin searching immediately, split up and inspect everything. Perhaps he was still inside this mansion. They needed to raise the alert level and not miss a single fly. After some time, they finished inspecting the mansion, but found nothing. The protagonist watched them and thought that searching only with their eyes was at the amateur level, so they wouldn't find anything. Welt looked at the magical device and asked, is this by any chance the work of an enemy mage? They looked at him and asked, does he mean to say he's already here? However, since there's this magical device here, that possibility can't be ruled out. He denied it and said that according to the latest information, he should still be in the capital. Even if he did it, it doesn't necessarily mean he's the one controlling it. Cain asked, could it be internal rats? He said with a serious expression that the situation had changed and that they should call him the strongest apostle. After that, an apostle named Laflos received a letter and asked, is this an emergency call? MC thought it seemed like the bait had worked as intended. Although unexpected twists and turns still continue, in the end, everything worked out almost perfectly. Now it's time to eliminate the target.